To all my lovely listeners tuning into the story, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to my channel so you never miss out on the latest updates. Chapter 321, Demon Moonstone. 1. These were all Wang Badeo's speculations. Naturally, if Yang Lei knew all this, he would be utterly dumbfounded. Yang Lei's goal was precisely to make Wang Zhenjuan seek revenge on him, thereby drawing them out of the Wang family. That way, it would be much easier to deal with them. If he had known that killing Wang Kuei would have the opposite effect, he wouldn't have done it. Wang Zhenjuan saw his father call him back, feeling perplexed in his heart, and angrily said, "Father, how can the grudge for Kuei not be avenged? Kuei died such a tragic death, he is your beloved grandson. What do you know? If it truly was him, we still need to deliberate carefully. Besides, Kuei's death cannot yet be definitively attributed to Yang Lei." Wang Badeo softly reprimanded. "Father, Kuei said it himself, how can it be wrong?" Wang Zhenjuan said. "Is what Kuei said necessarily the truth? Even seeing it with your own eyes might not be the truth, correct? You've lived for so long, yet you can't even figure out such basic things. How can I confidently hand the Wang family over to you in the future?" Wang Badeo sighed. "Father, what do you mean by that? Is someone impersonating Yang Lei to kill Kuei?" Although Wang Zhenjuan was eager to immediately kill Yang Lei to avenge his son, he wasn't a fool. Hearing his father's words, he also realized something. "You're not completely stupid yet." Wang Badeo looked at him and said. "Think, if you really kill Yang Lei, what would the Yang family do?" "They would fight to the death." Wang Zhenjuan paused and said. He also understood that if a genius like Yang Lei was killed, the Yang family would definitely fight to the death. Yang Lei had the potential to advance to the martial god realm, and it could be said that he was almost certain to reach the martial god realm. A genius like that would be protected by any family, not allowed to suffer any harm. If he were killed, it would truly be like poking a hornet's nest, far more serious than killing an elder. Then if our Wang family and the Yang family completely fall out and fight to the death, can the Wang family gain any advantage? Wang Badeo asked again. No, our Wang family's strength is inferior to the Yang family's. If we fight to the death, the Wang family will definitely be at a disadvantage. Wang Zhenjuan said. That's right. If our Wang family goes to war with the Yang family, our Wang family will be at a disadvantage. Taking a step back, even if our Wang family ultimately wins, we will be greatly wounded. By then, can our Wang family still survive? So, Kuei's matter wasn't done by Yang Lei, correct? Wang Zhenjuan said. No, that's not necessarily true. Before there's absolutely accurate evidence, we can't be sure. Wang Badeo shook his head. Yang Lei was not without suspicion. No matter what, Kuei ultimately said his name. We just need to investigate a bit to find out who actually made the move. Then that means Yang Lei is also a suspect? Naturally. However, if it truly was Yang Lei, then things will be troublesome. No matter what, if he really killed Kuei, then he must die, he absolutely must die. Wang Zhenjuan shouted. Even if he truly killed him, we cannot act ourselves. Otherwise, it would be a devastating blow to our Wang family. Our Wang family cannot bear that risk. Wang Badeo shook his head and said. Then what should we do? Wang Zhenjuan asked. Borrow a knife to kill, or hire an assassin. Wang Badeo stood up and looked out the window. Heavenly Star Pavilion? That's right. As far as I know, Yang Lei has been assassinated by Heavenly Star Pavilion's assassins many times. This time, their first assassin was dispatched. So, if we just help out, Yang Lei will surely die. Wang Badeo said. That way, regardless of whether Yang Lei killed Kuei or not, it will be beneficial to us. Why is the Wang family not reacting at all? Lu Wei paced back and forth in the room, a little impatient. Yang Lei was also puzzled. He had beaten Wang Kuei to such a state, leaving him barely clinging to life. Once he returned to the Wang family, he would surely die. There was no reason for the Wang family not to cause trouble. After all, Wang Kuei held a very high position in the Wang family. It was said that Wang Bedao doted on him greatly, and he was also Wang Zhenjuan's favorite, fearing he would suffer any grievances. Could it be that something big happened to the Wang family? Lu Wei said. Maybe that old fellow Wang Bedao died? Yang Lei shook his head. That's impossible. Although Wang Bedao was severely injured, he wouldn't die so easily. Then Wang Kuei is dead, and they still haven't made a move? Could it be that Wang Kuei was abandoned by the Wang family? Lu Wei said. I don't know that either. Right now, all we can do is wait. If we rush in carelessly, it could be very dangerous. With Wang Kuei dead, the Wang family's defenses must be extremely strict. Rushing in would yield no benefits. So, we can only look for an opportunity. Yang Lei was also baffled as to why the Wang family hadn't sent any news. Actually, earlier, if you had disguised yourself as Wang Kuei, it would have been a good way to infiltrate the Wang family. At this moment, Lu Wei said. Yang Lei waved his hand upon hearing this. Don't mention that. I would absolutely never do something like that. What a joke, to let him disguise himself as a fellow like Wang Kuei. How could that be? The next day, Yang Lei found someone to inquire about news concerning Wang Kuei's death, but nothing had been spread. This meant that Wang Kuei's death had been concealed by the Wang family. As for why they did that, it was unknown. At this time, in Wang Bedao's study in the Wang family, Wang Zhenjuan and others were present. Father, is there any news? The news of Kueier's death hasn't spread. Wang Zhenhai said. I did find some clues. Yesterday, Kueier went to Wonderful Jade Pavilion to find that courtesan named Miao Miao, and at that time, Yang Lei was also at Wonderful Jade Pavilion. Wang Zhenhu continued. Yang Lei. It must be Yang Lei. He definitely killed him, he definitely harmed Kueier. Wang Zhenjuan immediately shouted upon hearing this. It seems Yang Lei's suspicion is indeed the greatest. Wang Bedao nodded slightly. In that case, I will go find Yang Lei to investigate the truth. If it truly was him, then I will make him give us an explanation. Chapter 322, Demon Moonstone. 2. Father. You don't need to say more. Everything must prioritize the family. Even if Yang Lei did it, we must endure. Our Wang family has reached a critical juncture. Endure for a few more years, wait until hunger comes out of seclusion, that will be the time for our Wang family to rise, the time for us to completely control Qianyuan Kingdom. Wang Bedao interrupted his son's words. Star Contemplation Residence. Young master, someone is looking for you. Yang Lei was refining pills when Chen Lan walked in and told him. Someone looking for me? Who is it? It's the Wang family head. Chen Lan said. It was Wang Bedao again. Yang Lei immediately stood up. Had he finally come? In the living room. Wang Bedao was sitting at the table, drinking tea. Apologies for making family head Wang wait so long. Yang Lei entered the living room and said to him. It's nothing, just a moment. Wang Bedao quickly stood up when he saw Yang Lei. May I ask why family head Wang has come to see me at this time? Yang Lei saw that Wang Bedao didn't seem to be here to cause trouble and was slightly surprised. Did he still not know that Yang Lei was the one who killed Wang Kuei? Or perhaps, Wang Kuei had died halfway? And the Wang family hadn't discovered it was him? Yang Lei also somewhat understood. This possibility was probably because he was from the Yang family. Even if Wang Bedao knew he killed Wang Kuei, he would have to think carefully. After all, the Wang family was currently in a delicate state. If something were to happen, the Wang family would certainly be doomed forever. Therefore, the Wang family had no choice but to swallow their anger. I have two matters to discuss with young Master Yang. Firstly, to thank young Master Yang for gifting this old man a pill that day. Wang Bedao said, taking out a box and opening it in front of him. Inside was a sparkling, brilliant gem. Yang Lei was startled. This is a demon moonstone? That's right, this is the demon moonstone. Our Wang family has possessed this demon moonstone for many years, but we have never been able to unlock its secret. I believe this demon moonstone probably has no destiny with our Wang family, so this old man intends to hand it over to young Master Yang, as thanks for young Master Yang's life-saving grace. Wang Badao said, pushing the demon moonstone towards Yang Lei. Yang Lei was very familiar with this demon moonstone. According to legend, this demon moonstone was left behind by the legendary demon god Yaoyue. It contained an enormous secret. If this secret were unlocked, one would obtain all of demon god Yaoyue's power. In other words, this demon moonstone was formed from the primordial spirit of demon god Yaoyue. In short, this demon moonstone indeed held a great secret, and this secret was closely related to the demon god. However, what exactly this secret was, and whether the rumors were true, remained unknown. As for demon god Yaoyue, he was an ancient demonic cultivator whose cultivation was extremely powerful, one of the most formidable rulers of that era. At that time, experts roamed the heavens and earth. Martial god realm cultivators were essentially like ants, not worth mentioning. Of course, at that time, the martial god realm wasn't called martial god, but rather cannon fodder. This is too precious. Although Yang Lei wanted it, he still shook his head. Young Master Yang, please accept it. In this old man's eyes, this demon moonstone is like a useless rock, of no use whatsoever. Wang Badao pushed the demon moonstone back again. Yang Lei was puzzled. It seemed this fellow truly didn't know he was the murderer of his grandson. Otherwise, why would he give him the demon moonstone? Since family head Wang says so, then this junior would be disrespectful to refuse. Yang Lei took the demon moonstone. Then Yang Lei said, "May I ask if family head Wang has any other matters?" Wang Badao sighed. "Actually, I came for another important matter, one concerning the life and death of both the Wang and Yang families." Yang Lei was startled upon hearing this. "Family head Wang, what do you mean by that?" "My grandson, Wang Kuei, was killed yesterday. He only had one last breath left when he returned home." Wang Badao looked up and said. "And that breath was intentionally left by that person." When Kuei returned home, he said the person who killed him was young Master Yang. At this moment, Wang Badao's gaze was fixed on Yang Lei, trying to discern anything unusual from him. However, Yang Lei showed no abnormalities. He was inwardly puzzled. This fellow didn't come yesterday, but only came to find him now. Moreover, he didn't seem to be here to demand an explanation. Coupled with his previous words, Yang Lei speculated that this fellow probably suspected someone killed Wang Kuei and then framed him, stirring up conflict between the Yang and Wang families. Having figured this out, Yang Lei was secretly pleased. This old fellow truly had a rich imagination. Overthinking can lead to one's downfall. Wang Kuei was indeed killed by him. But this was good too. He would collect some interest first. As for other matters, he would deal with them as they came. "Aren't you afraid that I truly killed Wang Kuei?" Yang Lei looked at Wang Badao and smiled. Hearing Yang Lei's words, Wang Badao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He could now be certain that his grandson Wang Kuei was not killed by Yang Lei. If he had truly killed him, would he still speak like that? How could that be? How could young Master Yang kill Kuei? This old man can still distinguish clearly. Wang Badao shook his head. At this moment, Yang Lei had a smile on his face, but inwardly he wondered whether he should kill Wang Badao now. Wang Badao was the most formidable person in the Wang family, and his powerful lion battle beast had been severely damaged in the arena. It was estimated that it couldn't recover in a short time. Now was the best opportunity to kill Wang Badao. However, after careful consideration, he still gave up. The Wang family needed to be dealt with, but if he killed Wang Badao, although the Wang family would lose an expert, who knew what other trump cards the Wang family had? He had indeed thought too simply when he killed Wang Kuei earlier. But fortunately, by a fluke, he made Wang Badao misunderstand. In that case, he could frame the Qian family or the Zhao family for Wang Kuei's death. As for the Dongfang family, after all, they still had a friendly relationship with the Yang family, and Dongfang Xiaowu had a good relationship with him. If he dealt with the Dongfang family, he wouldn't be able to face Dongfang Xiaowu. Wang Kuei was indeed not killed by me. At this moment, Yang Lei said. Chapter 323, Killing with a Borrowed Knife. However, the person who killed brother Wang Kuei is too despicable. Although I have some misunderstandings with Wang Kuei, it's not to the extent of killing him. What's more, killing Wang Kuei would bring me no benefits, nor any benefits to my Yang family. That is indeed true. But who exactly killed Kuei and wants to stir up animosity between our two families? Wang Bedao frowned. In his eyes, the greatest suspect should be the Dongfang family. This is hard to say. The only person I've offended recently is Qian Wuyong, but he probably doesn't have such great ability, nor is he that smart. Yang Lei frowned slightly, stood up, and said. Qian family? Wang Bedao pondered. This was indeed a possibility. Today, the Qian family was not to be underestimated. Qian Tianfeng had advanced to the martial god realm, and the Qian family had also used an immortal ascension token to send someone into the profound mystery sect. That was a genuine true disciple, whose status was probably not inferior to Hunger's. In that case, it meant the Qian family wanted to rise. And the biggest obstacle to the Qian family's rise, or rather, the biggest threat to the Qian family, was now the Yang family. Yang Yu's cultivation was extremely terrifying, and Yang Lei's talent was also astonishing. Once Yang Lei matured, Qianyuan Kingdom would probably no longer bear the Qian surname. In addition, there was another important reason, which all four great families actually understood. This Qianyuan Kingdom's territory originally belonged to the Yang family, but the Qian family used despicable means to steal the fruits of the Yang family's victory. This grudge was enormous. Although the Yang family had been enduring all along, how could such a great grudge be easily dispelled? Looking at it this way, the Qian family's suspicion was indeed not small. Once the animosity between the Yang and Wang families was stirred up, and the two families went to war, the Qian family would indeed benefit the most. Because the Wang family and the Zhao family were very close, while the Yang family and the Dongfang family were close. Once war broke out, the Zhao family and the Dongfang family would inevitably be drawn into the conflict. With the four families at odds, and the Qian family watching from the sidelines, then no matter which of the Zhao, Wang, Dongfang, or Yang families emerged victorious, they would all be severely weakened. In that case, the Qian family would gain an advantage, and might even directly launch an attack on the four families, wiping them all out in one fell swoop. However, Wang Bedao also thought of the peerless expert behind Yang Lei. That person was someone even the great perfection martial god Heavenly King Tiger feared. With him present, the Yang family was essentially impregnable. If he wanted to deal with the Wang family, he wouldn't need to expend much effort. As long as that expert made a move, would the Wang family still have a chance? In these few short breaths, many thoughts flashed through Wang Bedao's mind. The Imperial Qian family's suspicion is indeed very great. Wang Bedao paused. But it's not confirmed, and there's no evidence. However, if it truly was them, then I will certainly not let the Qian family off. I want them to pay blood for blood. The Qian family will be dealt with sooner or later. I think if the time comes, my grandfather will certainly reclaim what belongs to our Yang family. At that time, I hope family head Wang can lend a hand. At this moment, Yang Lei said. That's natural, that's natural. Wang Bedao nodded. The Qian family is also an adversary of my Wang family. Although he said so, Wang Bedao would not do anything unprofitable. After Wang Bedao left, Yang Lei went to Chao Xia and Lu Wei's room. Wang Bedao just came to see me. Yang Lei casually sat down and said to her. Chao Xia said nothing, while Lu Wei, unable to restrain herself, glared at Yang Lei and said with annoyance, "How could you let that old scoundrel Wang Bedao go? Although he wasn't the murderer of my sister, he's still involved. Everyone in the Wang family deserves to die." Auntie. Chao Xia quickly pulled Lu Wei upon hearing this. Why are you pulling me? I'm telling the truth. Lu Wei said angrily. Yang Lei was speechless. It was that simple? Just kill him? What a joke. Wang Bidao was not that easy to deal with. He had to know that his own cultivation was merely at the martial emperor realm. Although he could kill a martial god, that was luck, relying on the wind concealing blade to activate the one-hit kill ability. Why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you going to avenge Xia? Lu Wei, seeing Yang Lei silent, raised her voice a few notches. If I kill him now, what kind of outcome do you think that would bring? Yang Lei frowned slightly and said. What outcome? Isn't he just an old scoundrel? Kill him if you kill him. What Lu Wei was thinking now was that this was the best way to kill Wang Bidao. If they let him return, it wouldn't be so easy to kill him again. The Wang family was, after all, one of the 4 great families of Qianyuan Kingdom. To be one of the 4 great families, they must have their trump cards. Even if the Wang family was currently weaker than the other 3 great families, their strength should not be underestimated. And if Wang Bidao were killed now, it would certainly be a huge blow to the Wang family. My surname is Yang, and I am from the Yang family, one of the 4 great families. If I kill Wang Bidao now, the Wang family will certainly not let it go. Not only will our situation be dangerous, but the Wang family and the Yang family will certainly fight to the death. I said I would avenge Xia, but I cannot involve the Yang family. Yang Lei looked at her. You must understand this. Although Yang Lei had no good feelings for the Yang family before, now Yang Wudi and Yang Wuyin were very good to him, and Yang Yu, though not his biological father, had raised him. This. Then what do you intend to do? Hearing Yang Lei's words, Lu Wei didn't know what to say. Her thought was that Yang Lei alone would certainly not be able to deal with the Wang family. To completely destroy the Wang family, he would definitely have to use Yang Lei's identity, meaning he would have to pull the Yang family into it. If the Yang family didn't make a move, then how could they deal with the Wang family? But if the Yang family also made a move, it would be different from before. The Wang family's strength was at the bottom among the 4 families, while the Yang family was in first place. The difference in strength was imaginable. Borrow a knife to kill. Yang Lei uttered 4 words upon hearing this. Chapter 324, Framing. 1. Borrow a knife to kill? How to borrow a knife to kill? Lu Wei's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Could it be that there was someone else willing to deal with the Wang family, someone who had a grudge with them? Lu Wei had only recently arrived in Qianyuan Kingdom and was not yet very familiar with many things. The imperial family, the Qian family. Lu Wei looked at Yang Lei and said, You mean to let the imperial family deal with the Wang family? How is that possible? The Qian family and the Wang family don't seem to have any conflicts at all. Have you forgotten that I have a shape-shifting technique? At this moment, Yang Lei smiled mysteriously. Yang Lei thought that if he transformed into Wang Bidao and killed Qian Tianfeng, things would definitely get lively. However, assassinating Qian Tianfeng would be difficult for him, unless the wind-concealing blade once again activated its one-hit kill attribute. Otherwise, it would be impossible. But that was fine. If he couldn't do it, he could let others. He had face-changing pills. Grandfather would probably be very interested in this. Otherwise, he could let the Dongfeng family make a move. Dongfeng Bubi would probably be willing. Qian Wuyong, Qian Wuji. Who are you? Qian Wuyong looked at the newcomer and said. The one who kills you. The person said, then made a move. Die for me. The person moved extremely fast, and every move was lethal. Not good, guards. Guards, come up and stop him. Qian Wuji shouted. Ants. You're not qualified to stop me. Whoever stops me dies. The person moved broadly and effortlessly. With every punch and kick, he easily killed the guards who came close. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, a person rushed out. Your Highness, leave quickly. Let me stop him. General Meng, you've come just in time. Quickly protect the prince. Qian Wuyong was overjoyed when he saw the newcomer. General Meng was a late-stage martial saint expert and would certainly be able to stop the opponent. Who are you? How dare you attack my imperial prince in Qianyuan Kingdom's capital city? Quickly surrender. General Meng's long saber was unsheathed, and his aura suddenly rose. General Meng, I respect you as a person. I don't want to be your enemy. Get out of the way. The person frowned and said. Impossible. I, Meng Huan, will never let you succeed. General Meng said. Then I apologize. The person's figure moved, attacking Meng Huan. The speed was extremely fast, astonishing. This person's cultivation was extremely formidable. Listening to his voice, he didn't seem old, but he didn't expect his cultivation to be so powerful. With every punch and kick, he carried a furious battle force and a domineering, fierce momentum. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged several moves and retreated simultaneously. Your Highnesses, you two go first. This humble general will hold him back. Meng Huan said. Trying to leave? No way. The person shouted loudly, clenched both fists, and his aura suddenly increased several times. He powerfully threw a punch, which was extremely domineering, transforming into a fist chi that struck towards Meng Huan. Overlord Fist? You're from the Wang family? General Meng was startled. This was indeed the Wang family's Overlord Fist. No wonder this person's fist momentum was so domineering and fierce. So, the person was from the Wang family. However, Meng Huan didn't take it to heart. Although this move was powerful, the newcomer's cultivation was, after all, not comparable to his own. Your Overlord Fist is subtle and mighty, but unfortunately, your cultivation is insufficient. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't be your opponent. Draw blade to cut water. Meng Huan slashed out with his long saber, and a blade chi cut through that fierce fist momentum. Pfft. The person spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, he quickly retreated, his speed extremely fast. Meng Huan wanted to give chase, but couldn't keep up and sighed helplessly. General Meng, where's that assassin? Qian Wuji was furious. He had actually been ambushed this time. How could he endure it? Seeing Meng Huan arrive, he couldn't help but shout. This humble general is incompetent. I let him escape. Meng Huan said. What? Escaped? How did you do your job? Qian Wuyong furiously shouted. At the same time, in a courtyard of the Wang family, Wang Bashuan, Wang Badeo's fourth brother, also had a cultivation of great perfection martial saint. Although he and Wang Badeo were both great perfection martial saints, his combat power was much weaker, and he didn't have a battle automaton protecting him. Who's there? Originally in seclusion, Wang Bashuan quickly opened his eyes and lightly shouted. The one who kills you. Kill me? What big words. Wang Bashuan looked at the newcomer. This person was completely shrouded in night-walking clothes. No trace of his aura was revealed, making him very eerie and hard to grasp. You talk too much. The person transformed into a black shadow, the long saber in his hand flashing like lightning. Overlord Fist, Overlord's absolute domain. Wang Bashuan saw the unfavorable situation and quickly threw a punch. This punch directly struck the opponent's long saber. Only a hum sound was heard, and both sides retreated a step. What great strength, but if you want to kill me, you're still too lacking. Wang Badeo shouted, his eyes flashing with excitement. Since entering the great perfection martial saint realm, he had never encountered a suitable opponent. The person in front of him had cultivation that was only stronger, not weaker, than his own, which ignited Wang Bashuan's powerful fighting spirit. Humph. The person coldly snorted. The long saber in his hand moved faster, once again attacking Wang Bashuan. Your blade technique is powerful, but it has too many flaws. Watch how I break it. Wang Bashuan suddenly shouted, once again throwing a punch. This punch was even more powerful than the previous one, its force fierce, like a tiger descending from the mountain, with a momentum to shake the world. Bang, bang, bang. The blade was struck again. The long saber in that person's hand was immediately sent flying, embedding itself in the wall, buzzing. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. I told you your blade technique isn't good. If you want to rely on this blade technique to kill me, then it's truly a pity. Your blade technique is superficial, you don't have the qualifications. Wang Bashuan laughed wildly. Without a blade, I can still kill you. The person coldly snorted. A cold glint flashed in the person's eyes. He abandoned the blade. His figure quickly moved to Wang Badeo's side, and he lightly shouted, Chankuan finger, Chankuan break. The newcomer's speed was extremely fast. Although Wang Bashuan was a late-stage martial saint, he clearly didn't react in time. This finger immediately struck his glabella. Chankuan finger. You're from the Qian family? Wang Bashuan said. It's too late for you to know. The dead don't speak. The person said with a cold laugh. Chapter 325, Framing. 2. Go to hell. With that, the person turned and left. Cough, cough. At this moment, Wang Bashuan coughed twice and then fell silent. An hour later. Brother. Wang Badeo entered his brother's residence. Seeing Wang Bashuan like that, he quickly helped him up. Cough, 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 cough. To everyone's surprise, Wang Bashuan coughed twice and actually opened his eyes. Brother, who injured you like this? Wang Badeo quickly asked when he saw his brother awaken. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, big brother, I. Wang Bashuan looked at his elder brother with difficulty. Seeing him like this, Wang Badeo quickly said, Fourth brother, don't speak first. Take this pill. Big brother, it's useless. Wang Bashuan shook his head and said. My vitality is completely severed. The only reason I could hold on until now is because I cultivated the indestructible Vajra art and the breath concealment art. That's why I managed to survive this calamity. It's nothing, there must be a way. That's right, I'll go find Yang Lei. He must have a way. He even has perfected pills, so he must have a pill that can treat you, fourth brother, right? Wang Badeo said hurriedly. No, even if he does, such a precious pill, he won't give it to us. Wang Bashuan said. Big brother, listen to me. That person wanted to kill me. He used the Chankuan finger. He is from the Qian family. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. With that, Wang Bashuan fell unconscious again. Chankuan finger, Qian Tianfeng, I will never forgive you. Wang Badeo's eyes showed hatred. Are you alright? In the Yang family compound, Yang Wudi said. I'm fine. Wang Bashuan couldn't harm me. If this matter succeeds, then the day our Yang family controls Qianyuan kingdom is not far. Yang Yu said. Let's hope so. Yang Wudi said. This time it must succeed. It's thanks to little Lei. I didn't expect him to come up with such a good method, and even have something like face-changing pills. At this moment, Yang Lei's star contemplation residence once again welcomed a person, and that was Wang Badeo. Young Master Yang, this time I have something to ask of you. Wang Badeo entered the courtyard and immediately got straight to the point, his expression extremely anxious. Yang Lei was also somewhat surprised to see Wang Badeo. Family head Wang, what is it? Yang Lei said with a smile. I want to ask if young Master Yang has a pill that can revive the dead, no, a pill that can treat severe injuries. My fourth brother was injured by the Qian family's Chankuan finger. His martial soul is damaged, and his situation is now precarious. But young Master Yang gave me a detoxification pill the other day, and it was a perfected detoxification pill. Since young Master Yang can obtain perfected pills, then I believe you have a pill that can treat my fourth brother? Wang Badao said. A pill to revive the dead, I certainly don't have. As for a pill to restore the martial soul, I do have one, but, as you know, such a pill is too precious. I only have one. Yang Lei's tone was very troubled, but inwardly he was thinking, he didn't expect Wang Bashuan to still be alive. This surprised Yang Lei. He had just received news from the Yang family that Wang Bashuan had been killed by Yang Yu. A martial god realm expert like Yang Yu couldn't possibly not know if someone was dead or alive. He couldn't have been so careless. The Wang family's overlord fist and the Qian family's Qiankuan finger had cost Yang Lei quite a few points. If there was any oversight, and it didn't succeed, then it would be frustrating. These Qiankuan finger and overlord fist were not very useful to Yang Lei, but they were still points. There really is such a pill? Wang Badao looked at Yang Lei in surprise. Yang Lei nodded slightly. There is a pill, but... I know. Young Master Yang, as long as you are willing to give me that pill, I can pay any price. Wang Badao said hurriedly. This is not about price. Yang Lei shook his head, inwardly thinking about how he could extort some good things. But on second thought, that fellow was probably on his deathbed. With a damaged martial soul, it wouldn't be easy to recover. It was estimated that even the Snow Mountain Jade Toad pellet might not necessarily be able to recover it. I know, such pills are all extremely precious. As long as young Master Yang names his conditions, I will do my best to fulfill them. Wang Badao looked at Yang Lei and said. Actually, I'm not sure if that pill will actually work. After all, if your brother's injuries are too severe, my pill may not necessarily be effective. Yang Lei shook his head. No matter what, I have to try. I cannot watch my fourth brother die like this. Wang Badao said. If young Master Yang is willing to part with that pill, our Wang family is willing to assist the Yang family in seizing Qianyuan Kingdom. I, Wang Badao, am willing to serve as a follower of young Master Yang. Yang Lei thought for a long time and finally nodded. I can give you this pill, but I don't know if it will be useful. In addition, you must give me what I want, for example, medicinal herbs, and some exotic treasures, such as something like the Demon Moonstone. Wang Badao's mouth twitched upon hearing this. Medicinal herbs were fine, but he also wanted ancient exotic treasures like the Demon Moonstone? What kind of joke was this? Did he think it was cabbage? Looking at the pill Yang Lei handed over, Wang Badao was incredibly excited. This is indeed a good pill. Looking at the Snow Mountain Jade Toad pellet in the jade bottle, Wang Badao's eyes lit up. Although this pill was a earth-grade pill, its quality was extraordinary. Young Master Yang, I have one more request. Go ahead. Yang Lei looked at him. Perhaps this fellow suspected that he was poisoned. After all, Yang Lei was a poison master. Looking at Wang Badao's current situation, he was probably not in good shape. The poison he was afflicted with that day had not been completely resolved, only suppressed. But now, it could no longer be suppressed. I wonder if young Master Yang still has detoxification pills? Wang Badao's eyes showed a look of longing. He already felt that the toxins in his body were very powerful, fundamentally difficult to expel. Unless he had the detoxification pill that Yang Lei gave him last time to suppress it, and then waited until he broke through to the martial god realm to expel it, otherwise, there was only death. Family head Wang is referring to the poison on himself? Yang Lei looked at him and said. Chapter 326, Transaction. That's right. My cultivation is now unable to suppress the toxins. I originally thought I could expel this toxin, but I didn't expect this poison to be so formidable. No matter how long I cultivated in seclusion, it had no effect. Wang Badao sighed repeatedly. That Zhou Dumei's poison was indeed powerful. He was already on the verge of a breakthrough, but he still couldn't break through. If he could break through to the martial god realm, this poison would probably be suppressed. But the problem was that he was blocked by this toxin, and his cultivation couldn't advance even half a step. I do still have detoxification pills, and I even have several high-grade detoxification pills. However, I believe Family Head Wong knows how precious these high-grade detoxification pills are. Such things are no less valuable than the Snow Mountain Jade Toad pellet I gave you, so. I know this. As long as young Master Yang names his conditions, no matter what they are, as long as I can satisfy them, I will. Yang Lei thought for a moment and said, I'm afraid it will make Family Head Wong quite difficult. Young Master Yang, please speak. What could be difficult? At this moment, Yang Lei finally said, since Family Head Wong says so, then I won't be polite and will speak directly. If Family Head Wong can give me a battle beast or a battle automaton, then these detoxification pills and the Snow Mountain Jade Toad pellet will be considered a gift from me to Family Head Wong. Wang Badeo's mouth twitched upon hearing this. Battle beasts. Battle beasts were the foundation of the Wang family. The Wang family could occupy a corner of Qianyuan Kingdom and stand on equal footing with the Yang family, Zhao family, and Dongfang family precisely because of these battle beasts and battle automatons. Today, the Wang family's battle automatons and battle beasts had suffered considerable losses. Most importantly, his lion battle beast was severely damaged. If he were to give away another battle beast, the Wang family's strength would again be weakened. Young Master Yang, this. Wang Badeo hesitated. If Family Head Wong finds it difficult, then forget it. Yang Lei saw his expression and felt it was inappropriate to press further. Wang Badeo frowned and said, this old man doesn't mean that, but. Because our Wang family doesn't have many battle beasts and battle automatons. These battle beasts and battle automatons are extremely precious and troublesome to create. Our Wang family now no longer has the method to create battle automatons and battle beasts. Therefore, I cannot produce a complete battle automaton or battle beast. However, our Wang family still has a battle beast. That battle beast has been severely damaged, but it is a top-grade battle beast. Before it was damaged, its power was even stronger than my lion battle beast by several points. Yang Lei's eyes lit up upon hearing this. A damaged battle beast, and an extremely powerful one, even stronger than Wang Badeo's lion battle beast? How could Yang Lei not be tempted? Damage? That was no problem for Yang Lei. He possessed healing liquid and healing cards. He could completely repair the battle beast. The lion battle beast was equivalent to a martial god. If it hadn't encountered Zhou Dumei that day and been suppressed by her terrifying poison art, the outcome might not have been certain. What was certain was that if other demonic beasts came to fight, besides Heavenly King Tiger, Blazing Fire, and Zhou Dumei, basically no one could match it. This showed how powerful this battle beast was. Good. Family Head Wong is straightforward enough. For me, whether the battle beast is intact or not is no problem at all. I just want to study it. As long as Family Head Wong gives me that battle beast, then I won't require anything in return for the Snow Mountain Jade Toad pellet. Moreover, I can also give Family Head Wong 3 high-grade detoxification pills. These detoxification pills are Earth-grade detoxification pills, also perfected pills. I believe even if they can't completely resolve Zhou Dumei's poison art, they can weaken its toxicity and suppress it for a very long time, enough for Family Head Wong to break through to the martial god realm. Once you enter the martial god realm, coupled with the detoxification pills, there should be no problem at all. Yang Lei smiled at Wang Badeo. If he could obtain this battle beast, then he would truly make a huge profit. A battle beast even more powerful than the lion battle beast was essentially equivalent to having an additional martial god realm expert, and even a mid-stage martial god expert. He was picking flowers and getting honey. He could exchange for these detoxification pills and the Snow Mountain Jade Toad pellet, but for that battle beast, he couldn't exchange for it now, nor could he create it. Even that berserk battle automaton, he couldn't complete. Really? Naturally, it's true. I can also provide Family Head Wong with 10 regeneration pills. Yang Lei added. No need for regeneration pills. Can I have one more Snow Mountain Jade Toad pellet or a few more detoxification pills? Wang Badao said. The Snow Mountain Jade Toad pellet is impossible. I only have one, and it's gone. For detoxification pills, at most I can only give one more. However, in that case, Family Head Wang must give me one more battle automaton. Of course, this battle automaton doesn't need to be very high grade. Even a damaged one is fine. As for the regeneration pills, those are perfected pills, far more effective than the Qi restoration pills refined by the Zhao family, and also extremely precious. Does Family Head Wang truly not need them? Yang Lei looked at him with a smile, thinking, I don't believe you old fellow can resist this temptation. Actually, Yang Lei giving the Wang family more regeneration pills also had a purpose. Since he had stirred up the animosity between the Wang and Qian families, he wanted them to fight more fiercely. After all, the Wang family's strength was still somewhat weaker than the Qian family's. Although the Wang family had battle beasts and battle automatons, their foundation was insufficient. The Qian family, as the imperial family of Qianyuan Kingdom, had a deep foundation. The saying a starving camel is still bigger than a horse applied. Although the Qian family had declined in recent years, their strength should still not be underestimated. Just the formation array within the imperial palace was extraordinary. Even a mid-stage martial god expert might not be able to break it in a short time. Therefore, it was necessary to slightly enhance the Wang family's strength. If Wang Badao could break through to the martial god realm, then nothing could be better. In the evening, Yang Lei looked at the two battle automatons in his hand. One of them was called the Soaring Dragon Battle Beast. If it were fully restored, it would be comparable to a great perfection martial god expert. A great perfection martial god, how terrifying was that? Chapter 327, The Great War Begins. However, it was a pity that the core of this Soaring Dragon Battle Beast had been destroyed, and the entire body of the Soaring Dragon Battle Beast was tattered, damaged by some unknown power. The body of the Soaring Dragon Battle Beast was extremely sturdy. Even a great perfection martial god might not be able to break it. To repair this Soaring Dragon Battle Beast, heavenly gangstones were needed. Heavenly gangstones were extremely precious, and repairing the Soaring Dragon Battle Beast required a considerable amount, not just a small quantity. The Soaring Dragon Battle Beast was about 10 meters tall, and now more than half of it was ruined. To repair it would require a huge number of heavenly gangstones, an almost impossible amount. That's why Wang Badao generously handed the Soaring Dragon Battle Beast over to Yang Lei. Furthermore, even if Yang Lei had enough heavenly gangstones, he couldn't repair the Soaring Dragon Battle Beast because to do so, one would need to be a Grandmaster-level artifact forger. However, there hadn't been a Grandmaster-level artifact forger in Qianyuan Kingdom, or even the entire martial cultivation continent, for thousands of years. Therefore, Wang Badao didn't believe Yang Lei could find a way to repair the Soaring Dragon Battle Beast, which is why he dared to give it to Yang Lei. The other was a battle automaton. This battle automaton was far inferior to the Soaring Dragon Battle Beast. It wasn't difficult to repair this battle automaton, but even if repaired, it would only have the combat power of an early-stage martial saint. For Yang Lei, this was negligible. This battle automaton was even worse than the Berserk battle automaton from before. Thinking of the Berserk battle automaton, Yang Lei remembered that he still had the Berserk heart. If he could obtain a divine soul, then he could successfully create the Berserk battle automaton, which would definitely possess the combat power of a great perfection martial saint, and might even reach the martial god realm. Yang Lei had considered repairing the Berserk battle automaton, or rather, recreating a Berserk battle automaton. The most important thing was the martial soul, not the divine soul. But obtaining a divine soul was not difficult. Of course, it could also be exchanged with points, but that would be too wasteful. Even the lowest grade first stage martial god divine soul required 50 million points. A first stage martial god divine soul exchanged to create a battle automaton might not even succeed, and it would take a certain amount of time. Therefore, Yang Lei didn't intend to take such a risk. However, the berserk battle automaton couldn't be repaired, but the other battle automaton could. This battle automaton was called the Wangji battle automaton. Repairing it didn't require a divine soul, only a martial soul and a saint beast demonic core. Ding, does the player wish to integrate and repair the Wangji battle automaton? Repair. Ding, congratulations to the player for successfully repairing the Wangji battle automaton. Yang Lei looked at the battle automaton in front of him, surprised. The strength of this battle automaton was definitely more than just an early-stage martial saint. It had actually reached the mid-stage martial saint level, meaning this battle automaton was equivalent to a mid-stage martial saint martial artist, and it didn't fear life or death, making it even more formidable than ordinary mid-stage martial saint martial artists. In the Yang family manner. The Wang family has made their move. Should we also make a move? Yang Wuyin looked at everyone and said. No, we'll wait. Yang Lei shook his head and said. We'll talk after they've both been injured. That's right. Sitting back and reaping the benefits is the best. When the Wang family and Qian family are fighting to the death, we'll make our move. That way, the profits will be the greatest. Yang Wudi nodded slightly. Should we inform the Dongfeng family? At this moment, Yang Yu said. That should be done. Our Yang family and the Dongfeng family have always advanced and retreated together. Yang Wuwei said. Wouldn't that allow the Dongfeng family to gain an advantage for free? Yang Wuyin said upon hearing this. The Dongfeng family must be informed. The Qian family and Wang family have such vast properties and formidable strength. In Qianyuan Kingdom, although they are not as strong as our Yang family, even if they are at the bottom, they are not so easy to deal with. Once they are cornered and fight to the death, it could still cause considerable damage to us. Yang Wudi explained. The Dongfeng family. Brother Yang, is what you say true? Dongfeng Busi looked at Yang Yu and said. That's right. This time we are fully prepared. We received news that the Wang family and Qian family will have a great war. If we seize this opportunity to topple the Qian family and Wang family, then the entire Qianyuan Kingdom will be the dominion of our two families. This is an excellent opportunity. Yang Yu said with a smile. Good. Then let's take this chance. Dongfeng Busi said. In the Imperial Palace. Old ancestor, it's not good, it's very bad. Qian Jingkuan of the Qian family rushed to Qian Tianfeng's seclusion place in a hurry. What's the rush? I've already said that you shouldn't disturb me unless it's something extremely important. Qian Tianfeng said angrily. During his battle with the Yenshan demonic beasts, Qian Tianfeng had gained a lot, especially a martial god realm demonic core, which greatly helped him and subtly gave him the potential to break through from first stage martial god to second stage martial god. At this moment, Qian Jingkuan came to disturb him, so how could he not be furious? It's very bad. The Wang family, people from the Wang family, killed Wu Yong and Wu Ji. Qian Jingkuan said. What? Qian Tianfeng was shocked. He quickly stood up and asked in disbelief. What did you say? The Wang family is so bold? They killed Qian Wuyong and Qian Wuji? It's true. They all died under the Wang family's overlord fist, and they died with one blow. Now, the Wang family head, Wang Badeo, is leading people to attack the Imperial Palace, and they'll break in very soon. Qian Jingkuan said. How could that be? Is Wang Badeo insane? Why would he attack the Imperial Palace? What good would that do him? Qian Tianfeng frowned. Just at this moment, a loud shout came from outside the palace. Old demon Qian, get out here. Get out here right now. Qian Tianfeng was enraged upon hearing this. His figure moved, and he instantly appeared outside the Imperial Palace. Wang Badeo, what do you mean by this? Is killing my Imperial Prince of the Qian family not enough for you? You actually dare to invade my Qian family's Imperial Palace? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I will kill all of you to quell my fury. At this moment, although Chan Tianfeng was seething with rage, he knew he had to remain calm. Once he completely fell out with the Wang family, although he might win, the Qian family would certainly suffer great losses. Chapter 328, Nailhead 7 Arrows Book 1. Old Demon Qian, do you still have the face to ask me what I mean? Wang Badao roared in anger. Old Demon Qian, look at who I am. At this moment, Wang Bashuan walked out and killed an imperial palace guard beside him with a single palm strike. Wang Bashuan, you. Qian Tianfeng hadn't finished speaking when Wang Bashuan cut him off. Surprised, aren't you? Surprised that I'm not dead yet? Wang Bashuan's eyes shot out hatred. Humph, although the Qiankuan finger is formidable, you didn't expect me to cultivate the indestructible Vajra art and the breath concealment art. That's why I fortunately escaped with my life. Coupled with young Master Yang's spiritual medicine, I am still alive. Not only that, my cultivation has advanced another step, reaching the half-step martial god realm. What? I killed you? That's a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. I've been cultivating diligently deep within the imperial palace and haven't left at all. How could I have killed you? Moreover, why would I kill you? Doing so would bring me no benefits whatsoever. Qian Tianfeng realized then that this was a conspiracy, a great conspiracy aimed at the Qian family. Misunderstanding, haha, you think a simple misunderstanding will make me let this go? You're too naive, Qian Tianfeng. You act so viciously, so ruthlessly, Just at this moment, a head was thrown high into the air. Xingyang, Xingyang. Ah. You Wang family are too despicable. You actually killed my Qianyuan kingdom's crown prince. Kill. All soldiers, listen to my command. Kill them. Kill them, to avenge the crown prince. The emperor of Qianyuan kingdom shouted. Kill. Kill them all. In an instant, the sound of killing shook the heavens. Countless troops charged towards the Wang family. Good kill, good kill. Wang Bashuan laughed wildly upon seeing this. Not only should we kill their crown prince, but we should also kill their emperor. The Qian family has occupied Qianyuan kingdom for too long. It's time for a change of dynasty. Kill. Kill them all. Wang Bashuan threw a punch, instantly killing hundreds of soldiers. Yang Lei left the Yang family, preparing to go to the imperial palace, but unexpectedly saw a person. This person was none other than Yang Tianlei, the one who had driven Yang Lei to his death during the family trial that day. Yang Lei had crippled Yang Tianlei that day, turning him into a cripple. Today, his strength had mostly recovered, but ultimately, he could no longer be a man, and his temperament had completely changed since then. Seeing him here now surprised Yang Lei. This fellow was basically always at home, yet he appeared here now, looking cautious and secretive. This clearly indicated something hidden. Therefore, Yang Lei secretly followed him. Yang Lei found Yang Tianlei entering a small alley, turning many corners, and finally arriving at a dilapidated room. This place was quite secluded. What was he doing here? Hiding from everyone, there must be some unspeakable secret. At this moment, Yang Lei didn't dare to be careless and activated his true eagle eyes. The dilapidated room was completely revealed before Yang Lei. Inside the room was a black-clad person, his entire face covered, leaving only a pair of eyes visible. These eyes were quite nimble, indicating that this person's cultivation was not low. Yang Lei cast an appraisal technique. Tianqing Wu, second stage martial god, master of Heavenly Star Pavilion. Yang Lei was startled. This person was actually Tianqing Wu, the master of Heavenly Star Pavilion. This was too unexpected. It seemed Tianqing Wu truly intended to make a move. Heavenly Star Pavilion had sent many assassins, but none of them could do anything to him. They all came but never returned. This time, Tianqing Wu seemed determined to kill him. As for Yang Tianlei, Yang Lei was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this Heavenly Star Pavilion assassin to be related to him. At this moment, Yang Lei had already sentenced him to death in his heart. Again and again, he tried to deal with him, even inviting assassins. He must die. In a few days, he would be leaving. If he didn't deal with things properly, if he didn't nip all dangers in the bud, he wouldn't be able to go to the profound mystery sect with peace of mind. Yang Tianlei was one of them. As for the others, the Wang family and Qian family were already taken care of. There was also the Zhao family. If the Zhao family didn't know their place, then they would have to be dealt with together. However, Yang Lei knew that if he also wanted to deal with the Zhao family, it would be impossible to accomplish in a short time, unless he used poison or let the old drunken ghost make a move. You're here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Did you bring what's needed? Tianqingwu looked at Yang Tianlei and said. I brought it. This is what you need. Yang Tianlei took out an item. Tianqingwu opened it to inspect, then closed it. He looked up at Yang Tianlei and said, Are you sure this is real? This cannot be sloppy. If there's even a slight mistake, it will all fail at the last step, and you'll suffer a backlash. The power of this item's backlash is extremely terrifying. Don't worry, this is Yang Lei's item, there's no mistake. Yang Lei crippled me, and I have an irreconcilable hatred with him. I must make him die, make him doomed forever. Yang Tianlei's face was distorted, his teeth gnashed, his eyes filled with fiery hatred, and he screamed like a madman. He hated Yang Lei to his very bones. That's good then. Tianqingwu nodded slightly. If this is indeed Yang Lei's item, then I have 70% confidence. If you can obtain Yang Lei's blood, then the success rate will reach 100%. His blood is very difficult to obtain. I have no way. He is too powerful, I am completely no match for him. Yang Tianlei said with resentment. 6 months ago, during the family trial, Yang Lei was nothing more than a cripple who hadn't even reached qi refining. But in the blink of an eye, his cultivation suddenly soared. In just a few months, he surpassed the younger generation of the Yang family, and even surpassed the younger generation of Qianyuan Kingdom, becoming a genius unseen in Qianyuan Kingdom for 1,000 years, and even an extremely rare genius on the entire martial cultivation continent. Alright, his blood, I will find a way to get it. Tianqingwu took a deep breath and said. Tonight, I will find an opportunity to look for Yang Lei. I hope I can get his blood. Tianqingwu had thoroughly investigated Yang Lei. Although his realm was merely martial emperor, his combat power was extremely terrifying. He had once killed martial god-level experts, and it was even rumored that even great perfection martial god experts had fallen to him. Although this was due to opportunistic means, it was enough to prove Yang Lei's terror. Therefore, Tianqingwu was not confident in killing him, even through assassination. That's why he went to great lengths to get his blood. After obtaining his blood, he could perform a secret art. This secret art was extremely bizarre. Even from 1,000 or 10,000 li away, it could take effect. Moreover, once afflicted, unless his realm was higher than his own, it would be impossible to resolve. Tianqingwu's words filled Yang Lei with awe and curiosity. What exactly was it that required his blood? And what was the benefit of that pouch, plus his blood? However, since he said so, he absolutely couldn't let them get his blood. Yang Lei was a cautious person. Moreover, Tianqingwu had said that and was so confident. It's better to be safe than sorry. But then again, he said the backlash was very fierce. So, what if he got something other than his blood? Then, no matter what they did, wouldn't it be difficult to succeed? And wouldn't the chance of a huge backlash be great? In that case, if he made some demonic beast blood, and they didn't discover it, wouldn't that kill 2 birds with 1 stone? It could prevent him from being harmed and also cause Tianqingwu to suffer a backlash. Originally, Yang Lei wanted to directly kill Tianqingwu, but somehow his current strength was not enough. Assassinating Tianqingwu would only be possible if the wind-concealing blade or literally flying dagger activated the one-hit kill skill. Otherwise, it would be impossible. But activating one-hit kill had too low a probability. There was no need to alert the enemy, so Yang Lei stayed hidden. Good. If his blood is obtained, then he will surely die. What a pity, what a pity. If mine was the genuine Nailhead 7 Arrows book, then even without his blood, he would surely die. This imitation Nailhead 7 Arrows book is still far inferior after all. Tianqing Wu sighed. Hearing Tianqing Wu's words, Yang Lei's mind was greatly shaken. Nailhead 7 Arrows book. Wasn't that the forbidden magic artifact of Luya from the ancient investiture of the gods on earth? Fortunately, he said it wasn't the genuine Nailhead 7 Arrows book. If it were truly the legendary Nailhead 7 Arrows book, it would be terrifying beyond measure. This item must be obtained. No matter what, it must be obtained. This was Yang Lei's inner thought. If he had this item, then he could curse anyone he disliked to death with the Nailhead 7 Arrows book. I must go back. Otherwise, they will suspect me. At this moment, Yang Tianlei stood up and said. Good. Remember, if possible, find a way to get Yang Lei's blood. Don't worry, if I can get it, I will definitely get it. Yang Tianlei's hatred was intense. He crippled me. I want to kill his entire family. His father, Yang Yu, and those old fellows Yang Wudi and Yang Wuyin must also die. With that, Yang Tianlei turned and left. At this moment, Yang Lei coldly smiled. Didn't he still have face-changing pills? Yang Tianlei no longer needed to exist. Before, he was worried about alerting the enemy, but now, as long as he killed Yang Tianlei, then transformed into Yang Tianlei's appearance, and took his blood, then when Tianqing Wu suffered a backlash, he could launch a sneak attack. That way, he wouldn't even need the wind-concealing blade to activate one-hit kill to kill him. Of the two masters of Heavenly Star Pavilion, if Tianqing Wu died, the other wouldn't be a big threat. Moreover, Tianqing Wu was only a second-stage martial god. If he killed him, he could advance from 8th-stage martial emperor to great perfection martial emperor. That way, his cultivation would advance another step. And according to Tian Yi, the second master of Heavenly Star Pavilion's cultivation was one level weaker than Tianqing Wu's, merely a first-stage martial god, and he had just entered the martial god realm. So, there was still a chance to kill him. He could transform into Tianqing Wu's appearance, use the same trick, and launch a single strike. Even if it didn't succeed, it would still severely injure him. In that case, would there still be any difficulty in killing him? However, the disadvantage was that he was only at the martial emperor realm, and it would be difficult to raise his aura. This disguise had some difficulty. Yang Tianlei, where are you going? Why are you so sneaky? When Yang Tianlei came out of that room not far away, Yang Lei looked at him coldly and said. Yang Lei, why are you here? Yang Tianlei cried out in fear, suddenly seeing Yang Lei appear. Why am I here? Of course, I'm following you. You've got guts, openly colluding with outsiders to deal with me. Yang Lei's eyes were sharp, and his tone was cold. Originally, Yang Tianlei was terrified, but remembering that Yang Lei had turned him into a cripple, he immediately flared up, staring and saying, so what if I am? I want you dead, I want to tear you to shreds. You harmed me like this, you destroyed my life. Do you think I'm wrong to want to kill you? And that old fellow Yang Wudi, he actually cares about you so much. Even my grandfather favors you. So I had no choice but to find someone to deal with you. You deserve to die. You want to kill me. You want to die, I will grant your wish. Yang Lei coldly snorted, and a flying dagger appeared in his hand. Anyway, I've had enough of this life. But you won't escape either. It won't be long before you follow me, ha ha. Yang Tianlei showed no fear, which surprised Yang Lei a little. This fellow was usually very afraid of death, but he didn't expect him to be so tough this time. However, even so, Yang Lei would not show mercy. The flying dagger in his hand instantly flew out, turning into a streak of white light, and piercing into Yang Tianlei's heart. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing Yang Tianlei, gaining 10,000 experience points, 100 chi power, and 100 cultivation points. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining a slaughter emblem. Yang Lei was speechless. This fellow's experience points were too few. Even killing a martial master would yield such experience points. But on second thought, this fellow was crippled by him, so it was already rare to get so many experience points. Chapter 330, Yang Tianlei's Death. However, this slaughter emblem was thought-provoking. Slaughter emblems had appeared before, but that was when he killed Heavenly Star Pavilion assassins. Yet today, he killed Yang Tianlei, and this item actually appeared. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be possible. Yang Tianlei was, at most, only connected to assassins. How could he have this item? If he couldn't figure it out, there was no need to. However, he had now obtained 3 slaughter emblems, plus this one, making it 4. Moreover, each one was a different color. What exactly was this slaughter emblem used for? The appraisal technique couldn't discern it either. However, Yang Lei knew through the appraisal technique that there were a total of 7 slaughter emblems. He had only obtained 4, meaning there were still 3 left. If he wanted to know its secret, he would have to collect all 7 slaughter emblems. Needless to say, the remaining 3 slaughter emblems must be on Tianqing Wu and another pavilion master. Actually, if it weren't for the slaughter emblem appearing after killing Yang Tianlei this time, Yang Lei would have long since forgotten about this matter. However, among these incomplete items, what Yang Lei most wanted to complete was the poison scripture. The poison scripture was the item of the ancient poison king. He had only obtained 1/3 of it, and the remaining 2/3 were still missing. If his guess was correct, Zhou Dumei probably had 1/3, and as for the other 1/3, its whereabouts were unknown. Of course, it was also possible that Zhou Dumei had both of the remaining 2/3. But it was too difficult to obtain the poison scripture from Zhou Dumei's hands. There was no way. Kill Zhou Dumei? That was a joke. Unless his cultivation entered the martial saint realm, or even required mid-stage martial saint. Of course, if he was lucky, and the wind-concealing blade activated one-hit kill, it was also possible. Thinking of this, Yang Lei's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Should he consider negotiating with Zhou Dumei? He also possessed 1/3 of the poison scripture. If he used this 1/3 of the poison scripture to exchange for the parts in her hands, she might also be very interested. If he wanted to obtain the remaining parts of the poison scripture sooner, this would be the best method. After he dealt with the matters of the Wang family and the imperial family, he would make a trip to Yanshan to discuss with Zhou Dumei. If it could be done, then naturally there was nothing more to say. If not, then he would just have to wait until his strength was sufficient to kill her. The poison scripture was an item Yang Lei absolutely had to obtain. Having dealt with Yang Tianlei, Yang Lei directly headed towards the imperial palace. At this moment, the battle at the imperial palace must have reached its climax. Indeed, along the way, there were mountains of corpses. Many had died. They were basically all from the Wang family and the imperial palace imperial guards. Their cultivation levels were not high. The strongest was only at the martial emperor realm. For Yang Lei, there was nothing to regret. Such a small amount of experience points was merely a drop in the ocean. Yang Lei's main targets were those experts above the martial saint level, primarily Wang Bidao and Qian Tianfeng. They were the golden ones. Others were merely small fry, not worth Yang Lei's attention. The imperial palace's great formation had been breached. Yang Lei had an unobstructed path. He quickly arrived at the imperial palace's grand hall. At this moment, 3 factions were in a standoff. One faction was the imperial family, the other 2 were the Yang family and the Dongfeng family, and the third was the Wang family and the Zhao family. However, it was clear that the Yang family and the Dongfeng family currently held the upper hand. Yang Lei, you must give me an explanation. Seeing Yang Lei arrive, Wang Bidao's eyes were bloodshot. The Wang family and Qian family had fought fiercely, suffering great losses. It could be said that the Wang family had suffered the greatest losses here, followed by the Qian family. The Yang family, Dongfang family, and Zhao family, on the other hand, had suffered very little. It could be said that this time, the Wang family and Qian family were greatly wounded. Explanation? What explanation? Yang Lei chuckled lightly. Do you and I have any agreement? Did I promise you anything? You. Wang Badao was furious, but what Yang Lei said was the truth, leaving him no room to retort. I'll kill you. At this moment, Wang Bashuan roared and charged towards Yang Lei. His domineering fist power showed no sign of having suffered any damage. If you want to deal with my son, pass my test first. Yang Yu's figure moved, and he struck out with a palm, immediately blocking that mighty and domineering punch. Not only that, but he also sent Wang Bashuan flying back. If you make another move, I'll kill you first. Yang Yu's eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. Fourth brother, are you all right? Wang Badao helped Wang Bashuan up, asking with concern. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Big brother, I'm fine, I'm fine. The Yang family is too arrogant. Wang Bashuan glared fiercely at Yang Yu. He truly couldn't do anything to Yang Yu. Although he had reached the half-step martial god realm, he was still too far behind Yang Yu. Make it clear, what exactly do you mean? Invading my Qian family's imperial palace, what do you want? At this moment, Qian Tianfeng spoke up. He was also quite injured at this time. He originally thought that since Wang Badao no longer had his battle automaton, it would be easy to kill him. But he never expected that during the battle, Wang Badao actually broke through, reaching the martial god realm. His cultivation skyrocketed, and he unleashed the Overlord Fist with fierce power. He himself didn't dare to use his full strength, worrying about destroying the entire imperial palace, so he had to suppress his cultivation and restrain his aura. What do I want? Don't you know already? Yang Wudi looked at Qian Tianfeng coldly. Your Qian family took what belonged to our Yang family. It's time to return it. What did you say? What does my imperial family owe your Yang family? Xingxiao, what did you take from Minister Yang? Return it. Qian Tianfeng, understanding yet feigning ignorance, said to the emperor. My old ancestor, I. No need for acting. Let me say it then. This Qianyuan kingdom's territory originally belonged to my Yang family. But your Qian family, insidious and treacherous, exploited our ancestors' kindness and brazenly seized the fruits of victory that belonged to my Yang family. Today, 30 years to the east, 30 years to the west. It's time for the Qianyuan kingdom's throne to change hands. Yang Wudi said indifferently. Chapter 331, The Old Drunken Ghost Appears. That's right, this Qianyuan kingdom originally belongs to the Yang family. Our Dongfang family also supports Yang Yu in taking the throne. Old Demon Qian, you should just accept your fate. Dongfang Busi echoed. Although Dongfang Busi also had ambitions and wanted to control Qianyuan kingdom, he knew that this was impossible. Although the difference in power between the Dongfang family and the Yang family wasn't too great, due to Yang Lei's existence and the powerful being behind Yang Lei, Dongfang Busi wouldn't be foolish enough to become an enemy of the Yang family. Another important reason was that, for the Dongfang family, it was obvious that their relationship with the Qian family was not as good as with the Yang family, and the Qian family's strength was far inferior to the Yang family's. Yang Lei smiled and said, Family head Wang, what do you think? What do I think? We naturally won't agree. You Yang family want to take advantage? You're dreaming. Before Wang Badao could speak, Wang Bashuan shouted. Family head Wang, is what he says your intention? Yang Lei paid no attention to him, but rather smiled and said. This. Wang Badao hesitated. Big brother, why are you wasting words with them? Wang Bashuan said. If we let their Yang family get arrogant, then our Wang family is finished. Shut up. Wang Badao shouted loudly. Big brother, you. Wang Bashuan couldn't understand why his big brother was scolding him. There was no choice. Wang Badao understood that if he didn't agree, then the Wang family would certainly be finished, just like the Qian family, with absolutely no good outcome. Today, the Yang family was too powerful. Even the three families, no, even all four families together, might not be able to contend with the Yang family, because the Yang family had a powerful existence. Our Wang family also agrees. The Zhao family also agrees. Zhao Yuanshan also had no choice. The Zhao family's old ancestor understood very well that that person from the Yang family was too terrifying. Even the great perfection martial god divine beast, heavenly king tiger, was afraid. In that case, who could do anything to the Yang family? Going against the Yang family, wasn't that courting death? So, when Yang Yu said those words, Zhao Yuanshan said nothing. No. I am the emperor. I am the legitimate one. You are rebellious. This is treason. Emperor Qian Jingxiao shouted. What a joke. He was the emperor, with 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, 72 concubines, fine clothes, good food, and immense power. He could do whatever he wanted. How could he give up the throne? How could he give up this power? Rebellious? Treason? Yang Wudi coldly snorted. You Qian family still have the nerve to say such words. Will you surrender or die? You. Shut up. Don't say another word. Qian Tianfeng shouted. Old ancestor, but. I told you to shut up, didn't you hear? Qian Tianfeng glared at him, then turned and said to everyone, our Qian family is willing to relinquish the imperial throne, surrender the imperial palace, and leave the imperial palace. Good. In that case, you have 3 days to completely move out of the imperial palace. Also, nothing in the imperial palace's inner court is to be missing. Yang Wudi said. You. All right, we agree. Qian Tianfeng felt aggrieved, but he had no choice. Who told the Qian family to be weak today? Just at this moment, a voice appeared in everyone's ears, and a figure quickly appeared before everyone. You all disappoint me too much. Our Qian family has no cowards. Old ancestor. Qian Tianfeng was immediately overjoyed when he saw the newcomer. It's really the old ancestor? Seeing the newcomer, Qian Tianfeng was incredibly happy. The newcomer was Qian Yaolong, the 3rd-generation emperor of the Qian family, a genius of his generation. At 30, he entered the martial god realm, and at 120, he reached the great perfection martial god realm. To break through great perfection martial god and enter a higher level, he left Qianyuan kingdom to seek breakthroughs. Appraisal technique. Ding, appraisal technique failed, proficiency increased. The appraisal technique actually failed. Yang Lei was shocked. Could this person's cultivation have surpassed the martial god realm? This was troublesome. It seemed a great battle was unavoidable. But if he could kill this fellow, how much would his cultivation improve? This was the real big boss. So, the Qianyuan kingdom's imperial family still had such a powerful existence. Humph, you are audacious. You actually dared to rebel. Today, I will kill all of you and show the might of my Qian family. Qian Yaolong struck out with a palm. A powerful gust of wind arose, and everyone present immediately felt immense pressure. Heaven and earth seemed to be destroyed by this palm strike. Not good. Yang Wudi shouted loudly. Everyone, join forces. Dongfang Busi, Zhao Yuanshan, and Wang Badao knew the seriousness of the situation. This old fellow's cultivation was too formidable. How terrifying was the power of a single palm strike. Bang, bang, bang. Qian Yaolong's palm strike sent the crowd flying, all suffering varying degrees of injury. Old demon, take a move from me. Yang Lei consumed a great strength Vajra pellet and grasped the long saber in his hand. Heavenly blade first form. Today, Yang Lei's cultivation had reached the 8th stage martial emperor, so his power was naturally much stronger than before. That blade strike could definitely compare to the martial god realm, but Yang Lei knew very well that this old fellow's cultivation was too formidable. Unless he activated one-hit kill, he simply couldn't do anything to him. Power of law. So young, yet you've actually comprehended the power of law. I cannot spare you. Qian Yaolong was incredibly surprised. The young man in front of him was not old, and his cultivation wasn't high, yet he had actually comprehended the power of law. His talent was too monstrous. Such a genius, since he wasn't from the Qian family, must be eliminated, nipped in the bud. Otherwise, if he grew up, he would be impossible to stop, and that would be an enormous threat to the Qian family. Qiankuan finger. Qian Yaolong took a step forward, but his stride was very large, instantly covering more than 10 meters, making people gasp. Bang, bang, bang. This finger and Yang Lei's blade light collided. Yang Lei's heavenly blade first form was immediately shattered, and Qian Yaolong's figure paused for a moment. However, he didn't stop there, but continued to attack Yang Lei. Seeing such a situation, Yang Lei was shocked. This fellow's cultivation was indeed terrifying, actually easily taking his heavenly blade first form, seemingly without even a slight injury. Too strong. He was about to use teleportation to escape and avoid this strike, but at this moment, a hand reached out and took the blow. Chapter 332, Killing a Profound Truth Realm Expert. 1. Yang Lei was surprised. It turned out to be the old drunken ghost who made a move. Who dares to stop me? Qian Yaolong was greatly shaken. His strike's might and power were clearly immense. A martial god realm martial artist would definitely not be able to withstand it, unless they reached the profound truth realm, only then could they easily take it. Could it be that the Yang family also had a profound truth realm expert? If that were the case, then the Qian family would truly be in trouble this time. Why interfere in the matters of juniors? The old drunken ghost staggered out, holding a wine gourd, his face flushed red, as if he were drunk. This appearance made it difficult for anyone to associate him with the person who had just taken Qian Yaolong's Qiankuan finger. Who are you? Qian Yaolong felt awe in his heart. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the person in front of him, trying to see through his cultivation. But to his surprise, he simply couldn't discern his cultivation. This showed how terrifying this person was. If he wasn't hiding his cultivation with some magic artifact, then this person's cultivation was much stronger than his own. In other words, this person's cultivation might have reached the Tu Qi Yin Yang realm. Who I am isn't important. I only know that you'd best not interfere in the matters of juniors. The old drunken ghost took a sip of wine, exhaled a cloud of turbid air, then ignored Qian Yaolong and instead said to Yang Lei, "Young master, are you all right?" Young master? Qian Yaolong's head throbbed. This person was actually Yang Lei's servant. He couldn't accept this. But it was also understandable. Yang Lei was so young yet could comprehend the power of law. His talent must have been noticed by some great power who took him as a disciple, and this old drunken ghost was the servant that great power arranged to protect his disciple. I'm fine, fortunately you arrived in time. Otherwise, my little life would be over. You deal with this fellow. Yang Lei thought, with such a powerful subordinate, why wouldn't he use him? Alright, just cripple him and then hand him over to me. This fellow actually wanted to kill me. I want to show him what's what. The old drunken ghost couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed this young master was treating him as a mere errand boy to be ordered around. However, before he came, that person had said that he should only make a move if Yang Lei's life was truly threatened, if he would die without his intervention. So, Yang Lei wanting him to kill this first-stage profound truth realm fellow, he wouldn't do it. Thus, he shook his head and said, "Young master, this is something this old drunken ghost cannot do." You. Yang Lei was exasperated. And Qian Yaolong breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. If this old drunken ghost truly wanted to kill him, he would probably have difficulty escaping, and even if he could escape, he would be severely injured. 2 jars. What? The old drunken ghost's eyes lit up. How about 2 jars of drunken dream of death wine? The old drunken ghost swallowed a mouthful of saliva, but still shook his head. This fine wine was good, but he couldn't violate his superior's arrangements. No, no. The old drunken ghost still shook his head. No matter what you say, it won't work. I won't listen to you on this matter. Why not? How about 3 jars? Yang Lei said again. The old drunken ghost's mouth watered upon hearing this. He gulped down his saliva, but still shook his head. No, still no. Are you serious, old drunken ghost? Don't be so greedy. Don't forget, you're my servant now. I'm the master. You won't even do a small thing for me? 4 jars at most. No more. Yang Lei said. Qian Yaolong's mouth twitched upon hearing this. He was furious. He was even less valuable than a few jars of wine? However, Qian Yaolong didn't dare to say anything. After all, this old drunken ghost's cultivation was too terrifying. If this old drunken ghost really changed his mind, then he might truly lose. Old ancestor, kill him. Kill them. At this moment, Qian Jingxiao shouted. Kill us? What big words you have. A cold light flashed in Yang Wudi's eyes. Qian Jingxiao was even more frightened and quickly hid behind Qian Tianfeng. Yang Lei was also annoyed. Why did the old man scare him? If he made a move, infuriating everyone, and making that old demon Qian family move, then things would be easy. If he killed this old fellow, how many experience points, how many cultivation points would he get? This fellow was an expert beyond the martial god realm. A great perfection martial god martial artist could at least give him 900 billion experience points. And this fellow was a transcender of the martial god realm, so how many experience points would he get? At least over 1 trillion. In that case, he would definitely be able to enter the martial saint realm. Once he entered the martial saint realm, killing martial gods would be no problem at all. I'll just ask one question. Does your Qian family truly not want to leave the imperial palace and surrender the throne? Yang Lei felt it was time to add fuel to the fire. How could that be? You traitors! Qian Jingxiao the emperor cried out. This means you don't want to. In that case, Yang family disciples, listen to my command, kill them. Yang Lei shouted. Kill. Yang Wudi also roared. The old drunken ghost's expression changed upon hearing this. Wasn't this forcing him to make a move? Once he made a move, if he didn't restrain Qian Yaolong, the Yang family would definitely not be able to bear it, and Yang Lei, as the third young master of the Yang family, would definitely bear the brunt. At this moment, Yang Lei couldn't care less. If he didn't fight monsters and kill enemies, where would he get experience points? Where could he level up? Where would he get equipment? Where would he get cultivation points? Yang Lei's first target was Qian Tianfeng. Windblade 7 kills, 5 kills combined. Yang Lei swung his saber, and a blade qi transformed into a whirlwind, striking towards Qian Tianfeng. Qiankuan finger. Qian Tianfeng saw this and hastily raised a finger, the Qian family's most formidable ultimate technique, the Qiankuan finger. As the finger energy and blade qi were about to collide, the system's voice rang out. Ding, wind-concealing blade activated one-hit kill. Ding, congratulations to the player for killing Qian Tianfeng, gaining 10 billion experience points, 100 million qi power, and 100 million cultivation points. Ding, congratulations to the player for leveling up, advancing to 9th stage martial emperor. Ding, congratulations to the player for obtaining the Qiankuan finger. Ding, congratulations to the player for obtaining the heavenly heart armor. Upon first hearing the notification that he had obtained the Qiankuan finger, Yang Lei was speechless. He had already exchanged for the Qiankuan finger. Now that it dropped, wasn't it junk? The Qiankuan finger was useless to him now. Chapter 333, Killing a Profound Truth Realm Expert. 2. However, when he heard that the heavenly heart armor dropped afterwards, Yang Lei's excitement surged. This heavenly heart armor was something he had always dreamed of obtaining. That day at the Changfeng Merchant Guild auction, he had obtained a protective heavenly heart armor. He had inspected that protective armor and found that although its grade was only a top-grade spirit artifact, if complete, it would definitely be a divine artifact. Moreover, Yang Lei had a premonition that a complete heavenly heart armor might be more than just that. This time, he had obtained the heavenly heart armor again. How could Yang Lei not be happy? You actually killed Tianfeng? Qian Yaolong was enraged, completely furious. As a profound truth realm martial artist, he actually allowed someone to kill his descendant right in front of him. How could he not be angry? I'll kill you. Qiankuan finger. Qian Yaolong's cultivation was far superior to Qian Tianfeng's. The power of this strongest ultimate technique of the Qian family was naturally incomparable. A powerful surge of energy swept madly towards Yang Lei. This finger seemed to have transcended space, instantly arriving before Yang Lei. Yang Lei immediately flashed. Teleportation. In 1,000th of a breath, he appeared behind Qian Yaolong. Everyone originally thought Yang Lei would be hit by this attack and widened their eyes. But this terrifying finger was blocked by the old drunken ghost in that instant, which even surprised the old drunken ghost. He found that Yang Lei had actually appeared behind Qian Yaolong. Windblade 7 kills, 5 kills combined. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing first stage Profound Truth Realm expert Qian Yaolong, gaining 1 trillion experience points, 10 billion chi power, and 10 billion cultivation points. Ding! Congratulations to the player for leveling up, reaching Great Perfection Martial Emperor. Ding! Congratulations to the player for leveling up, reaching First Stage Martial Saint. Ding! Congratulations to the player for leveling up, reaching Second Stage Martial Saint. Ding! Congratulations to the player for leveling up, reaching Third Stage Martial Saint. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining 10 Starry Sky Stones. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining 100 high-grade Spirit Stones. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining 10 Profound Truth Pills. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the peak-grade Divine Artifact Qiankuan Gauntlet. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining 1 10,000 Li Divine Travel Talisman. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Qiankuan Diagram. Ding! The system has reached the upgrade requirements. Does the player wish to upgrade now? Great explosion! This was truly a great explosion. Yang Lei didn't know what Starry Sky Stones were, but he naturally knew what these high-grade Spirit Stones were. There were very few high-grade Spirit Stones in Qianyuan Kingdom. He had only obtained a few from his mother's ring. And the 4 great families hadn't discovered them. And the Profound Truth Pills, as the name suggested, these Profound Truth Pills must be used to help Great Perfection Martial God experts break through Martial God and enter the Profound Truth Realm. They were probably similar to the obstacle-breaking pills. Ding! Does the player wish to upgrade the system? If there is no reply within 10 seconds, the system will automatically upgrade. No. Yang Lei hurriedly replied. What a joke. Upgrading now? Upgrading takes time. And now he could easily exchange for more items. Once the system upgraded, it meant items would increase in price. He should take advantage of his current abundant cultivation points to exchange for some good things. This was a must. For example, the purple lightning thunder cannon used to kill Great Perfection Martial Gods. This was a good item. A weapon that could kill Great Perfection Martial God realm experts. A purple lightning thunder cannon cost 1.5 billion cultivation points. Once it upgraded, who knew if it would become 3 billion, or even 6 billion? If that were the case, he would suffer a huge loss. You actually killed Old Ancestor. You actually killed Old Ancestor. Kill them. Avenge Old Ancestor. Qian Jingkuan shouted. But everyone didn't move. They were all stunned. The weapons in their hands clattered to the ground. Hearing that shout, everyone recovered, especially the Qian family members, who all fled. What a joke! What kind of strength did Old Ancestor have? He was actually killed by Yang Lei. He was too terrifying. Where would they find the courage to fight him? Yang Lei hadn't expected his luck to be so good today. The wind-concealing blade had activated the one-hit kill skill twice in a row. This one-hit kill skill was extremely subtle, with a 1% chance. He actually activated it twice in a row. These 2 consecutive strikes killed 2 old ancestors of the Qian family, one was Qian Tianfeng, and the other was Qian Yaolong. Moreover, Qian Yaolong's cultivation was beyond the martial god realm, in the profound truth realm. Dongfang Busi of the Dongfang family, the Yang family members, and Wang Badao of the Wang family couldn't believe their eyes. What kind of cultivation did Qian Yaolong have? They had all felt it just now. Aside from the old drunken ghost, Yang Lei's servant, everyone else combined might not even be his opponent. And Yang Lei actually one-hit killed him, using just one move to kill him. At this moment, Wang Badao recovered and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If he had truly opposed Yang Lei, then the Wang family would definitely be finished, completely finished. This fellow actually hit himself so deeply. He was not even 20 years old yet, but he could actually kill such a powerful martial artist. What kind of monstrous genius was this? With the 2 old fellows of the Qian family dead, the outcome was naturally self-evident. No one dared to oppose him anymore. Now, does anyone still have any objections? At this moment, Yang Lei knew it was the best time to threaten them. No, none. They all shook their heads one by one. Now that the great matter is settled, I still have one request. At this moment, Yang Lei said. What request? Yang Lei looked at Wang Badao. This request is for your Wang family. What do you want us to do? As long as it can be done, we will certainly obey. Although Wang Badao was inwardly dissatisfied, being under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to bow his head. The life of Wang Zhenjuan. What? Wang Badao was startled, then shook his head repeatedly. Why? No, this is unacceptable. Don't you even ask why I want Wang Zhenjuan's life? Yang Lei's tone was calm. Why? Wang Badao asked in response. What Wang Zhenjuan did 10 years ago, you can ask him. Yang Lei said. Although Wang Badao didn't know what exactly happened, he had some guesses, and he knew his son's personality somewhat. Chapter 334, Killing Tianqing Wu. Go bring that unfilial son to me. Wang Badao roared loudly. No, don't capture me. Wang Zhenjuan knew very well that he had a grudge with Yang Lei. How could Yang Lei let him go? Absolutely impossible. So he thought of escaping, but his cultivation was too low. How could he escape? He was captured in just a moment. Several people brought Wang Zhenjuan before Wang Badao. Unfilial son, kneel for me. Wang Badao kicked him. Father, it wasn't me who offended him, it was Kuwair who offended him. Wang Zhenjuan didn't understand what was going on, but he explained. Kuwair? Wang Badao coldly snorted. Kuwair is dead. Of course, you can blame everything on him. 10 years ago, Kuwair was just a child. You actually blame him for that matter. 10 years ago? What happened 10 years ago? Wang Zhenjuan was stunned upon hearing this. He originally thought Yang Lei was looking for trouble because of a grudge, but hearing it was about something 10 years ago, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Still pretending? 10 years ago, you fancied a woman. Then that woman swore she would never follow you. As a result, you killed her entire family. You actually still say you don't know. Xia, come out. Yang Lei had already informed Chao Xia. At this moment, Chao Xia walked out from behind Yang Lei. Despicable scoundrel. Even if you turned to ash, I would recognize you. It was you who killed my father and mother. I want to kill you to avenge them. Chao Xia, upon seeing Wang Zhenjuan, wished she could eat his flesh and drink his blood, tearing him to shreds. You're that slut Luya. Wang Zhenjuan, upon seeing Chao Xia, immediately thought that this girl was just like that slutty woman. Humph, unfilial son. You unfilial son. Wang Badao saw this. If he still didn't understand what was going on, he would be a fool. So, with a slap, he knocked Wang Zhenjuan down. Wang Zhenjuan fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood and 2 teeth. Father, why did you hit me? Wang Zhenjuan covered his face and looked at his father. Unfilial son, you still have the nerve to speak? Wang Badao was furious. He never expected his son to do such a thing. Wang Badao, as the family head, a father, and a martial artist, though domineering, was dedicated to the development of the Wang family and devoted to martial arts. How could he have imagined his son would do such a thing? No one would allow such a thing to happen. Wang Badao turned to Yang Lei and said, Young Master Yang, I leave this unfilial son to your disposal. Having made such a decision, Wang Badao's heart bled. Although the son had done evil things, arguably heinous, he was still his biological son. To push his biological son out to die, how could he not be heartbroken? Father, you can't hand me over to him. He'll kill me. I'm your son. I'm your son. Wang Zhenjuan cried out repeatedly upon hearing this. Wang Badao turned away, completely ignoring Wang Zhenjuan. Young Master Yang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Father, I'm your son. Seeing his father leave, Wang Zhenjuan grew anxious. If he truly abandoned him, he would surely die. Although Wang Badao's heart bled, for the future of the Wang family, to protect the Wang family, Wang Badao had no choice but to abandon Wang Zhenjuan. Father. Yang Lei frowned. Make him shut up. The guards holding Wang Zhenjuan heard this, grabbed a piece of cloth, and stuffed it into his mouth. If there's nothing else, then we'll also take our leave. At this moment, Dongfang Busi and Zhao Yuanshan said one after another. After they all left, Yang Lei turned to Yang Wudi and the others and said, Grandfather, I'll leave things here to you. I have something to take care of. Alright, don't worry. We'll handle things here. Yang Wudi said. Yang Lei nodded, picked up Wang Zhenjuan, and left with Chao Xia. Soon, the two arrived at a place. This place was the Chao family, but today it had become a wasteland. And not far from the wasteland, was the graveyard of Chao Xia's parents. Yang Lei, Chao Xia, and Lu Wei stood before the graves, with Wang Zhenjuan kneeling to one side. Father, mother, today your daughter avenges you. Big sister, brother-in-law, I've come to visit you. You can rest in peace in heaven. Xia and I have finally found your killer. We can offer his head as a sacrifice to you. Lu Wei said in a low voice. Yang Lei heard this and pulled out the rag stuffed in his mouth. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Wang Zhenjuan was scared and kept retreating, continuously shouting. Xia, make your move. Yang Lei didn't look at him, but said to Chao Xia. Chao Xia nodded slightly, holding the dark devil sword in her hand, and walked step by step towards Wang Zhenjuan. Star Contemplation Residence. Thank you, young master. Thank you for helping me avenge my sister. Chao Xia looked at Yang Lei with gratitude. Yang Lei shook his head upon hearing this. No need to thank me. This is what I should do. Moreover, I promised you before that I would completely destroy the Wang family, but I haven't done it yet. No, this is already enough. The one who killed my parents was just Wang Zhenjuan. Chao Xia was not a bloodthirsty person, her heart was very kind. You're here. Tianqing Wu said. I've obtained that item. Yang Tianlei casually held the box in his hand. Good. Tianqing Wu shouted excitedly. This time I can finally get my revenge. Yang Lei, oh Yang Lei, I don't see how you can survive this time. Tianqing Wu snatched the box from Yang Tianlei's hand and laughed maniacally. However, he didn't know that this person was not the real Yang Tianlei. The real Yang Tianlei had already been killed by Yang Lei. Originally, with Tianqing Wu's martial god realm cultivation, he should have been able to discern some clues. But because he was too excited, he was too eager to kill Yang Lei, so he didn't pay careful attention. Yang Tianlei, guard the perimeter for me. This time, I'll see how Yang Lei escapes my assassination. Tianqing Wu laughed wildly. Good, Yang Tianlei, can finally get my revenge. Yang Lei feigned extreme excitement. Yang Lei watched Tianqing Wu enter the room, take out a straw effigy, and paste Yang Lei's name, along with his birth date, onto it. Chapter 335, Spoils of War. Next, Tianqing Wu smeared Yang Lei's blood from the box onto the straw effigy. Having completed everything, he respectfully stood before the straw effigy. Yang Lei, this time I'll see if you're still alive. He bowed once. Then Tianqing Wu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. How is this possible? This is impossible. I've suffered a backlash. An opportunity? Yang Lei's eyes lit up. Heavenly Blade First Form. Yang Lei launched a blade light, which instantly pierced Tianqing Wu's back. You. Yang Tianlei, you killed me? Tianqing Wu's vitality was truly tenacious. Struck by Yang Lei's Heavenly Blade First Form, he actually managed to turn around. Who do you think I am? Yang Lei said. You're Yang Lei? Humph, Heavenly Star Pavilion Master, your Heavenly Star Pavilion is about to be erased. It's your Heavenly Star Pavilion's fault for not killing anyone else, but repeatedly trying to kill me. Yang Lei looked at him indifferently. You. Ding, congratulations to the player for killing a second-stage martial god, gaining 10 billion experience points, 100 million chi power, and 100 million cultivation points. Ding, congratulations to the player for obtaining the Nailhead 7 Arrows book. Nailhead 7 Arrows book. It was indeed the Nailhead 7 Arrows book. Appraisal technique. Nailhead 7 Arrows book, a magic artifact of the ancient demon emperor Luya, currently in a 9-level sealed state. So, Yang Lei thought this Nailhead 7 Arrows book was an imitation, but to his surprise, it was actually the genuine article, just in a sealed state. Powerful, extremely powerful. Of course, Yang Lei knew that this item was not very useful right now. It required the enemy's blood to achieve its true effect. In other words, it was essentially a chicken rib, a waste to discard, but tasteless to eat. Of course, if it were completely unsealed, this item would be formidable. After all, it was an item of the ancient demon emperor. Store it away. After obtaining this Nailhead 7 Arrows book, there was nothing else. This surprised Yang Lei. This fellow actually didn't have that slaughter emblem. He had already obtained 4 slaughter emblems, with 3 remaining. Yang Lei originally thought killing this fellow would yield 1 or 2, but he didn't expect to get even 1. Having dealt with Tianqing Wu, Yang Lei walked out of the room. Just as he arrived in front of the drunken immortal pavilion, he met a person. This person was Tianyi. Young Master Yang, the situation has changed. Tianqing Wu is about to make a move. Tianyi said. No need to worry. Tianqing Wu has already been killed by me. Yang Lei said. What? Killed? Is that true? Tianyi was extremely excited upon hearing this. That's right, he has been killed by me. You don't need to worry at all anymore. Yang Lei nodded slightly. Your grudge is considered avenged. However, you now need to clearly tell me who the other pavilion master of Heavenly Star Pavilion is. What are his specific details? I'm not clear about this. Of the 2 pavilion masters of Heavenly Star Pavilion, Tianqing Wu was one, and he was also the one who gave orders. The other, I only know his name is Chu Xiang. However, his specific situation is completely unclear. He is even more mysterious than Tianqing Wu. No one knows his whereabouts, and his cultivation has also reached the martial god level. Tianyi said. So that's how it is. You now return to Heavenly Star Pavilion and investigate his information. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. I feel that this other pavilion master of Heavenly Star Pavilion is even more formidable than Tianqing Wu. Although Yang Lei had received some information about Heavenly Star Pavilion before, after killing Tianqing Wu, a premonition arose in Yang Lei's heart. This other Heavenly Star Pavilion master would be much more difficult to deal with than Tianqing Wu. Yes, young master. Tianyi nodded slightly, paused, then looked at him and said, Young master, I want to ask, where is Tianqing Wu's corpse? Yang Lei heard this and threw out a corpse. This corpse was Tianqing Wu. That's right, this is indeed Tianqing Wu. Tianyi's expression was agitated. Naturally. This time he was unlucky, actually letting me succeed in a sneak attack. If it weren't for the sneak attack, it would have taken quite some effort. Yang Lei said. By the way, Tianyi, I want to ask, do you possess a slaughter emblem? Yang Lei was curious. Tianqing Wu didn't have a slaughter emblem, but Tianyi, as one of Heavenly Star Pavilion's assassins, might have it. Slaughter emblem? Tianyi was stunned, then immediately took out an emblem. Young master, are you referring to this? That's right, that's it. That's what I'm looking for. Yang Lei looked at the slaughter emblem in his hand. He hadn't expected to find one by simply asking. If young master wants it, then Tianyi will offer it to young master. Tianyi said. Yang Lei naturally didn't refuse. He reached out and took it, examining it carefully. This emblem was orange. He had now obtained 5 emblems, red, crimson, orange, green, and azure. So, the remaining 2 should be blue and purple. However, did Tianyi know the use of this emblem? Tianyi, do you know the purpose of this emblem? Tianyi shook his head upon hearing this. I don't know. This emblem was distributed to us by the pavilion master, but he didn't tell us its purpose, only that it was very important. Yang Lei was even more confused. He said this emblem was very important, so why didn't he keep it for himself? Or give it to the person he trusted most? Or to someone with high cultivation? But this didn't fit. He had killed Heavenly Star Pavilion assassins, and it wasn't necessarily those with high cultivation who had it. Alright, it's fine if you don't know. This time when you return, remember to work hard and take control of Heavenly Star Pavilion for me. If you can't, you know the consequences. As for the other pavilion master, you must not act rashly. Just investigate his information for me, especially his whereabouts. Don't worry about anything else. Yang Lei looked at him and said. Yes, young master. I, Tianyi, swear that I will certainly brave fire and water for young master. Tianyi raised his hand and swore. Returning to the Star Contemplation residence, Yang Lei went to his room and began cultivating to consolidate his realm. Yang Lei felt that his cultivation techniques were also on the verge of breakthroughs, profound origin art and ice heart art. Especially the profound origin art, which had reached the brink of a breakthrough. It had long since reached the 9th layer of the profound origin art, and now he felt it was at the limit of its realm, ready to break through at any time. But it seemed breaking through this barrier was not so easy. Chapter 336, It's the He Clan Jade Again. 1. On this day, Yang Lei cultivated for 3 hours but showed no signs of a breakthrough. Yang Lei was helpless. He originally felt that he could break through very quickly with quiet cultivation, but he failed to achieve his goal, which frustrated him. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't think about it anymore. Going with the flow might be better. He hadn't had time to carefully examine the spoils he obtained from killing Qian Yalong. Now, he had some time. Starry Sky Stone, a top-grade artifact forging material, could be used to forge spatial attribute equipment. However, Yang Lei's artifact forging skills hadn't reached that level yet. Of course, the most important thing was that he didn't want to waste it, because he was still unfamiliar with rune mastery. Although the rune system had been introduced, he simply hadn't had time to exchange for rune techniques. In other words, he hadn't cultivated rune techniques. As for the spirit stones, needless to say, other items such as profound truth pills, 10,000 Li divine travel talismans, and Qiankuan diagrams. Among these three items, the Qiankuan diagram was the most inscrutable to Yang Lei. The Qiankuan diagram was an unknown treasure. Its appearance looked like a scroll. This scroll simply couldn't be opened now. He couldn't inspect it, and nothing could be discerned from it. Everything was a question mark? However, Yang Lei knew that if his appraisal technique couldn't discern it now, then this item was definitely extraordinary, not ordinary. Although he really wanted to know what this scroll was and what secrets it hid, he could only wait until later to figure it out. Furthermore, the Profound Truth pill was a 9th grade heaven tier pill. Yang Lei thought it was a pill to break through the Great Perfection Martial God barrier and enter the Profound Truth realm, but he didn't expect that this pill was actually used to lay a good foundation for the Profound Truth realm, consolidating the foundation and nurturing the origin. Those who stepped from the Martial God realm into the Profound Truth realm, more or less, felt their foundation unstable, especially those with an unstable foundation. If they consumed the Profound Truth pill, it would consolidate their foundation, making it more robust. For cultivators, the more robust the foundation, the greater their future achievements. And this Profound Truth pill was an excellent foundation for the Profound Truth realm, so this item was absolutely priceless. Of course, Yang Lei wasn't very clear about all of this, because he simply didn't know about matters above the Profound Truth realm. The 10,000 Li divine travel talisman, as its name suggested, was too obvious. 10,000 Li divine travel talisman, 5-star spirit talisman. It could fly rapidly, traveling 10,000 Li in a single day. Its speed was astonishing, making it an excellent escape talisman. For Yang Lei, this item, combined with his teleportation, could allow him to escape even if he encountered a powerful figure like the old drunken ghost, leaving him helpless. However, it was a pity that there was only one 10,000 Li divine travel talisman, which was too few. If there were more than 10, that would be about right. Finally, there was one more item, the Qiankuan gauntlet. Qiankuan gauntlet, 3rd grade heaven tier, low-grade divine artifact. Impenetrable by blades and spears, impervious to water and fire. It could boost power by 20% and was of great help to cultivators who practiced fist and leg techniques. However, this gauntlet was not very helpful to him, but it was a divine artifact after all, and should not be underestimated. Young master, have you really broken through the Martial Emperor realm and reached the Martial Saint level? Because Yang Lei didn't use the breath-concealing ring to alter his aura, the old drunken ghost easily saw through Yang Lei's cultivation. How is this possible? How is this possible? Earlier, when Yang Lei killed Qian Yaolong, due to his increased cultivation, coupled with the breath-concealing ring, and Yang Lei's intentional concealment, the old drunken ghost hadn't noticed. But now that Yang Lei wasn't hiding it, how could the old drunken ghost not notice? This result greatly surprised him. Before, he was just an 8th-stage martial emperor, but in just a few days, his cultivation had suddenly reached the 3rd-stage martial saint. Such a cultivation speed was truly too fast, unbelievably fast. Since he had been discovered, Yang Lei didn't hide anything and nodded slightly. That's right, Uncle Lin, my cultivation has reached the 3rd-stage martial saint. Then what was your cultivation before? Uncle Lin, do you recognize this? Yang Lei stretched out his hand, revealing the breath-concealing ring on his finger. This is a breath-concealing ring? The old drunken ghost was startled. Although a breath-concealing ring wasn't an immortal artifact or divine artifact, it was extremely rare because the materials for forging it were extremely difficult to find. And forging such a high-grade breath-concealing ring was even rarer. Even the old drunken ghost himself didn't have the top-grade materials to forge a breath-concealing ring. Furthermore, even if he had the materials, it was uncertain if anyone knew how to forge it. It was said that the method for forging this top-grade breath-concealing ring had been lost. What could be forged were merely some defective products. That's right. Actually, I've always been hiding my cultivation, but Uncle Lin, you absolutely must not tell anyone. Yang Lei simply lied. If he said that he had broken through from 8th stage martial emperor to 3rd stage martial saint in such a short time, the trouble would be immense. He might even be captured for research or even dissection. Some people would truly do anything to improve their cultivation. Who could guarantee that this old drunken ghost wouldn't do the same? Naturally, that is natural. Young master, you must properly keep that ring. That ring is too precious. The old drunken ghost admonished. Young Lei smiled without speaking, not understanding why he said that. Such a breath-concealing ring wasn't too precious to Young Lei. Of course, if he needed to exchange for it, the required cultivation points were indeed not small. After putting on the breath-concealing ring again, Yang Lei adjusted his aura back to the 8th stage martial emperor level. This level wasn't too conspicuous. Since he was already showing an 8th stage martial emperor aura, there was no need to hide it further. Wei Wei, Xia. Lu Wei and Chao Xia had just arrived from that side. Upon seeing them, Yang Lei greeted them. Young Master. Young Master Yang, thank you so much this time. Thank you for avenging my sister and brother-in-law. Lu Wei said gratefully. No need to say more. This was just a small matter. Besides, you've already thanked me. Moreover, Xia is my woman, so I will certainly fulfill what I promised her. Yang Lei said with a faint smile. Chapter 337, It's the He Clan Jade again. 2. That's not how you should say it. I have nothing to repay you with. This is something I accidentally acquired. Although I'm not sure what it is, I believe its origin must be extraordinary. Please don't despise it. At this moment, Lu Wei took out an object. This object resembled a stone, appearing very ordinary, but holding it in hand, it was anything but ordinary, constantly alternating between hot and cold. This is? I don't know what it is either. But this stone-like object, no matter what, cannot be broken, and it contains powerful energy. I've studied it for many years but haven't found its secret. So, I brought it to you, hoping that you can unravel its mystery. I hope you are the destined one. Lu Wei said with a smile. Appraisal technique. Ding, congratulations to the player for successful appraisal. Appraisal technique proficiency increased. He Clan Jade. He Clan Jade, the famous imperial seal of China. It is engraved with Receive the mandate from heaven, may you live long and prosper. This is an item belonging to the ancient Qin emperor. It contains powerful energy and possesses very mysterious power. His Yang Lei couldn't help but widen his eyes, then took a deep breath. This item actually appeared. The He Clan Jade, the imperial seal. This item was truly extraordinary. According to records, this was the imperial seal, the symbol of the ancient Chinese emperors. Legend has it that after Qin Shi Huang unified China by destroying the 6 states, he obtained the He Clan Jade and had it polished into the imperial seal, commissioning Prime Minister Li Si to engrave the 8 seal script characters Receive the mandate from heaven, may you live long and prosper on it. From then on, it became the symbol of legitimacy for successive dynasties. In his world, many legendary items had appeared on this profound origin continent, making Yang Lei even more excited. This further confirmed that this world must have a mysterious connection with Earth. Moreover, Yang Lei suspected that there might be other people from Earth in this world, and these people were likely some formidable old monsters. This item was like owing Lu Wei a huge favor, and not just an ordinary one. Yang Lei looked at Lu Wei and said, Thank you, Auntie Wei. This item is very important to me. This time, I owe you a favor. If you want anything, as long as I have it, I can give it to you. Lu Wei was startled upon hearing this. She never expected that giving him an unknown stone would cause such a strong reaction from him. It's nothing. If you really want to thank me, then just treat Xia well in the future. I don't need you to do anything else. Lu Wei shook her head and said. Auntie Wei, you can rest assured about that. I've already said that Xia is my woman, so I naturally won't let her suffer any grievances. Yang Lei said with a light smile. That's good. I believe you'll keep your word. Lu Wei nodded with satisfaction. How about this, Auntie Wei? I've refined some pills here that might be of some use to you. Yang Lei thought for a moment, then took out several jade bottles, containing various pills such as regeneration pills, detoxification pills, meridian unblocking pills, great strength Vajra pellets, etc. These pills were all personally refined by Yang Lei, all perfected pills. Although some were not very high grade, they were definitely top-notch pills, items that were hard to buy even with money. This? I can't accept this. Lu Wei was extremely shocked upon seeing them. These pills were all perfected pills, all top-grade pills. Auntie Wei, please accept these without worry. These pills are not peerless immortal pills. They are all pills I refined myself. There are still many more here, so please don't be polite, Auntie Wei. However, please don't tell others. Yang Lei saw her refuse and had to explain. You refined them yourself? Lu Wei widened her eyes again. This surprised her even more. These were all perfected pills. An alchemist who could refine perfected pills would be a distinguished guest even in some major immortal sects. She never expected Yang Lei, so young, to already be a grandmaster alchemist. This made Lu Wei wonder if Yang Lei was even human, or perhaps some old senior who had reverted to youth. Yang Lei nodded slightly. Since that's the case, then I won't be polite. Seeing Yang Lei say that, Lu Wei also stopped being polite. If these pills were refined by him, then he definitely wouldn't be short of them. At most, she would find him some medicinal herbs later. After all, Xia was his woman, so giving something to her maiden family was only natural. At this moment, Lu Wei felt that her grandniece following Yang Lei was not a bad thing at all, but rather a great fortune. Yang Lei was young, very powerful in cultivation, possessed monstrous talent, and could even refine pills as a grandmaster alchemist. Such a person would definitely be extraordinary in the future. By his side, Xia's prospects and achievements would certainly be far greater than her own. Thank you, young master. Chao Xia showed a grateful smile. We're all family, no need to be so polite. At this moment, the old drunken ghost also recovered from his daze. This young master of his was not simple, far from as simple as he had imagined. Earlier, with his cultivation, he killed Qian Yaolong of the Profound Truth Realm. This had already astonished people. Although the old drunken ghost was certain this was due to some secret art, it was still very impressive. He originally thought Yang Lei's body would suffer great damage after using this secret art, but these past few days of observation showed no problems. This made him both happy and worried. In the evening, Yang Lei was alone in his room. Ding, do you want to upgrade the system? He couldn't upgrade now. He needed to exchange for some items first before considering it later. The items Yang Lei wanted to exchange for now were the Purple Lightning Thunder Cannon, the White Dragon Sword Art, and Rune Art. These three were all necessary. The Purple Lightning Thunder Cannon was essential for killing great perfection martial gods. The White Dragon Sword Art was what Baisuzhen needed. Because he had only exchanged for the first 18 scrolls before, this White Dragon Sword Art had a total of 108 scrolls. It originally only cost 5 million cultivation points, but now it had become 50 million cultivation points. Actually, Yang Lei could have exchanged for it earlier, but because Baisuzhen was in a state of cultivation and unconscious, exchanging for it wouldn't have had much effect. Chapter 338, Exchanging for the Purple Lightning Thunder Cannon. As for the Rune Art, it was also something that needed to be exchanged for. If he exchanged for the Rune Art, it could help him with artifact forging. Now, if his artifact forging skill wanted to level up and forge higher grade items, he would definitely have to use rune restrictions to do so. Ding, does the player wish to exchange for the Purple Lightning Thunder Cannon? Exchange. Ding, congratulations to the player for obtaining the Purple Lightning Thunder Cannon. After exchanging for the Purple Lightning Thunder Cannon, Yang Lei discovered that this Purple Lightning Thunder Cannon actually required cannonballs. These cannonballs were said to be like spirit stones, in short, things that contained energy. Now that the purple lightning thunder cannon had been exchanged for, it only had one cannonball, meaning it could only fire once. Looking closely, each cannonball for the purple lightning thunder cannon required one peak-grade spirit stone. Its power could kill a profound truth realm martial artist. One peak-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 high-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. The exchange rate is 100 times. Yang Lei couldn't help but widen his eyes. He originally thought it could kill a great perfection martial god, but now it seemed the power of the purple lightning thunder cannon was truly no joke. It could actually kill a profound truth realm expert. The pity was that the price of the cannonballs was too expensive. One cannonball already required one peak-grade spirit stone. A peak-grade spirit stone was also equivalent to 100 high-grade spirit stones. Now, Yang Lei only had a total of 100 high-grade spirit stones. No, adding the spirit stones in the limitless ring, he had a total of 106 high-grade spirit stones, 50 mid-grade spirit stones, and over 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Calculated this way, he could only exchange for one purple lightning thunder cannonball with full power. This was truly too frustrating, a huge difference. Helplessly, 1.5 billion cultivation points had been exchanged for this item. Looking again, Yang Lei breathed a sigh of relief, discovering that there was also a type of cannonball with slightly less power. This slightly less powerful cannonball could kill great perfection martial god realm martial artists, but it still required a considerable amount of spirit stones, 10 high-grade spirit stones per cannonball. In other words, his current spirit stones could only exchange for 10 small power cannonballs. Gritting his teeth, Yang Lei decided not to exchange yet and would consider the situation later. After all, if he encountered an enemy later, he could run first, and then exchange for them. It wouldn't be too late. Ding, does the player wish to exchange for the complete white dragon sword art? Exchange. Ding, congratulations to the player for obtaining the complete white dragon sword art, a total of 108 scrolls, consuming 50 million cultivation points. 50 million cultivation points were negligible for Yang Lei. It caused no significant harm. Yang Lei was now a wealthy man. Killing Qian Yaolong had earned him 10 billion cultivation points. Exchanging for the purple lightning thunder cannon earlier consumed 1.5 billion. Now he had over 8 billion left. After consuming another 50 million cultivation points, he had 8.8 billion cultivation points remaining. Suddenly, Yang Lei remembered a very serious matter. The system upgrade required 100 million cultivation points, but after exchanging for various items like the purple lightning thunder cannon, he only had over 8 billion left, which wasn't enough cultivation points to upgrade the system. Yang Lei patted his head, inwardly cursing himself for being foolish. He was truly too dizzy. If he upgraded the system, although these items might be a bit more expensive, there would be other items to exchange for. Who knew what other items would be available after the system upgrade? Perhaps something a bit cheaper but still able to kill great perfection martial god experts? Regret, extreme regret. Yang Lei couldn't help but beat his chest and stomp his feet. He was truly too dizzy. But now, regret was useless. He could only wait until he had enough cultivation points later. Rune art was just elementary rune art and intermediate rune art. Elementary rune art required 1 million cultivation points, and intermediate rune art required 30 million. This was nothing to Yang Lei. Immediately exchange for intermediate rune art. Unfortunately, there was no advanced rune art. If there were, Yang Lei would naturally choose to exchange for advanced rune art. Ding, does the player wish to exchange for intermediate rune art? Exchange. Ding, congratulations to the player for obtaining intermediate rune art. Having obtained intermediate rune art, he naturally had to learn it, so Yang Lei immediately chose to learn it. Ding, does the player wish to learn intermediate rune art? Learn. Ding, congratulations to the player for learning intermediate rune art. Of course, just learning intermediate rune art wasn't enough. It was just learning. Without actual runes, how could he carve runes? So, after learning rune art, he also needed runes. These runes could also be exchanged for. Yang Lei looked at the runes that could be exchanged for within the system. There were acceleration runes, spirit gathering runes, and sharpness runes. Currently, there were only these three types, and the best were only intermediate runes. There were no advanced runes. These three intermediate runes cost 10 million cultivation points each to exchange for. So, the total for three intermediate runes was 900,000 cultivation points. Ding, does the player wish to exchange for intermediate acceleration runes? Exchange. Ding, congratulations to the player for obtaining intermediate acceleration runes. Ding, does the player wish to exchange for intermediate spirit gathering runes? Exchange. Ding, congratulations to the player for obtaining intermediate spirit gathering runes. Ding, does the player wish to exchange for intermediate sharpness runes? Exchange. Ding, congratulations to the player for obtaining intermediate sharpness runes. Yang Lei thought for a moment. Did he need to exchange for an elementary rune? After all, although his rune art had reached the intermediate level, it didn't mean that when he forged weapons, he could quickly integrate rune art into the forging process, and even carve intermediate runes? After some thought, Yang Lei still shook his head. This problem could wait until later. If he couldn't carve intermediate runes when forging, he could exchange for them then. Exchanging for so many items had only consumed less than 1.7 billion cultivation points in total. Currently, Yang Lei still had over 8.7 billion remaining. Consuming over a billion. He wanted to reach over 10 billion cultivation points again. He needed to kill at least 2 martial god realm experts to reach 10 billion and allow the system to upgrade. Chapter 339, Profound Origin Art 10th Layer. 1. In that case, should he exchange for 2 small power purple lightning thunder cannonballs? After thinking about it, Yang Lei finally decided to exchange for them. Although he might be able to complete the Heavenly Star Pavilion mission in a few days, and then he could completely replace Heavenly Star Pavilion and complete the mission, the rewards would definitely be abundant. Thus, the cultivation points would surely not be few. However, Yang Lei was worried that this mission would not be so easy to complete. This fellow Chu Xiang was not to be trifled with, so to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, exchanging for a few small power cannonballs was necessary. Not too many, two would be enough. Ding, does the player wish to exchange for a small power purple lightning thunder cannonball? Exchange for 2 small power purple lightning thunder cannonballs. Ding, 2 small power purple lightning thunder cannonballs require the consumption of 20 high-grade spirit stones. Is the player sure? Sure. Ding, congratulations to the player for obtaining 2 small power purple lightning thunder cannonballs, consuming 20 high-grade spirit stones. This was unavoidable. 20 high-grade spirit stones truly made Yang Lei's heart ache a little. After consuming 20 high-grade spirit stones, Yang Lei only had 86 high-grade spirit stones left. If he wanted to obtain a powerful purple lightning thunder cannonball, it was impossible. Yang Lei only hoped that after killing Chu Xiang, he could obtain some spirit stones, or complete the replacement spirit stone mission reward. However, after exchanging for these 2 small power purple lightning thunder cannonballs, his heart felt much more at ease. This time, even if a great perfection martial god expert like Heavenly King Tiger came to cause trouble, he could kill him, completely kill him, turning him into his cultivation points. His mind was like ice, fearing nothing even if the sky fell. Yang Lei cultivated the ice heart art, quickly entering a mysterious state. Next, Yang Lei felt his spiritual power surge, breaking through. The ice heart art gently broke through, entering the 7th layer. From several months ago, Yang Lei's ice heart art had reached the 6th layer, but it only broke through to the 7th layer now. As for the profound origin art, it had long since reached the 9th layer, and now it had reached great perfection of the 9th layer, ready to break through to the 10th layer at any time. When Yang Lei once again circulated the profound origin art, something surprising happened. The profound origin art, which was originally difficult to break through, actually broke through without any hindrance this time, advancing from the 9th layer to the 10th layer. As the profound origin art advanced from the 9th layer to the 10th layer, Yang Lei's true essence increased by more than 3 times. Currently, Yang Lei's true essence was far more abundant than ordinary people's. Although his current true essence could not be compared to a martial god realm expert, it was only stronger, not weaker, than an ordinary great perfection martial saint. Although Yang Lei's realm had not yet reached great perfection martial saint, if he used the wind blade 7 kills, he could definitely easily kill a great perfection martial saint. It could be said that Yang Lei was now invincible below the martial god realm. These 2 days, Yang Lei's cultivation broke through, and he didn't do anything else, only continuously refined pills, and also created talismans. Of course, the pills were various elixirs such as detoxification pills, chi restoration pills, great strength vajra pellets, etc. As for talismans, they were naturally stealth talismans and immobilization talismans. These 2 types of talismans were the most practical right now. Additionally, Yang Lei also tried to refine a batch of face-changing pills, but unfortunately, he didn't succeed. 3 days later. Tianyi, how are the investigations going? Yang Lei looked at Tianyi and said. Reporting to young master, I have investigated thoroughly. Chu Xiang is cultivating a strange art. Currently, Heavenly Star Pavilion is being controlled by Tianqing Wu's son, Tianqing Hong. However, Tianqing Hong doesn't yet know that his father, Tianqing Wu, has been killed. Yang Lei nodded. So, have you clearly investigated the specific location where Chu Xiang is cultivating? For Yang Lei, Tianqing Hong was not a threat. His cultivation was merely mid-stage martial saint, inferior even to Tianyi. Moreover, Tianyi had mentioned that Tianqing Hong had tried to kill him, so Yang Lei naturally had no objections. Therefore, the biggest threat to Heavenly Star Pavilion now was Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang was a first-stage martial god expert, but he was too mysterious. No one knew what cultivation technique he was practicing. However, Yang Lei was not afraid. As long as he found him, he could easily learn this situation using his appraisal technique. Yin Soul Cave. Yin Soul Cave? Where is that Yin Soul Cave? This name alone suggested it was not a good place. It truly sent shivers down one's spine. Yin Soul Cave is where Heavenly Star Pavilion assassins train. This place is used by Heavenly Star Pavilion to test the assassin's willpower and determination. Those with weak willpower simply cannot survive more than an hour. Only those who can endure a day in the Yin Soul Cave are considered qualified assassins and can debut to kill. Tianyi explained. Yin Soul Cave, interesting. Yang Lei's mouth slightly curled. Could this Yin Soul Cave be similar to the Yang family's illusory cave? Could there also be mysterious treasures inside? He was truly looking forward to it. Noon, Big Orange Village. How is your cultivation progressing now? Looking at everyone, Yang Lei found that the strength of Soul Flash and the others had improved compared to before. Although most people's realms hadn't advanced, their combat power had made great progress. Soul Slaughter art was indeed formidable. It was a pity he couldn't cultivate it. Young master, you're here. We are all ready. When do we set off? Soul Flash and Soul Gloom were very excited. Heavenly Soul would be rebuilt again, which meant that the reputation of the Soul clan could finally be restored. Yang Lei looked at them and smiled. Your cultivation progress satisfies me greatly. As for when we set off, I came for this very matter. Tomorrow we can set off. Our target is the largest assassin organization in Qianyuan Kingdom, Heavenly Star Pavilion. Your objective is to kill those who resist. I will deal with the Heavenly Star Pavilion Master. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone shouted in unison. Do you have confidence? Yang Lei asked again. Yes. The sound shook the heavens. Chapter 340, Profound Origin Art 10th Layer. 2. Yang Lei couldn't help but think, these fellows are indeed violent. As soon as they hear about killing people, they all get so excited. Is it because of the soul-refining art he gave them to cultivate? They didn't seem so violent before, did they? Alright, having confidence is good. However, this operation might cost lives, so those among you whose cultivation hasn't reached the martial emperor realm don't need to go. Yang Lei said. Why? We want to go too. I'll be able to break through from martial sovereign to martial emperor realm very soon. Someone shouted. No means no. This is an order. Yang Lei said coldly. Sigh. Those who hadn't reached the martial emperor realm all sighed, while those whose cultivation was above martial emperor were all beaming with joy and excitement. Yang Lei gently shook his head. 10 of these people had already reached martial saint, and 27 were martial emperors. So, this time, 37 people could participate in the operation. Their cultivation speed was too monstrous, Yang Lei thought to himself. But he didn't realize that his own cultivation speed was even more monstrous. In a short time, he was already a third-stage martial saint, and his combat power was even more monstrous, already invincible below the martial god realm. What kind of monstrous genius was that? These members of the Soul clan were truly incomparable to him. Alright, rest well today, and prepare your spirits. We will act tomorrow. Yang Lei waved his hand, dismissing everyone. Yang Lei shook his head, turned around, but then frowned. He activated his true eagle eyes and found that the old drunken ghost was actually right behind him. If it weren't for the old drunken ghost being careless this time, he truly wouldn't have been able to detect him. Yang Lei walked not far from Big Orange Village and then stopped, saying, Old Lin, you can come out now. The old drunken ghost was startled. His cultivation had long surpassed the profound truth realm, and his stealth skills were top-notch. Yet, he hadn't expected Yang Lei to actually discover him. However, since he had been discovered, there was no need to hide anymore. Young master. Why are you following me? Do you also know about my affairs? Yang Lei now couldn't help but be wary of the old drunken ghost. This old fellow was following him. For no reason. If he had any schemes, he would truly have difficulty dealing with them. Young master, don't worry. I bear you no ill will and will not do anything unfavorable to you. What kind of person was the old drunken ghost? He was an old fox who had cultivated for many years. Alright, since you say so, then I'll believe you. If you have any schemes, or any strange ideas, then just try it. See if I can eliminate you. As Yang Lei spoke these words, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. This shocked the old drunken ghost. Such an aura, such confidence. He truly was her son. Don't worry, I said I wouldn't do anything unfavorable to you. The old drunken ghost smiled. I am your subordinate, how could I do anything unfavorable to you? You said you are my subordinate, so if I give you a task, will you do it or not? Yang Lei looked at him and said. These words made the old drunken ghost hesitate. Although he wanted to help him, he couldn't disobey what that person said. But if he didn't help, Yang Lei would have prejudices against him. It was difficult. Why was being a person so difficult? It's not that I'm unwilling, but I have my own difficulties. Yang Lei had long known he would act this way, as if he had anticipated it. Sigh. I knew it. You, this subordinate, essentially say one thing and do another. Yang Lei couldn't help but say. I truly have my difficulties. The old drunken ghost said. Then tell me, who exactly sent you? What is your purpose? Yang Lei's eyes intently stared at him as he asked. I can't say that. I truly can't say. The old drunken ghost still shook his head. What can't be said? Could it be that if you say it, you'll lose your little life? With your cultivation, I'm afraid no one in Qianyuan Kingdom can threaten you, right? Yang Lei frowned. Could it be that you are related to the Samara Palace? Yang Lei remembered Situ, who once saying that a high-ranking figure in the Samara Palace seemed to value him greatly and wanted him to join the Samara Palace. This made Yang Lei highly suspicious. Could this old drunken ghost have been sent by that high-ranking figure in the Samara Palace? Samara Palace? The old drunken ghost was stunned for a moment. He looked at Yang Lei and said, "Why do you think that?" Yang Lei said, "You are a super expert. It's impossible for you to protect me for no reason. So there must be a reason behind it." "You mean, you are related to someone from the Samara Palace?" The old drunken ghost was also somewhat surprised. The Samara Palace hadn't appeared for many years. Now that the Samara Palace had emerged, he had heard some things, but he wasn't very clear. "No. But I have encountered people from the Samara Palace before. They said that a high-ranking figure among them values me greatly and wants me to join the Samara Palace, but I refused. I killed them." Yang Lei looked at the old drunken ghost. "I don't know what high-ranking figure in the Samara Palace would care about a small fry like me, but I can't think of anyone else with such great ability who could send a super expert like you to protect me." "You actually provoked the Samara Palace?" The old drunken ghost hadn't expected Yang Lei to actually be connected to the Samara Palace. This made him a little awkward. The Samara Palace was not to be trifled with. It seemed he needed to tell that person about this. "You're not from the Samara Palace." Yang Lei wasn't too surprised. However, he still couldn't figure out who sent him. Could it be his mother? If so, it was possible. But he refused to say, so there was nothing he could do. "No. As for who I am, you'll have to wait until your cultivation breaks through to the profound truth realm before I can tell you. Your current strength is too weak. Knowing too much won't do you any good. In short, I won't harm you." The old drunken ghost looked at Yang Lei and said, "If you don't want to, then just say so. Why so many excuses? Also, are you going to help me or not?" Yang Lei looked at him. "This time I'm going to Heavenly Star Pavilion. I think you'll probably go to protect me, right? If anything happens to me, then you'll also be implicated." The old drunken ghost found this both frustrating and amusing. This fellow. Chapter 341, The Old Drunken Ghost Departs. "I am only responsible for your safety, and I will leave immediately after you enter the profound mystery sect. All of this depends on yourself. In fact, I'm just watching how you fare," the old drunken ghost said. Yang Lei rolled his eyes. "It's good that you're leaving, it saves a lot of good wine." Gulp, the old drunken ghost's eyes lit up when he heard good wine. To tempt him, Yang Lei casually took out a jar of fine wine. This jar of wine was not Drunken Dream of Death wine, but rather called Blazing Sun. This wine, when drunk, would burn like fire. It was completely different from Drunken Dream of Death wine, but no less delicious, even much more expensive. Gulp, gulp, the old drunken ghost stared intently at the fine wine in Yang Lei's hand. His nose was incredibly sensitive. In terms of fine wine, he was definitely a grandmaster. The rich aroma of the wine told him immediately that this wine was extraordinary, a top-grade, peerless fine wine. "Young master, what kind of wine is this?" The old drunken ghost's eyes remained fixed on the wine in Yang Lei's hand. Yang Lei took a sip, then exhaled a turbid breath. "Good wine. This is a man's drink." Seeing Yang Lei ignore him, the old drunken ghost's heart itched. He then said, "Young master, can you let me have a sip?" "Just one sip." "You want to drink wine?" Yang Lei put down the wine jar and looked at him. The old drunken ghost nodded repeatedly. Yang Lei raised the wine jar to his face, then moved it away. "No. You won't even do work, why should I let you drink?" Yang Lei said, "This wine is called Blazing Sunday. It's a fine wine that real men drink. It's much better than Drunken Dream of Death wine." "Better than Drunken Dream of Death wine?" Hearing him say that, the old drunken ghost wanted it even more. "Young master, what do you want in exchange for a jar of Blazing Sun?" The old drunken ghost swallowed his saliva again. Tell me, who sent you? Yang Lei looked at him and said. No, I can't. Young master, why don't you change your conditions? The old drunken ghost shook his head. In that case, then I want the lotus platform of the 1,000-year purple lotus. Yang Lei's mouth curled up as he looked at him. The old drunken ghost's eyes darkened. What a joke. The lotus platform of the 1,000-year purple lotus? How could he obtain such a thing? However, that person did still have it. If Yang Lei wanted it, she would certainly not be stingy. But even if he wanted it, she wouldn't give it to him now. That item was too precious, and it required reaching the steel forging level to use it. Otherwise, it simply couldn't be controlled and refined. That's impossible. Even if I had it, giving it to you, you wouldn't be able to use it. Young master, you should still change your conditions. The old drunken ghost shook his head. This won't do, that won't do. In that case, I have no choice. I'll just keep this fine wine for myself and drink it slowly. Yang Lei carried the wine jar, drinking as he walked forward, and mumbling, I only have 1 jar of this fine wine now. If I want more, I'll have to wait a month. What a pity, what a pity. Someone won't have the chance. The old drunken ghost couldn't hold back. He truly couldn't resist this temptation. A whole month. He would have to leave Yang Lei in a month. So he wouldn't have the chance. How could he sit idly by? He immediately rushed after him. Young master, wait a moment. Is there something else? A smile played on Yang Lei's lips, knowing that the fish had taken the bait. Young master, why don't I help you kill Chu Xiang? The old drunken ghost said. The old drunken ghost actually knew who he wanted to deal with. The old drunken ghost was indeed not simple, but it was not surprising. This old drunken ghost was unpredictable and had vast connections. It was not strange for him to know about Chu Xiang. A little investigation would reveal everything. Chu Xiang, just a Chu Xiang. I can deal with him myself. No need for your esteemed presence, old man. Yang Lei refused. But, young master, although your cultivation has now reached the martial saint level, it's still not enough to deal with Chu Xiang. The old drunken ghost said. Heh. Heh heh. Old Lin, have you forgotten? I once killed a martial god, and I once killed a profound truth realm expert. I don't believe that Chu Xiang is even more formidable than that old fellow Qian Yalong. Yang Lei disagreed. Unless Chu Xiang's cultivation reached the profound truth realm, he had nothing to worry about. He had a secret weapon, the purple lightning thunder cannon. This purple lightning thunder cannon was a weapon that could kill great perfection martial gods. Although he had only exchanged for 2, dealing with Chu Xiang was definitely no problem. He couldn't possibly have reached the profound truth realm. If I'm not mistaken, young master, you killed Qian Yaolong not just by good luck, but also by using some secret art. This kind of secret art definitely cannot be used casually. Once used, there will certainly be a heavy price to pay. The old drunken ghost said. Yang Lei didn't explain. He looked at him and said, you want to drink wine, it's not impossible. I need spirit stones. I can trade for them with spirit stones. How many spirit stones do you think this jar of wine in my hand is worth? Thinking of the purple lightning thunder cannon's cannonballs, Yang Lei realized this was a good opportunity, an opportunity to acquire spirit stones. If he could get spirit stones from the old drunken ghost, preferably high-grade spirit stones and peak-grade spirit stones, then he would be rich. Can I really exchange for them with spirit stones? Of course. I don't need to lie to you. Yang Lei said, you can make a rough estimate yourself. How many spirit stones do you need? 1,000 spirit stones. What do you think? The old drunken ghost himself had quite a few spirit stones. 1,000 spirit stones were nothing to him. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones? Yang Lei's eyes lit up. This old fellow was truly a rich man. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones? wouldn't he be making a huge profit? A jar of wine for 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Then if he could trade for more than 10 jars of blazing sun, wouldn't he be able to get several hundred peak-grade spirit stones? But the old drunken ghost's face darkened upon hearing this. He almost stumbled. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones? What a joke. His total assets were only a few thousand high-grade spirit stones. Even if this wine was expensive, it wasn't that expensive. Young master, don't tease me anymore. I'm talking about 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 342, Straight to Heavenly Star Pavilion. 1. That's too little, isn't it? 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, I'd rather drink it myself. Yang Lei said. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones were too little. If it were 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, that would be about right. Then 10,000 low-grade spirit stones? The old drunken ghost said. Yang Lei shook his head again. Yang Lei knew very well that this old fellow truly loved wine like his life. If he didn't extort a bit more, wouldn't he be letting himself down? So he looked at him and said, still too little. At least 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, which is also 10 high-grade spirit stones. Good. This price was even a little less than the old drunken ghost had expected, so he was naturally delighted to trade. He readily took out 10 high-grade spirit stones and handed them to Yang Lei. Young master, here you go. The old drunken ghost threw the spirit stones to Yang Lei, then quickly snatched the fine wine jar from Yang Lei's hand. Yang Lei was stunned. This old fellow was too straightforward. It seemed he had still quoted too low a price. Good wine, it is indeed good wine. The old drunken ghost took a sip and immediately felt refreshed and comfortable all over, as if his entire body was surrounded by the blazing sun spiritual energy. He was actually about to break through. Not bad, this sip of wine actually created a tiny crack in his cultivation bottleneck that hadn't broken through for many years. This made the old drunken ghost overjoyed. He hurriedly asked, Young master, I won't be able to protect you for now. I must leave early. Thank you for young master's blazing Sunday. With that, he didn't give Yang Lei a chance to explain and immediately disappeared from in front of him. Yang Lei originally wanted to extort a few more spirit stones, but this fellow, for some unknown reason, ran away so quickly. There was nothing he could do. He shook his head helplessly and continued forward. However, it wasn't bad. 10 high-grade spirit stones also meant 1 small power cannonball. This also meant he could kill a great perfection martial god martial artist, equivalent to several billion cultivation points. So, it was still a great profit. A few 100 million cultivation points could at least exchange for several hundred jars of blazing Sunday. Star Contemplation Residence, in the courtyard. Artifact Forging Art, Rune Art. Ding, congratulations to the player for successfully forging the top-grade spirit artifact Bloodthirsty Poisonous Vine Whip. Artifact Forging Art proficiency increased. Please name the new weapon. Yang Lei looked at the long whip. Because it was forged using the bloodthirsty poisonous vine, it glowed a blood-red color, and the runes arranged on it looked extremely beautiful. So Yang Lei thought for a moment and said, Blood Rain Long Whip. Ding, congratulations to the player for successfully naming the Blood Rain Long Whip. This long whip was the first top-grade spirit artifact Yang Lei forged. He intentionally forged it for Chun Lan. Chun Lan had once said she wanted a long whip, which is why he forged this item this time. Since he had forged a long whip for Chun Lan, he must also forge a short sword for Xia Zhu, otherwise Xia Zhu would definitely pester him. Fortunately, he had recently acquired some relatively good materials. Forging a long sword of top-grade spirit artifact quality was not a problem. However, on second thought, the short sword he had forged for Xia Zhu before was still quite good. If he added some good materials and reforged it, it might be able to upgrade to a top-grade spirit artifact. Wow, this is. Young master, can I have this long whip? At this moment, Chun Lan walked over and looked at the Blood Rain long whip Yang Lei had placed to one side. The more she looked, the more she liked it. Yang Lei smiled and said, "Of course. This was forged for you. You said you wanted a long whip. See, do you like it?" "Young master, is this really for me?" Chun Lan was overjoyed, almost disbelieving her ears. She looked at Yang Lei and said, "Naturally, it's true. When has your young master ever lied to you?" "I like it, I really like it." "Thank you, young master." Chun Lan picked up the long whip, quickly kissed Yang Lei on the cheek, blushing, and then carried the blood rain long whip into the room. A short while later, just as Yang Lei had expected, Xiaozhu immediately rushed out. "Young master, I want a top-grade spirit artifact too." After walking up to Yang Lei, Xiaozhu stared at him. "Of course, I wouldn't forget you. Take out your short sword. I'll reforge it for you a bit." Yang Lei said with a smile. "Good. Thank you, young master." Xiaozhu happily took out her beloved short sword and handed it to Yang Lei. Yang Lei took the short sword, thought for a moment, then exchanged for several fireblaze stones from the system. These fireblaze stones were excellent materials for forging fire attribute equipment. Using them to forge a top-grade spirit artifact could almost be said to be overkill. Of course, the fireblaze stones Yang Lei exchanged for were not the top-grade ones, but rather relatively ordinary fireblaze stones. The system did not allow exchanging for top-grade ones. 7 fireblaze stones cost Yang Lei 10 million cultivation points, which was not a small amount. Of course, to upgrade the quality of this short sword, he didn't need so many. 2 were enough. Artifact forging art, rune art. True essence augmentation. After half an hour, a smile appeared on Yang Lei's face. He was almost successful. Indeed, after another 5 minutes, the system's notification sound came. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully forging the top-grade spirit artifact short sword. Artifact forging art proficiency increased. Yang Lei held the short sword in his hand. This short sword was delicate and beautiful. After adding fireblaze stones during forging, it gained a few more dazzling glows and a bit more spiritual energy. "This is your short sword. See if you like it?" Yang Lei handed the short sword to Xiaozhu and said with a smile. "It's great. I love it. I'm so happy." Xiaozhu caressed the precious sword in her hand, extremely joyful. The next day, Yang Lei led over 30 members of the Soul clan, following Tianyi, preparing to attack the Heavenly Star Pavilion's lair. Heavenly Star Pavilion was located in the Sunset Mountain Range, south of Qianyuan Kingdom. The Sunset Mountain Range, as the third largest mountain range on the Martial Cultivation Continent and the second largest in Qianyuan Kingdom, was winding and rugged, with treacherous terrain. And Heavenly Star Pavilion's location was on Purple Cloud Peak, just outside the Sunset Mountain Range. Purple Cloud Peak had a dangerous terrain, and it was filled with miasma. If one wasn't from Heavenly Star Pavilion, it was almost impossible to enter. However, Yang Lei and his group didn't need to worry, because Tianyi was with them. Moreover, for some minor miasma here, Yang Lei could also use detoxification pills to counter it. Along the way, they were extremely cautious, and no mistakes occurred. How much longer until we reach the Een Soul Cave? Chapter 343, Straight to Heavenly Star Pavilion. 2. It had been over 2 hours, and along the way, Yang Lei had dealt with several assassin guards who had discovered their abnormalities. For Yang Lei, these were all mere fish and shrimps, not even reaching the martial saint level, completely insignificant. "Young master, this is still some distance from Heavenly Star Pavilion's main base. It will take about another half an hour." "Half an hour. Alright, let's speed up a bit," Yang Lei said. About 20 minutes later, Yang Lei and his group finally arrived at Heavenly Star Pavilion's base. This was indeed a pavilion, with the 3 characters Heavenly Star Pavilion shining brightly in gold. To the right was a long sword stained with blood, emanating a chilling killing intent. This sight made Yang Lei rather speechless, appearing quite unnatural. Yang Lei and Tianyi exchanged glances. Yang Lei led the over 30 members of the Soul clan to hide to one side, letting Tiani handle it. Open the gate. Tiani shouted loudly. The guard on the other side shook his head and said, Young Master Tiani, I'm sorry, young Master Hong once said that no one is allowed to enter the base without his permission. Shut up. Since when could young Master Hong make decisions? Was it the pavilion master's order? Tiani shouted, You dare not let even me in? You have some nerve, don't you? This. The guard hesitated. Indeed, in Tianqing Wu's eyes, Tianqing Hong's status was truly inferior to Tianyi's. Although Tianqing Hong was Tianqing Wu's biological son, and Tianyi was merely his disciple, when comparing the two, Tianqing Wu seemed to value Tianyi more. It was precisely because of this that Tianqing Hong constantly targeted Tianyi and made things difficult for him. If you don't open the gate, I'll force my way in. Tianyi coldly snorted, Moreover, I have important matters to discuss with Uncle Master Chu. If there's a delay, can you bear the responsibility? The guard gritted his teeth upon hearing this and said to the person next to him, Open the gate. After the gate opened, Yang Lei revealed a smile. Tianyi walked up to the several guards. Well done. The guard showed a smile. Young Master Tianyi, I hope you don't make things difficult for this humble one. Didn't you say only you would enter? Tianyi and Tianqing Hong were like gods fighting, and he was just a small gate guard. He couldn't afford to get involved, couldn't afford to provoke them. Tianyi patted his shoulder and whispered into his ear, It's nothing. Don't worry, because Tianqing Hong is about to die. The guard was shocked, but at this moment, Tianyi had already knocked him out, giving him no chance to react. Then he quickly dealt with the other guards. This journey was unexpectedly easy, too easy, which actually made Yang Lei a little suspicious. So, Yang Lei couldn't help but activate his true eagle eyes to check the surroundings. After another stretch of road. Haha. Haha. Tianyi, you bastard, you've finally revealed your true colors. You finally couldn't hold back, could you? At this moment, several hundred people came out and surrounded Yang Lei and his group. Tianyi was startled. He hadn't expected to be ambushed by Tianqing Hong like this. He couldn't help but look at Yang Lei, but seeing no abnormality on his face, he finally calmed down. That's right, Yang Lei had already discovered them. Moreover, although these people's cultivation was not weak, they were still far inferior to the people he brought, especially the martial Saint Realm experts like Soul Flash who had cultivated the soul slaughter art. Dealing with them was simply easy, not to mention he was also here? Humph, bastard. You're the bastard. Tianqing Hong, do you think you can be fearless? Let me tell you, Tianqing Wu is dead, and you're next. Tianyi looked at him coldly. What? Impossible. Impossible. You're lying to me. I won't believe you. Tianqing Hong was a character, and he quickly regained his composure. Don't waste words with him. Just kill him. Yang Lei was in a hurry to get to the Ein Soul cave, so he didn't want to waste too much time and immediately said. Humph, kill me? You want to kill me? Haha, are you stupid? What kind of situation is this? Do you understand? Tianyi, your subordinate seems to have some mental problems. Tianqing Hong said. Yang Lei's face darkened upon hearing this, and the members of the Soul clan also showed angry expressions. In the hearts of the Soul clan members, Yang Lei was their god, the person they most revered. How could they tolerate others insulting him? Tianyi was also enraged. He looked at him and said, You are courting death. Make your move. Yang Lei said in a low voice. As soon as Yang Lei gave the order, Soul Flash was the first to act, charging straight at Tianqing Hong. The others also made their moves one after another. Kill. Kill them all. Everyone attack. Tianqing Hong shouted. Yang Lei was surprised. There was actually a great perfection martial Saint Realm expert beside Tianqing Hong. That person protected Tianqing Hong. A great perfection martial saint, that was experience points. Such a large amount of experience points, Yang Lei naturally wouldn't let it go. His experience points had accumulated to a certain limit. If he killed this great perfection martial saint fellow, he might be able to break through from 3rd stage martial saint to 4th stage martial saint, which meant advancing from early stage martial saint to mid-stage martial saint. Advancing from early stage martial saint to mid-stage martial saint would again raise his strength by another level. In that case, he would have a bit more confidence when dealing with Chu Xiang. Yang Lei ignored the others and charged directly towards Tianqing Hong. Some people who wanted to deal with Yang Lei were easily sent flying by him. These small fries were of no concern to Yang Lei. Yang Lei's target was Tianqing Hong's guard, the great perfection martial saint named Tianqing Qing. Windblade 7 kills, Gale kill. Yang Lei unleashed a blade strike, immediately opening a path. Several people blocking Yang Lei were instantly killed. Ding, congratulations to the player for killing a 3rd stage martial emperor, gaining 30 million experience points, 300,000 chi power, and 300,000 cultivation points. Ding, congratulations to the player for killing a 2nd stage martial emperor, gaining 20 million experience points, 200,000 chi power, and 200,000 cultivation points. Ding, congratulations to the player for obtaining the low-grade spirit artifact Great Harmony Saber. Ding, congratulations to the player for obtaining the low-grade spirit artifact White Eye Sword. Ding, congratulations to the player. Seeing Yang Lei so fierce, Tianqing Hong cried out in fear, retreating continuously. This fellow was too ferocious. He originally thought he was just an ordinary guy, but he turned out to be the most troublesome among them. Chapter 344, Engagement. Tianqing Hong, tell your martial saint beside you to make a move. If you don't want to die, then get out of the way. Yang Lei held the long saber in his hand and casually unleashed a blade light. Tianqing Qing quickly drew his long sword and held it horizontally in front of him, blocking that blade light. Kill him for me. Tianqing Hong felt deeply humiliated, his chest filled with surging anger. He was the young master of Heavenly Star Pavilion, and apart from the 2 pavilion masters, who dared to shout at him like this? Young master, please step back. Tianqing Qing was an extremely cautious person. Although the young man in front of him appeared to be only an 8th stage martial emperor in cultivation, his true strength was terrifying, giving him a sense of unease. This feeling made him very uncomfortable, as if he were merely prey in the young man's eyes. Great perfection martial saint, let me see if you have that strength. Yang Lei coldly snorted. At this moment, Yang Lei didn't intend to use his full power, but he also didn't dare to underestimate him. Although the opponent's cultivation was merely great perfection martial saint, he was not to be underestimated. A great perfection martial saint expert, and an assassin who had killed countless people, was certainly not ordinary. Indeed, Tianqing Qing narrowed his eyes, and his entire being immediately emitted a fierce killing intent. This kind of killing intent could only be emitted by someone who had killed countless people. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be intimidated by his killing intent. However, such killing intent had no effect on Yang Lei. Yang Lei cultivated the Ice Heart Art, and his Ice Heart Art had now reached the 7th layer. No matter how fierce the killing intent, it posed no threat to him, unless he was a martial god. Perhaps Yang Lei would still be wary. Killing intent in all directions. Tianqing Qing made his move. This sword technique was not as flashy as usual. The sword light did not flash in all directions, but was calm and unremarkable, without any beauty. The sword momentum was extremely simple, but within this seemingly simple sword momentum, a fierce killing intent was hidden. The speed was extremely fast, making it difficult to avoid. Before the long sword even got close, Yang Lei already felt a bone-chilling cold. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, making it impossible for anyone to breathe. Looking at the incoming long sword, Yang Lei showed no panic, his expression extremely calm. Windblade 7 kills, wind lightning kill. The blade churned up streaks of wind and lightning, sweeping towards Tianqing Qing, with dazzling electricity. At the same time he unleashed that blade strike, Yang Lei's figure also immediately retreated, because Yang Lei discovered that Tianqing Cheng's sword technique was surprisingly unhindered. Although the sword momentum stagnated for a moment, it quickly readjusted. This greatly surprised Yang Lei. This sword technique was indeed formidable. Tianqing Cheng was probably the #1 expert below Tianqing Wu and Chu Xiang. No wonder he was sent by Tianqing Wu to be his son's bodyguard. It seemed that Tianqing Wu didn't view him as simply as he had thought before. Tianqing Wu probably valued his son greatly, otherwise, he wouldn't have such an expert protecting him. Yang Lei retreated, continuing to retreat, and a flying dagger immediately appeared in his hand. Literally flying dagger. A streak of white light flashed, and only a ding sound was heard. Tianqing Hong was pushed back several steps, a hint of surprise appearing on his face, but he quickly recovered. Yang Lei discovered that Tianqing Cheng was indeed not simple. Although he was a great perfection martial saint, his true strength was far superior to ordinary great perfection martial saints. If they were to fight one-on-one, without any restrictions, he could definitely kill any great perfection martial saint, because he was an assassin. He had his advantages, and it could even be said to be an absolute advantage. However, Yang Lei was not worried, absolutely not worried, because Yang Lei possessed true eagle eyes. These true eagle eyes could see through all disguises. Apart from the sword momentum, all of Tianqing Cheng's other advantages were non-existent before him. Of course, although Tianqing Cheng had no advantages before him, it didn't mean he was easy to deal with. Therefore, if Yang Lei wanted to kill him, he had to use his full power, because Tianqing Cheng's speed was too fast, astonishingly fast. If it weren't for true eagle eyes, Yang Lei simply wouldn't be able to grasp his moves. Killing intent surging. Tianqing Cheng was humiliated by one move but showed no concern. His figure flashed, quickly disappearing, and Yang Lei felt as if he was surrounded by an invisible killing aura. This killing aura grew stronger and stronger, more and more ferocious. Windblade 7 kills, 5 kills combined. Yang Lei no longer held back this time. He activated his true eagle eyes, gripped the long saber in his hand, and softly shouted. The long saber churned up a whirlwind, and a vast and mighty blade force suddenly erupted from the wind-concealing blade, like a surging flood. Sweeping towards Tianqing Cheng. Killing intent like flowing water. Tianqing Cheng saw this, his sword momentum changed, and his endless killing intent met Yang Lei's incredibly powerful blade strike. Bang, bang, bang. Blade and sword clashed, and energy surged. Many people around were sent flying. Several were killed instantly, their heart meridians shattered by the impact. Meanwhile, Yang Lei and Tianqing Cheng also retreated several steps. A trace of blood overflowed from the corner of Tianqing Cheng's mouth, clearly indicating that he had suffered significant injuries in that clash. In comparison, Yang Lei was completely unharmed. It was clear who was superior. However, although it appeared so, Yang Lei knew that he was unharmed because he cultivated the iron cloth shirt, which gave him a slight advantage. In fact, Yang Lei also felt the opponent's strength. Tianqing Cheng's strength was too formidable. If it weren't for his profound origin art just breaking through to the 10th layer, he would probably have to consume a great strength Vajra pellet, or use the Heavenly Blade first form to defeat him. Seeing Tianqing Cheng actually injured, Tianqing Hong knew that things were abnormal. Flee. He could only flee now, otherwise, his little life would be left here, which was not what he wanted. As the son of Heavenly Star Pavilion Master, Tianqing Hong's escape skills were still quite proficient. He took big strides, moving extremely fast, and from his head, talismans could faintly be seen, clearly indicating he had used additional talismans. But could he escape? That was impossible. Tianyi had been watching him all along. He had been entangled by a martial Saint Realm Guard and 2 great perfection martial Emperor fellows earlier. Now, taking advantage of their distraction, Tianyi unleashed a punch and turned to charge at Tianqing Hong like lightning. However, Tianqing Hong's speed was truly too fast due to the talismans he used. Even if Tianyi blocked his path, he couldn't stop him. But Yang Lei let out a cold laugh. Run? Can you escape? A flying dagger, the little flying dagger, immediately appeared in Yang Lei's hand. Then, a streak of white light flashed, and Tianqing Hong's right thigh slightly buckled. He immediately fell to the ground. Run! Why aren't you running anymore? Yang Lei walked over and looked at him coldly. Senior brother Tianyi, spare me. For my father's sake, spare my life. At this moment, Tianqing Hong knew that the general situation was lost. Apart from begging for mercy, he had no other way to survive. Tianyi shook his head and said, for your father's sake? It was better not to mention Tianqing Wu. As soon as Tianqing Wu was mentioned, Tianyi remembered the deaths of his parents. This was all caused by Tianqing Wu. This was a deep-seated hatred, a hatred of destroying his home and wiping out his clan, an irreconcilable enmity. However, Tianqing Hong didn't know any of this. He looked at Tianyi, hoping he would spare his life. That's right, for my father's sake, your master. Tianqing Hong nodded and said. Humph, for your father's sake, I can ask young master to grant you a complete corpse. Tianyi's face was expressionless, his tone cold as ice. Ah. Tianqing Hong seemed to be dreaming. At this moment, Yang Lei walked up. Tianyi said, young master, how should we deal with him? Kill him immediately? No rush. I still want to ask him a few questions. Yang Lei waved his hand and looked at Tianqing Hong. Answer truthfully. If you satisfy me, I will grant you a quick death. No, no. As long as you spare my life, I'll do anything. I can do anything. I can give you a lot of money, a lot of treasures, even if you want spirit stones, divine artifacts, I can give them to you. Tianqing Hong heard that he still wanted to kill him, but it wasn't completely without a chance to survive. As long as he could move this person, he might still live. So he grabbed Yang Lei's trouser leg and continuously begged for mercy. Spare your life? That's impossible. You must die. Yang Lei looked at him with some impatience. You should honestly answer my questions to avoid suffering. Seeing Yang Lei's resolute tone, Tianqing Hong knew that Yang Lei would never let him go. His eyes flickered. While begging for mercy, he suddenly exploded, intending to capture Yang Lei. That way, he could threaten the others, and he might be able to escape death. But who was Yang Lei? How could he be threatened by him? He originally wanted to ask him a few questions, but Tianqing Hong's actions completely enraged Yang Lei. Eagle Claw Art. A single claw crushed Tianqing Hong's right hand. Then he immediately kicked Tianqing Hong far away, then looked at him coldly, you have some nerve. Not a bad plan, but you picked the wrong target. Yang Lei had no intention of asking anything further. If he didn't want to speak, then killing him would still yield some items. As long as he killed Chu Xiong, everything would be completed. The rest could be left to Soul Gloom and Tianyi to handle. The flying dagger was unleashed. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing second stage Martial Saint Tianqing Hong, gaining 200 million experience points, 2 million chi power, and 2 million cultivation points. Chapter 346, The Eerie Chu Xiong. 1. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining a slaughter emblem. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining a storage ring. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining an acceleration talisman. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Heavenly Star Pavilion treasure vault key. Such a harvest was barely acceptable. Although the experience points and cultivation points were negligible, like a drop in the ocean, the slaughter emblem was something Yang Lei wanted to obtain, and the acceleration talisman was also a good item. Of course, the most important thing was the Heavenly Star Pavilion treasure vault key. He hadn't expected Tianqing Wu to actually hand Heavenly Star Pavilion over to his son. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have given him the treasure vault key. Let's go. Yang Lei said, Tianyi, lead the way. We'll go directly to the Een Soul Cave. After reaching the Een Soul Cave, you handle the other matters. Among Heavenly Star Pavilion, besides Tianqing Hong, Tianyi had the highest status. Of course, there were also some elders, but these people were all dedicated to cultivation and didn't meddle in worldly affairs, so there was naturally nothing to worry about. Soon, Yang Lei and his group arrived at the entrance of the Ein Soul Cave. This Ein Soul Cave required a special method to open, and it was guarded by special personnel. Looking from a distance, the cultivation of these guards was indeed not weak, also reaching the great perfection martial saint realm. Moreover, their spiritual power was extremely formidable, much stronger than ordinary great perfection martial saints. Yang Lei guessed this was related to the cultivation technique they practiced, or perhaps related to the Ein Soul Cave. Stop. At this moment, Tiani stepped forward, took out a token, and said, "Can we enter now?" The two guards looked at the token, nodded slightly, and then opened the stone gate. After the stone gate opened, Yang Lei turned around and said, "None of you need to enter. I'll go in alone. Remember what I said." "Young master, how can this be?" "We." Hearing Yang Lei's words, Soul Flash was extremely worried, but before he could finish, he was interrupted. "No need to say more. Just do as I say. Don't worry, I'll be fine." Yang Lei waved his hand and walked directly into the Ein Soul Cave. Soul Flash saw Yang Lei's resolute tone and knew it was impossible to change his mind, but he was still worried that something might happen to Yang Lei. After all, Yang Lei was the master of the Soul Clan, the fated one. What if something happened to him? "Uncle Flash, don't worry. Young master is destined by heaven, nothing will happen to him," Soul Gloom said. "Let's go." The two guards knew that these people might not be from Heavenly Star Pavilion, but they didn't care about anything else. Their responsibility was just to guard the Ein Soul Cave. Since Tiani had produced the token, they didn't need to pay attention to anything else. Upon entering the Ein Soul Cave, there was a passage. Outside, there was no influence. After entering about 30 meters into the passage began to widen, but the atmosphere became extremely gloomy. The continuous woo-woo sounds in his ears sent chills down his spine. Activating his true eagle eyes, all the illusory objects immediately revealed their true forms before Yang Lei. It turned out that this place was called the Ein Soul Cave because there were countless Ein Souls wandering everywhere. The deeper he went, the stronger these Ein Souls became. The Ein Souls at the entrance had no real strength and were not a concern. Although they had no effect on Yang Lei, for others, they could still create illusions and affect their mental willpower. At the entrance to a certain area, there was a stone tablet standing there. This stone tablet was not easily noticeable, but an ancient character on it caught Yang Lei's attention. It was the character Suppress. The entire character Suppress gave Yang Lei a very familiar feeling. Where had he seen it before? For a moment, Yang Lei truly couldn't recall where he had seen it. Suddenly, Yang Lei patted his head. He remembered. Wasn't this the ancient character on the demon suppressing steel from before? In that case, the secret of the Ein Soul Cave was very likely within this stone tablet. Yang Lei didn't rush forward, but walked to the stone tablet and used his appraisal technique. Ding, appraisal failed. Appraisal technique proficiency increased. Failed. It actually failed. It was just a stone tablet, yet it truly contained a secret. Appraisal technique. Yang Lei couldn't believe it and cast another appraisal technique. Ding, appraisal failed. Appraisal technique proficiency increased. Appraisal technique. Ding, appraisal failed. Appraisal technique proficiency increased. Appraisal technique. Ding. Failed repeatedly. Yang Lei could affirm that this stone tablet was 80% likely the core of this Ein Soul Cave, or rather, this strange stone tablet was the key to controlling the entire Ein Soul Cave, just like how he had refined the key to the immortal artifact in the trial that day. If this Ein Soul Cave was like an immortal artifact, then this was the key. However, judging from this situation, it wouldn't be easy to refine it. Moreover, Yang Lei didn't dare to simply drip blood to acknowledge it as his master. Who knew if this item was a demonic artifact? Ein Soul Cave, and this place was filled with dancing energy, extremely terrifying. Shaking his head, he dispelled those stray thoughts. Roar, roar, roar. Return my life. When Yang Lei walked more than 10 meters, he heard an extremely terrifying and gloomy roar. However, Yang Lei was not afraid at all. Indeed, there was a faint shadow in front of him. Under Yang Lei's true eagle eyes, its true form immediately appeared. It was a disheveled figure with a pale face and blood flowing from the corners of its eyes. It looked truly terrifying, reminding Yang Lei of the ghosts in horror movies on Earth. However, Yang Lei was not afraid. Although this fellow's appearance was a bit unsightly, it fundamentally had no deterrent force. He cast an appraisal technique. Gu Chai, Yin Sol, 3rd Stage Martial Master Cultivation. Only a 3rd Stage Martial Master. Yang Lei didn't take it to heart at all. Gu Chai, right? You're just a Yin Sol. How dare you disturb me? How dare you? Try to scare me? Get out of the way, or I'll eliminate you. Yang Lei coldly snorted. Roar, roar, roar. That Gu Chai actually went mad, baring its fangs and claws and attacking Yang Lei. Damn it. You don't know what's good for you. I'm giving you a life, but you still don't know when to stop, and you actually dare to cause trouble for me? You want to die. Yang Lei's eyes slightly narrowed, and the wind-concealing blade appeared. Chapter 347, The Eerie Chu Xiang. 2. Windblade 7 kills, Wind Lightning kill. Yin Sols are creatures of darkness, while thunder and lightning are positive and firm elements, perfectly countering them. Ah! That blade strike landed on Gu Chai, and he let out a miserable shriek, his entire being seeming to dissipate into nothingness. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing the 3rd Stage Martial Master Yin Sol Gu Chai, gaining 30,000 experience points, 300 chi power, and 300 cultivation points. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining 1 point of Yin Sol power. Yin Sol power, what is this? What is the use of this Yin Sol power? The system didn't give any notifications or specific introductions, which made Yang Lei very helpless. If it were like before when he obtained fragments of True Eye in the illusory cave, he would at least know that by collecting the fragments, he could obtain True Eye. But this Yin Sol power had no specific introduction. Helplessly, Yang Lei had no choice but to continue forward. Another Yin Sol. Yang Lei unhesitatingly chose to attack. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing a 1st Stage Martial King Yin Sol, gaining 100,000 experience points, 1,000 chi power, and 1,000 cultivation points. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing a 1st Stage Martial Sovereign Yin Sol, gaining 1 million experience points, 10,000 chi power, and 10,000 cultivation points. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining 100 points of Yin Sol power. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing a 3rd Stage Martial Sovereign Yin Sol, gaining 3 million experience points, 30,000 chi power, and 30,000 cultivation points. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining 300 points of Yin Sol power. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing a 5th Stage Martial Emperor Yin Sol, gaining 50 million experience points, 500,000 chi power, and 500,000 cultivation points. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining 5,000 points of Yin Sol power. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing a 1st Stage Martial Saint, gaining 100 million experience points, 1 million chi power, and 1 million cultivation points. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining 10,000 points of Yin Sol power. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining 30,000 points of Yin Sol power. Ding! The player has accumulated 1 million points of Yin Sol power. Does the player wish to merge them? Merge? He could actually merge them? What would he get after merging? But since he could merge them, what kind of surprise would it be? Merge. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining 1 Yin Sol pearl. Yin Sol pearl, what exactly is this Yin Sol pearl? Appraisal technique. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successful appraisal. Een Soul Pearl. Ghost cultivators or corpse cultivators who obtain a Een Soul Pearl can increase their cultivation speed by several hundred times. It can also be used to refine into a demonic artifact. Ghost cultivators, corpse cultivators. This made Yang Lei very speechless. He had killed so many Een Souls and obtained a Een Soul Pearl, but this Een Soul Pearl had no use for him at all. Refine it into a demonic artifact? But this demonic artifact wouldn't be of any use to him, right? But since heaven allowed him to obtain this Een Soul Pearl, it must have some purpose. The deeper he went, the higher the level of the Een Souls, and the stronger their cultivation. If he continued, and encountered a late-stage martial Saint Een Soul, he would truly have difficulty dealing with it. Just as Yang Lei was hesitating, he discovered that not far away, there was a stone chamber. Inside the stone chamber was a formation, and within the formation was none other than the person he was looking for, the other pavilion master of Heavenly Star Pavilion, Chu Xiang. Appraisal technique. Ding, congratulations to the player for successful appraisal. Appraisal technique proficiency increased. Chu Xiang, 4th stage martial god cultivation, cultivating the Grand Een Corpse refining scripture. Grand Een Corpse refining scripture, what kind of cultivation technique was this? However, Yang Lei speculated that this Grand Een Corpse refining scripture was definitely not any righteous cultivation technique. Corpse refining, that was cultivating corpses, wasn't it like cultivating zombies? Maoshan art? If that's the case, then this fellow was troublesome. Zombies, generally speaking, were extremely difficult to deal with, impervious to blades and spears, immortal and indestructible. Yang Lei observed carefully and discovered that there were 4 coffins placed in front of that person. Indeed, this fellow should be able to control corpses. Of these 4 coffins, the largest one was made of high-grade profoundine wood, an excellent material for nurturing and refining corpses. Thump. Thump. Thump, thump, thump. This sound sent shivers down Yang Lei's spine. He saw Chu Xiang form hand seals, his speed increasing rapidly. Then a surprising scene appeared. Chu Xiang's divine soul actually left his body. Divine soul leaving the body was an extremely dangerous feat, and only those who reached great perfection martial god could comprehend it. Yet, this Chu Xiang's cultivation was only mid-stage martial god, and he could actually achieve divine soul leaving the body. This was truly astonishing. After Chu Xiang's divine soul left his body, his eyes were red and flickering, extremely eerie. Immediately after, it transformed into a streak of red light and plunged into the profoundine wood coffin in the center. Asterisk creak. Creak, asterisk only the mechanical sound, which sent chills down one's spine, was heard. Yang Lei also felt his heart pounding a little. With a rumble, a figure appeared right in front of him. A tall and mighty figure appeared before Yang Lei. Eerie, truly too eerie. Yang Lei suppressed his breathing and once again used his appraisal technique. Yi Wuyun, Great Perfection Martial God Cultivation, already dead. Currently possessed by Chu Xiang, having cultivated into a corpse zombie body. Impenetrable by blades and spears, impervious to water and fire. Not comparable to an ordinary Great Perfection Martial God. Weakness, fears utmost firm and utmost young objects. Light attribute cultivation techniques can cause great damage to him, such as Buddhist chants. Troublesome. This was truly troublesome. This fellow actually cultivated such an eerie cultivation technique, possessing the body of a Great Perfection Martial God zombie. Impenetrable by blades and spears, impervious to water and fire. In other words, he simply couldn't do anything to him now. No, Yang Lei suddenly remembered, wasn't that purple lightning thunder cannon an utmost firm and utmost young weapon? Wouldn't that just happen to counter Chu Xiang possessing Yi Wuyun? So, if he killed Chu Xiang, or rather, Yi Wuyun, would it be considered killing Chu Xiang, a 4th stage martial god? Or would it be considered killing a Great Perfection Martial God boss? Crack! Yang Lei accidentally stepped on a bone, breaking it. Chapter 348, Corpse Zombie Body. Who's there? At this moment, a piercing sound came from the mouth of the corpse zombie body, Yi Wu Yun, possessed by Chu Xiong, making it particularly unpleasant to hear. Chu Xiong turned around, and Yang Lei wanted to escape, but it was too late. Who are you? How did you get in here? Chu Xiong's bloodshot eyes stared at Yang Lei. Chu Xiong, Pavilion Master Chu, correct? Yang Lei looked at him coldly and said. You are that brat? Chu Xiong clearly recognized Yang Lei's face. And was extremely surprised. You're actually still alive. It seems Qian Qingwu was truly useless, unable to even deal with a junior. You actually know me? Yang Lei was also surprised. Didn't they say that Chu Xiong only cared about cultivation and basically ignored everything else? It seemed that wasn't the case. Moreover, Chu Xiong's cultivation clearly surpassed Qian Qingwu's by a lot, and this fellow cultivated evil arts. He was afraid that even 10 Qian Qingwus would not be Chu Xiong's match. Over the years, you were the first person Heavenly Star Pavilion repeatedly dispatched but couldn't kill. Since you have now infiltrated Heavenly Star Pavilion, infiltrated the Yin Soul Cave, then stay here forever and be their companion. Chu Xiong let out a cackle, his voice piercing and unpleasant, sending chills down one's spine. Humph, evil cultist, you still want to kill me? You're too naive. Although this grotesque form has decent strength, I once killed a profound truth realm expert. How dare you be so arrogant with just a small corpse zombie body? Although Yang Lei said that, he didn't dare to be careless, knowing that if he didn't use the purple lightning thunder cannon this time, he wouldn't be able to kill Chu Xiong. So, as he spoke, he had already taken out the purple lightning thunder cannon. The purple lightning thunder cannon was pure purple lightning, utmost firm and utmost young, capable of killing great perfection martial god martial artists. And this Chu Xiong in front of him was a corpse zombie body, far more powerful than an ordinary great perfection martial god. Its physical strength was even stronger than a profound truth realm expert. However, precisely because it was a corpse zombie body, it greatly feared lightning, so the purple lightning thunder cannon happened to counter it. Therefore, Yang Lei was completely confident. What is that? When Yang Lei brought out the purple lightning thunder cannon, Chu Xiong felt his heart pound, a kind of instinctive fear arising, as if that item could cause immense damage to him. However, Chu Xiong himself was an extremely powerful individual. He thought of his current corpse zombie body, a great perfection martial god, impervious to blades and spears, impervious to water and fire. How could he fear a child who hadn't even reached the martial saint realm? If this were to spread, where would he put his face? Actually, he didn't know that Yang Lei had long since reached the martial saint realm, only using the breath-concealing ring. As for the throbbing heart and threat he felt earlier, it was a genuine threat. His corpse zombie body was utmost Yin, while the purple lightning thunder cannon in Yang Lei's hand was pure Yang. Yin and Yang countered each other, naturally making him feel an instinctive threat. Such big words. Today, I will kill you. To overcome the fear he felt earlier, Chu Xiong made the first move. Although it was a corpse zombie body, its speed reached its limit, far more astonishing than the heavenly king tiger from before. In just an instant, he was in front of Yang Lei. However, Yang Lei had long since prepared, and his true eagle eyes remained open, naturally able to capture Chu Xiong's movements. Even a profound truth realm expert like Qian Yaolong earlier was still inferior before Yang Lei's true eagle eyes, let alone he was only a great perfection martial god. Although a great perfection martial god was only one small level below the profound truth realm, this one level made a world of difference. The gap was too vast. A profound truth realm martial artist could effortlessly defeat dozens of great perfection martial god martial artists. This showed how astonishing the difference was. Yang Lei chuckled coldly. Chu Xiong, oh Chu Xiong, heaven has a path, but you refuse to take it. Hell has no gate, yet you barge in. I originally wanted to subdue you and spare your life, but you yourself seek death, so you can't blame me. Yang Lei said so, but he had no intention of subduing Chu Xiong at all. Die. 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 Chu Xiang roared in fury. The repeated die showed the anger in his heart. And Yang Lei also made his move at this moment. Purple lightning thunder cannon, fire. The thunder cannon in Yang Lei's hand unleashed an incomparably dazzling purple lightning bolt that shot towards Chu Xiang. Its speed was 3 parts faster than a real lightning bolt. In this instant, Chu Xiang felt the most intense crisis and fear. This was the fear of death. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The speed was too fast, and the distance was too close. He simply couldn't escape. No. Chu Xiang roared unwillingly. This was the last sound he left in this world. At this moment, the system's notification sound came. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing a 4th stage martial god, Chu Xiang, gaining 40 billion experience points, 400 million chi power, and 400 million cultivation points. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Grandine Corpse refining scripture. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining Chu Xiang's divine soul. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining a great perfection martial god corpse zombie body. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the divine artifact soul suppressing bell. Ding! Congratulations to the player for leveling up, reaching 5th stage martial saint. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining 1 Yin soul pearl. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining 1 slaughter emblem. Killing Chu Xiang just like that was truly beyond Yang Lei's expectations. He was originally a bit worried, but now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. If even the purple lightning thunder cannon couldn't kill him, then he would only be able to use teleportation to escape. However, it was a pity that this time he only counted as killing a 4th stage martial god, Chu Xiang, and not a great perfection martial god, Yi Wu Yun. It was truly regrettable. The most frustrating thing was that this fellow actually didn't drop any spirit stones. Helpless, helpless. This time, using the purple lightning thunder cannon consumed 10 high-grade spirit stones, but he didn't recover any spirit stones. It was somewhat of a loss. However, when Yang Lei saw the items dropped, especially the great perfection martial god corpse zombie body, his heart immediately calmed down. This fellow was a zombie. If he could utilize it well, wouldn't he be equivalent to having an additional great perfection martial god level bodyguard? In that case, it was still a great profit. Chapter 349, Soul Suppressing Bell. 1. Furthermore, the secret of the Yin Soul Cave has not yet been explored. There's an even deeper part inside. If I can uncover the secret of the Yin Soul Cave, then my gains will be even greater. Of course, there's also danger, potentially extreme danger. Do I need to take such a risk? And another problem, what if there's an even stronger fellow inside, or some old monster who has long since reached the profound truth realm? Then I might not even be able to escape. Just like the Golden Lotus encountered that day, if it's someone who has comprehended the law, especially the law of space, once space is sealed, then I would be on a road to certain death. Caution, caution, I must carefully consider this. If my little life is lost, then nothing else matters. I can be reborn once, but it doesn't mean I can be reborn a second time. Grandine Corpse refining scripture. Carefully examining it, he cast an appraisal technique and found that this Grandine Corpse refining scripture was actually a branch of Maoshan art. Maoshan art, alas, it's a pity that this is only one type of Maoshan art. The Maoshan art in Yang Lei's memory was considered acceptable, but this Grandine Corpse refining scripture was indeed very powerful. It just so happened to contain methods for corpse refining. Should he learn it or not? Yang Lei was a bit hesitant. He should put it away first and think about it later when he had time. The other thing was Chu Xiang's divine soul. He hadn't expected to actually obtain this. Chu Xiang's divine soul was currently inside a transparent white crystal ball. Seeing Chu Xiang's soul, Yang Lei couldn't help but think of the berserk heart. With this divine soul, he could now refine the berserk battle automaton. If the berserk battle automaton were created, its strength would be extraordinary. In that case, wouldn't he effectively have another martial god realm bodyguard? This was fate, this was something destined in Chu Xiang's fate. The other thing was the great perfection martial god corpse zombie body. Currently, this corpse had no consciousness. Yang Lei sighed. If he didn't cultivate that grandine corpse refining scripture, then this great perfection martial god corpse zombie body would be of no use at all. What a pity, what a pity. The remaining item was the divine artifact soul suppressing bell. Appraisal technique. Ding, congratulations to the player for successful appraisal. Appraisal technique proficiency increased. Soul suppressing bell, damaged state. Can suppress divine souls, directly attack the soul, and increase damage to divine souls. Damaged state again, double damage to ein souls? Directly attack the soul. This was indeed a good weapon. Acknowledge master. He could acknowledge it as his master. Yang Lei dripped a drop of blood onto the soul-suppressing bell. Ding, do you wish to acknowledge the soul-suppressing bell as your master? Yes. Ding, congratulations to the player for successful acknowledgement of master. As soon as he successfully acknowledged his master, Yang Lei felt a surge of information flow into his mind. This soul-suppressing bell actually contained Yi Wuyun's soul. This greatly surprised Yang Lei. In other words, if he infused Yi Wuyun's soul into that corpse zombie body, wouldn't it be equivalent to reviving Yi Wuyun? And who exactly was this Yi Wuyun? A great perfection martial god realm. Such experts were not common within Qianyuan Kingdom. Moreover, many years ago, there was no record of any expert named Yi Wuyun. He had no record whatsoever. Could he communicate with Yi Wuyun? Yang Lei infused his thought into it and heard Yi Wuyun shout, "Chu Xiang, you despicable villain! Release me! Release me, or I will make you never reincarnate, to die a horrible death." Hearing his words, he must have been ambushed by Chu Xiang. Yang Lei wondered what kind of ability Chu Xiang had, to actually kill a great perfection martial god expert. Even if he used schemes and tricks, it was still extremely impressive. A great perfection martial god, if he didn't have the system, he would absolutely be unable to do it. Stop making a fuss. Oh, you're not that bastard Chu Xiang. Who are you? Yi Wuyun was also startled when he saw Yang Lei. He hadn't expected to encounter someone else here. Were you also captured by Chu Xiang? No, Chu Xiang has been killed by me. But I'm very curious. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a great perfection martial god martial artist, right? While Chu Xiang was only a 4th stage martial god. With such a large gap, how were you killed by him? Yang Lei looked at him and asked. Alas. This is a long story. By the way, wait a moment, you just said Chu Xiang has been killed by you. This? What's going on? Is it true? You're not a scheme set up by Chu Xiang, are you? Yi Wuyun's suspicion grew stronger. He knew that Chu Xiang had never given up hope on him. Don't worry, I have no interest in lying to you. I'm just curious why you were ambushed by Chu Xiang. If you don't want to tell me, then I won't lose anything. But I think you must be extremely eager to leave here, right? Yang Lei said. That's right, I really want to leave here. Did you really kill Chu Xiang? You're not deceiving me, are you? Yi Wuyun was still suspicious. I said, I have no interest in deceiving you. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. But after I killed Chu Xiang, I obtained a corpse zombie body. It was refined from the corpse of a great perfection martial god expert, very similar to you. I think. That must be your corpse. Yang Lei said. What? What did you say? Yi Wuyun was furious upon hearing this. You said Chu Xiang refined my body into a corpse zombie body? Who was Yi Wuyun? He was a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Yi family, one of the 4 great ancient families. He was only 47 years old yet had reached the great perfection martial god level. Earlier, while cultivating, he was disturbed by Chu Xiang, which led to qi deviation and his divine soul leaving his body. Because Chu Xiang possessed the soul-suppressing bell, which happened to counter Yi Wuyun's divine soul, he was trapped here by Chu Xiang. But he never expected that Chu Xiang had actually refined his body into a corpse zombie body. That's right. When I encountered him, he had just possessed her body. If I hadn't had an utmost firm and utmost young weapon, I'm afraid the outcome would not have been certain this time. Yang Lei remembered, still feeling that his attitude was too reckless. If any mistake occurred, the consequences would be unimaginable. Damn it. Despicable. Truly despicable. I never thought that bastard Chu Xiang would actually refine my body into a zombie. How can I face people now? Damn it, damn it. I want to tear him to shreds. Only then can I vent the hatred in my heart. Yi Wuyun was furious. Chapter 350, Soul-Suppressing Bell. 2. Yang Lei secretly shook his head. Do you want to go out? Of course I want to go out. Are you sure you're willing to release me? Yi Wuyun said. Of course. Actually, Yang Lei had also considered killing Yi Wuyun. After all, this fellow was a genuine great perfection martial god expert. Even if he was just a soul, he was still a great perfection martial god realm. If he killed him, the rewards would definitely not be small. However, after some thought, Yang Lei felt that this fellow might still have value, especially since his identity was still unclear. But before that, you must tell me who you really are. What is your origin? And why were you ambushed by Chu Xiang? If you don't make it clear, I will be very worried. If you're not a good person, then once you're out, it might be detrimental to me. Wouldn't I suffer a huge loss then? Actually, Yang Lei wasn't worried that he would be detrimental to him. Even if he wanted to make a move, Yang Lei wasn't afraid. He had the purple lightning thunder cannon, and the soul-suppressing bell also had a countering effect on him. So, he said that merely to find out Yi Wuyun's specific origin. However, Yi Wuyun was also a smart person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach the great perfection martial god level in such a short time. Thus, he understood Yang Lei's hidden meaning and said, "You want to know my origin and my information?" That's right. Yang Lei nodded. I have many enemies. If you happen to be an enemy of mine, then wouldn't releasing you simply add another enemy? Only a fool would do such a thing. Yi Wuyun said, doing so is only human nature, it's nothing. If I were you, I wouldn't necessarily release you. It's good that you understand. I don't think you and I could have any enmity. Our family hasn't been active for over 1,000 years. So, unless you're from the Soul clan, there's no connection between us. You can rest assured about that. Yi Wuyun said. Soul clan? Yang Lei was startled. You're from the Yi family, one of the 4 great ancient families? How do you know? Could it be that you are also one of the 4 great ancient families? Or, you are from the Soul clan? Yi Wuyun's expression changed. If he truly was from the Soul clan, then this was fate. I am not from the Soul clan. Yang Lei immediately said. And Yi Wuyun breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Yang Lei say that. As long as he wasn't from the Soul clan, that was good. If he wasn't from the Soul clan, then he was very likely from one of the other 3 great families. In that case, he wouldn't worry that Yang Lei would harm him. The Yi family's relationship with the other 3 great families was not bad. However, don't get happy too soon. Although I'm not from the Soul clan, nor from the 4 great ancient families, I do have some connection with the Soul clan. If you are indeed from one of the 4 great ancient families, then I apologize, I cannot let you out. Yang Lei shook his head and said. You're not from the Soul clan, but you're connected to the Soul clan. Alas. This is fate, this is destiny. I originally thought that with Chu Xiang dead, I would be able to get out, but I never expected you to be connected to the Soul clan. Yi Wuyun said, disheartened. However, if you want to get out, it's not impossible. Yang Lei thought for a moment and said. Really? You. What do you want? Yi Wuyun's eyes lit up. If he could get out, he naturally wouldn't want to stay in this ghostly place. There was nothing there, not even spiritual energy for cultivation. If he just waited, he would probably go mad sooner or later. He had been here for almost half a year and was about to reach the limit of his patience. However, Yi Wuyun also understood that if he wanted to get out, he would definitely have to pay a heavy price. As for what that price was, he would have to wait for Yang Lei to reveal it. The reason Yang Lei said that was because he remembered he still had a slave contract card he hadn't used. If it succeeded, then he wouldn't have to worry about Yi Wuyun anymore, and he would inexplicably gain another great perfection martial god-level bodyguard. Who would be foolish enough to give that up? Moreover, Yi Wuyun could also merge with his main body, which was that zombie body. In that case, his combat power would definitely be terrifying, and it could even be said to be invincible below the profound truth realm. The condition is naturally there. I want you to be my servant for 10 years. Yang Lei said. Servant? What did you say? You want me to be your servant for 10 years? Impossible. This is impossible. How can I, Yi Wuyun, be your servant? If that's the case, I'd rather stay in this ghostly place, or you might as well kill me. Yi Wuyun was furious upon hearing this. To make him his servant? What a joke. Who was he? The dignified young genius of the Yi family. How could he be his servant? You're unwilling? In that case, I have no choice. Yang Lei said indifferently. Actually, to be honest with you, I killed Chu Xiang and also obtained his cultivation technique, the Grandine Corpse refining scripture. If I learn the cultivation technique recorded in it, and utilize your body, which is the body refined into a zombie, I can also perfectly control it. It just takes a little time. You. This made Yi Wuyun difficult to accept. He pointed at Yang Lei, unable to speak. You should understand clearly. If you are willing to acknowledge me as your master, then I can allow you to return to your body. Although it has become a zombie body, you can still perfectly merge with your body. Moreover, your current body is a zombie body, its power and defensive capabilities are doubled. It can be said to have reached the half-step profound truth realm. Unless it's a profound truth realm expert, you will be invincible. Yang Lei finished speaking and then withdrew from the soul-suppressing bell. Besides obtaining items like the soul-suppressing bell, he also obtained a Yin Soul Pearl. So, he had a total of 2 Yin Soul Pearls. Furthermore, this Yin Soul Pearl was an item that only corpse cultivators or ghost cultivators could use. In that case, he now had a zombie body that could be used. What if this Yi Wuyun truly didn't want to become his servant? Chuang 321, Unoyet Chi Thatch, 1, En Hung Du Nai Du La Vong Ba Dao Sui Don. Duong Mi Nu Nu Jung Loi Bidaro En Hung Du Nai Ma Noi, Not Din La Du Kok Du Koi. Muk Dai Qua Jung Loi Chen La Vi De Cho Vong Chan Quan Tim Min Bao Thursday, Du Du Dan Zet Bon Chung Ra Vong Jia. Noi Nu Ve Thursday Thap Esi De Dong Han Yu, Nu Nu Beat Ro Jiat Vong Koi Esi Hon Ton Angwak Lai Ma Noi, Lin Esi Kong Lam Nu Ve Roi Vong Chan Quan Thay Fu Then Goi Lai Min, Trong Noi Tom Ko Hu, Trong Ming Tuc John Noi, Fu Then, Koi Nhi Chi Thursday, Chong Lilin Kong Bao. Koi Nhi Bai Chet That The Tam, Han La Then Tun Nhi Qua Nuoi A? Nuoi Beat Sai Gi? Nu Qua That Chin La Han, Ve Kung Phi Bon Backy Han, Hung Chi Koi Nhi Chet Van Kong The Zak Din La Dung Loi Gai Nen. Vong Ba Dao Quat Ki. Fu Then, Koi Nhi Kung Chin Ming Noira, Chong Le Con Ko The Sai? Vong Chan Quan Noi, Chong Le Koi Nhi Noi Lin La Su That Sa? Tan Mat They Kung Chuachik La That A? Nuoi Tot Za Kung Song Lan Tuoi Nu Ve Roi, Nai Camot It Du Dac Ko Ban Kung Gi Mai Ma Kong Ro, Di Sao Vong Jia, Ta Nu The Now Yen Tom Jiao Cho Nuoi? Vong Ba Dao Hit Mot Hoi Noi. Fu Then, Nuoi Noi Nu Ve La Ko Yi? Chong Le Con Ko Nuoi Jia Mao Dung Loi Sat Hai Koi Nhi He Sa? Vong Chan Quan Tai Han Kong The Lap Tuc Jiat Dung Loi V Nhi Tu Bao Thursday, En Hung Kung Kong Phi Kun Ge, Ne Duok Cha Min Noi Nu Ve, Kung Gi Toi Du Gi. Nuoi Con Kong Tin Ngocv Den Na. Vong ba dao nin zem han noira nuoi gi, nu nuoi that jiat dung loi ma noi, nu vei dung jia se nu the now? Kong chet kong got. Vong chan quan sung sot noi hong kong tin tuong, dung loi mot thien tai nu vei, nu by jiat, dung jia not din se kong chet kong got. Dung loi la ko tu chat ten cap vu then, han nua ko the noi la kang din ko the dat toi vu then kang gioi. Mot thien tai nu vei, vio lon la jia talk now kung bao vi, kong cho han by bat siu thuong tun gi. Nu jiat han di, vei ti chin tuk dat to ong vove, so voi dan chet mot 6 truong lao muon niam trong mu lam. Nu vei nu vong jia chung ta kung dung jia triat de kai now ma tro mat, kong chet kong got ma noi, vong jia ko the chiem duok tien gi sa? Vong ba dao lai hoi. Kong the, tuk luk vong jia ta so ra kem dung jia, nu kong chet kong got, nu vei vong jia tuet doi se o ha fong. Vong chan quan noi, dung vei, nu vong jia ta kung dung jia kai chien, nu vei vong jia ta se o ha fong. Lui mot biuk ma noi, koi nu la koi kung vong jia ta chien tang, en hung kung sing wen kai dai thuong, den luk du vong jia ta con ko the tun tai sa? Noi nu vei, su tin koi nhi kong fi dung loi lam dung kong? Vong chan quan noi, kong, sai nai kung kong not din, truok kai kong ko can see you to at doi chin zak, can ban kong ko the zak din. Vong ba dao. Lak dao. Dung loi nai kung kong fi la kong ko hingi, bat ku noi the now, koi nhi koi kung noi ra nuoi chin la han. She can do tra mot chet, lean ko the hu ro, rot kuok la ai dong te. Sai kia chin la noi dung loi kung ko hingi? Tu nin, bat qua, chong qua nu that la dung loi ma noi, nu vei su tin se fien toi. Bat ka nu the now, nu that la han de jiat koi nhi ma noi, vei han fi chet, not din fi chet. Vong chan quan quat. Nu that la by han jiat, chung ta kung kong the chin min dong Thursday, bang kong ti doi voi vong jia ta la tin de kich hui diet, sai fu lu nai, vong jia chung ta dam duong kong noi. Vong ba dao lak dao noi. Sai kia fi nu the now? Vong chan quan noi, muon dao jiat nuoi, hok lam wa sat Thursday. Vong ba dao dung len, nin nguai qua so. Thien tin lao? Dung vei, theo ta duok beat, dung loi de by thien tin lao sat Thursday sat quan yu lan nais at dong thien tin lao de not sat Thursday, chon en chi kan chung ta jup veo ma noi, nu vei dung loi han fi chet kong the gi ngo. Vong ba dao noi ra nu vei mat ku, fi la dung loi jiat koi nhi hei kong, doi boi chung ta du ko loi. Sa vong jia kong ko fan un chet now? Lu vi trong fong di toi di lui, ko chet kong kien nan. Dung loi kung buon buk, min kung dem vong koi dan ton nu vei, chi la trio kao kai, mot kai tro lai vong jia se tat tho bo min, vong jia kong ko ly du gi kong dra tim fien toi. Du sa vong koi o vong jia dia 6 thap fan chow, nei noi vong jia vong ba dao rat kung chiu han nua kung la vong chan quan ua tik trong long, so han chiu dung ui quat gi. Ko noi vong jia zara di su gi roi ha? Lu vi noi. Ko the lao jia hoa vong ba dao kia chet roi? Dung loi lak dao. Sai nai kong ko ka nong, vong ba dao tai ban than by trong thuong, bat qua lai kong fi de dong chet nu vei. Sai kia vong koi du chet, bon hong kong kong ko dong talk? Chong la vong koi by vong jia tu bo hei sa? Lu vi noi, sai nai ta kung kong beat, hien tai chung ta ko the lam chi la cho, nu tui tien den ma noi, rat ko the se noi him. Vong koi vui chet, vong jia not din Thursday ve sam niam, nu vei zong veo, can ban kong ko cho tot gi. Chon en chung ta chi ko tim ko hoi. Dung loi kung kong hu, vit sai gi vong jia kong ko trien den mot dm tin tuc. Kai that luk truok, nu nuoi dike dung tro ton. Vong koi ma noi, engwak lai la mot bien fap tot dan veo noi bo vong jia. Luke nai lu vi noi ra dung loi nave fat te noi, si nai nuoi dung noi, loi chian nai ta la tuet doi si kong lam. Noi gion, li de cho min dike dung tro ton tenjia hoa nu vong koi, lam sa kotha. Gay ham sao. Dung loi tim nuoi nain gong tin tuc ko quan he, vong koi chet, kung kong ko trian toi, noi catch kok vong koi chet by vong jia en tong. Di fan tai salam nu vei ti kong duok beat roy. Ma luk nai trong Thursday fong vong jia vong ba dao, bon nuoi vong jia vong chan quan du komat. Fu then, ko tin tucgi hei kong, tin koi nhi chet kung kong ko trian ra vong chan hai noi, ta engwak lai la tim duok mot id dao vet de lai, hum kwa koi nhi di junok fong tim caky goi la du kia. Ma kai du dung loi kung o junok fong vong chan ho noi teep. Dung loi, kang din la dung loi roi, not din chin la han jiat, not din chin la han hai koi nhi. Vong chan quan ne zong, lap tuc la lan. Nu vase mra dung loi hingi dike that la lan not. Vong ba dao ne gat dao. Nu vei, ta di tim dung loi tim hu who that mot chet, nu qua that chin la han ma noi. Nuve se de cho han cho chung ta mot tsai sung dao. Chuang 322, unoyet chi thatch, 2, fu then, nuoi kong kan nu loi, het they dung jia tok lam trong, koi nu la dung loi lam, kung not din fi nan, vong jia chung ta de den loi kok ma chat, nin vi nam nua, cho hon nhi roi nui, du chin la tho I diam vong jia chung ta kwak koi, la tho I diam chung ta triat de kong chat son win kwak. Vong ba dao de cat du ti loi qua con min. Tu tin siu. Hu jia, ko nuoi toi tim nuoi. Dung loi dang luyen dan, luk nai swan lan di den, doi voi han noi, ko nuoi tim ta, la ai? La vong jia chu swan lan noi. Lai la vong ba dao, dung loi lap tuc dung len, han rak kuok de toi sa? Trong fong kok. Vong ba dao dang goyo tren bon wong tra. Lai de cho vong jia chu doi lao. Dung loi di veo fong kok, nin zem han noira, kong ko vik gi, moi trong chok lat ma thoi. Vong ba dao chung kien dung loi, bi bon dung len. Kong beat vong jia chu luk nai den tim ta la ko chien gi. Dung loi thay vong ba dao nai tua ho kong fi tim den min fien toi, hoi ko chet kin gak. Chong la han kong beat min la nuoi jiat chet vong koi? Hok la noi, vong koi o nua duong lin chet roy? Nuoi qua vong jia kan ban kung kong ko fat hien la min lam he sa? Dung loi kung ko chet at githong sut, ka nong nai don chung la boiv min la nuoi dung jia, cho du vong ba dao beat la min jiat vong koi, kung fi gi ki, du sa vong jia ham ne o veo mot trying tai 6 du. Nu mot kai chien gi fat sin, nu ve vong jia tat nien van keep bat fuk, chonan vong jia kong de kong nan jan. Ta den tim dung song tu ko hai kien su tin, Thursday not la kam ta dung song tu o gay du tang cho lao hu dan duok. Vong ba dao noi zong lay ra mot tsai hop, o truosi mati mora, trong du chua. Mot qua bao thatch tin sang long lan. Dung loi lap bap kin hai, de la. Unoyet chi thatch? Dung vei, si nai la unoyet chi thatch nai vong jia ta dat duok den unam, mot muc kong ko catch now koi bobi mat trong du, tagi unoyet chi thatch nai kung vong jia ta don chung la kong ko dien fan, lao hu tin dem unoyet chi thatch jiao cho dung song tu nuoi, nambao and q main qua dung song tu. Vong ba dao noi zong dem unoyet chi thatch nai du a toi truok mat dung loi. Unoyet chi thatch nai dung loi la thap fan tin tuong, theo nu trian thuyet, unoyet chi thatch nai la u than unoyet trong trian thuyet lu lai, trong du ko mot bi mat cuc lan, nu koi bo bi mat nai se dat duok tat ca luk luong qua u than unoyet, kung la noi, unoyet chi thatch nai long win than qua unoyet bien ton, noi non lai. Trong unoyet chi thatch nai dike that la ko mot di bi mat, ma bi mat nai kung u than mat thiet tuong quan, en hung unoyet. Chi thatch nai den kung ko bi mat gi, Triangon noi ko fi that hei kong, sai nai kong the now beat duok. Ma yu than you noyet, la yu tu doi ky thuong ko, 26 cuc ky quang dai, la mot trong chua ti quang dai not nai luk du, luk kia trong thien dia quang jia tung hon, bu then kan gioi vo jia kan ban la nu la chi nu con south sai kien kong dang jia nak toi, duong nin kai du vu then kan gioi kung kong fi sung la vu then, ma la feo hoi. Sai nai qua qui trong roi dung loi tai muon, en hung down la lak dao. Dung sung tu nuoi Thursday d, o trong mat lao hut sai u noyet chi thach nai kan ban nu la mot koi fi thach, kong hit sung dung. Vong ba dao dem u noyet chi thach lan nua de qua. Dung loi angwak lai la buon buk, tang nai zmra con tuk kong beat min la hung Thursday sat hai chow tre han, bang kong ti nu the now se dem u noyet chi thach dua cho min. Vong jia chu de noi nuve chu tu choi ti bat kin roi, dung loi dem u noyet chi thach Thursday veo, sao du dung loi lai noi. Kong beat vong jia chu con ko chien gi? Vong ba dao hit mot hoi noi, kai that ta toi la ko mot chien kok trong yu, quan he den vong jia kung dung jia hai nasan tu tun vong. Dung loi neve angwak lai la non nuoi. Vong jia chu ko gi noi re loi I? Tun nhi vong koi qua ta ham qua by nuoi jiat d, truok kai vi den na chi de lai mot hoi koi kung. Vong ba down gang dao noi ra ma mot hoi nai la nuoi no ko wai lu lai, luk koi nhiv den na, noi ra nuoi jiat han la dung song tu nuoi. Luk nai on mat vong ba dao mot muc quan sat den dung loi, muon tu tren nuoi han tim r8 sai gi kok thuong. Ma dung loi lai kong ko bu hien r8 sai gi kong dung, trong noi tom bon buk, tang nai ham qua kong den, aro rong den hien tai moi tim min, han nua tua ho kung kong fi den hung su van toi, tang them loi noi truok kia, dung loi sui don, tang nai don chung hai gi ko nuoi jiat vong koi, sao du jia hoa cho min, koi mao dung jia kung vong jia mao thuan. Gi thong sat diem nai, dung. Loi angwak lai la vui vi, lao jia hoa nai that dung la suc tuong fong pu, thong min qua se by thong min hai, vong koi nai kan ban chen la min jiat, bat qua nuve kung tot, truok Thursday dmtn lai, v fan en hung chien kok, toi dao hei toi du. Chong la nuoi se kong so vong koi kan ban chen la ta jiat. Dung loi nin zem vong ba dao mim koi noi. Ne duok loi nai qua dung loi, trong noi tom vong ba dao nain hango ra, ko the zak din chow tre min vong koi kung kong fi la by dung loi jiat chet, knew that la by han jiat ma noi, kong ko the noi nuve sa? Lam sa ko the, dung sung tu lam sa ko the se jiat koi nhi, dmi lao hu van la ko the chia duok tin tuong. Vong ba dao lak dao. Ma luk nai dung loi main tren mat vui ve, en hung trong long sui gi, hien tai min kon en dem vong ba dao jiat di hei kong, vong ba dao la nuoi loi hai not vong jia, han nua su tu chien Thursday quang han kia de o tren loi dai by dan ton roi, don chung doi john non la kong the now koi fuk, hien tai la boi ko tot not dan chet vong ba dao. Bat qua tin ti gi, then la buong the cho, vong jia fi doi fo, en hung mot kai min dan chet vong ba dao, vong jia tai de mat d mot chow Thursday, en hung ai beat vong jia con ko at chu by gi? Truok kia though I diem min dan chet vong koi that dung la gi den rat don john, bat qua me man dan ba, li de cho vong ba dao hu lam. Nu the, min lin dem su tin jiat vong koi nai jia hoa chot san jia hok la tru jia kung ko the, v fan dong fuang jia, du sa kung dung jia van la quan he hu hao, han nua dong fuang tu vu kung min quan he kong te, nu min Thursday thap dong fuang jia ma noi, min that dung la kong tot gap dong fuang tu vu roi, vong koi hon ton chin zak kong fi ta jiat. Luk nai dung loi noi. Chuang 323, muon dao jiat nuoi. Bat qua nuoi jiat vong koi huinda, kung qua gitam, tai ta kung vong koi ko chet hu lam, en hung kung kong den muc sat hai han, hung chi jiat vong koi doi voi ta mot dm cho ta kung kong ko, doi voi dung jia ta kung kong ko bat ky cho tot. De that la nu the, bat qua rot kuok la ai jiat koi nhi, muon koi mal hai na chung ta non? Vong ba dao mai nan lai, o trong mat hans mra, trong du him gi lan not ko la dong fuang jia roi, sai nai kung kong tot sui don, ta dac toi nuoi hien tai chi kot san vu dung, bat qua ko lut san vu dung nai kong ko nong luk lan nu vei, han nua han kung kong ko thong min nu vei. Dung loi ki chow mai, dung de noira san jia? Vong ba dao gi, that dung la ko ka nong nai, ham nate san jia kung kong fai chien dua, san thien fong tien jai vu then, mat san jia con bang veo tang tien len dua emotit sai tien veo huin ko. Mon, de chin la chan trien de tu hong that jia that, don chung dia 6 qua han si kong so voi hon nhi chen lek, ku tu du, lin wai niet san jia muon quat koi roi, mat san jia quat koi chuang nai lan not, hok la noi doi boit san jia ui heap lan not, hien tai la dung jia roi, dung jia dung hu 26 cucky kung bo, han nua dung loi thien pu kung qua ken nuoi, mot kai de cho dung loi lan len. Nu bait san nguen quoc don chung kung kong con hot san, mat kok con ko mot nguen. Nan trong yu, nguen nan nai bon di jia tok ky that du tin tuong, jong sun san nguen quoc nai, nguen von fi la qua dung jia, en hung san jia lai su dung Thursday don vosi quap le tre k tang loi qua dung jia, Thursday nai, rat lan. Tai dung jia mot muc and nan. En hung Thursday lan nuve ha kova de dong tu tru nuve he sa? Nu the mra, san jia nai him gi that dung la kong no, mot kai koi mao dung jia kung bong jia en on, mot kai hai na kai chien ma noi, nuve ko loi not that dung la san jia. Boi vivong jia kung tru jia di rat gon, ma dung jia kung dong fuang jia di gon, mot kai chien. Tru jia kung dong fuang jia tat nin si quan veo trong tran dao nai, tu jia tran chap, mat san jia song chet mak bai, nu vei tru jia, vong jia, dong fuang jia, con ko dung jia, tu jia vio lon la fuang now dat duok tang loi, du bai sui yu sao sak, ku tu du, san jia lin chiem tiengi roi, tam chi ka nong trak tip doi boi tu jia fat dong song kich, mot lon han dong. Dem bon di jia tok lao di. Bat qua vong ba dao lai gi toi 6 tu at the quang jia sao lung dung loi kia, nuoi no la nai ca vu than di vien man thien vong ho kung kin ki, ko hano du, dung jia kan ban chin la fong Thursday kien ko, nu han muon doi fo vong jia ma noi, nu vei kan ban kong kan hao fi bao nu kai luk, chi kan 6 quang jia kia zip ma, nu vei vong jia con ko hoi sa? Sai nai non gun mei hui tho tam du, trong dao vong ba dao chien doi rat nu wai nim. Hong dat san jia him gi hon ton chin zak rat lon. Vong ba dao dung mot chet. Bat qua con kong zak din, kung kong ko chung ko, chong qua nu that su la bon han ma noi, ta de not din se kong bo quat san jia, ta muon cho bon han no mao tra bang mao. San jia, sam muon se Thursday thap. Tagi nu doi ko den roi, jia qua ta tat nin si dot lai du vat thwak vi dung jia chung ta, den luke du hai vong jia chu ko the jup mot te. Luke nai dung loi noira, du la tu nin. Vong ba dao gat dao. San jia kung la doi dao qua vong jia ta. Loi noi tai noi nu vei, en hung vong ba dao kung si kong lam su tin kong ko loi. Sao kai vong ba dao roi di, dung loi di toi john fong qua tau tu na kung lu vai. Vong ba dao moi vua toi tim ta roi, dung loi tui wine goi suang, nin zem nong noira tau tu na kong noigi, mot ben lu vai nin kong duok, tho fi nin zem dung loi noi, nuoi nu the now the lao tak vong ba dao nai, han tai kong fi hung Thursday jiat chet tai ta, en hung ma thop kong koi lin quan, fam la nuoi. Qua vong jia du dang chet. Tu di. Tau tu na neve boi bang kio lu vai. Nuoi loi kio ta lam gi, ta noi rat dung su that. Lu vai tho fi ma noi. Dung loi neve im lang, sai nai gi kung rat don john, tui tien jiat la duok? Noi gion, vong ba dao nai kung kong fi da dong doi fo nu vei, muon beat 26 kan gioi qua min bat qua la vu de ma thoi, tai ko the dan chet vu then, en hung du la van kai, fong en dao kich fat not kich tat sat. Nuoi angwak lai la noi chi en a, chong la nuoi kong ko widen v tu na bao Thursday roi ha. Lu vi thay dung loi kong noi loi now, ton em de chow vi fan. Hien tai jiat han ma noi, nuoi gi se main den sai ket qua dang gi. Dung loi ko chet nai mai noi ra, sai hao qua gi, kong fi chi la mot lao taku, jiat ti jiat. Hien tai lu vi gi chen la, de la fuang fap tot not dan chet vong ba dao, nu de cho han di trove, con muon jiat han, sai kia la kong con de dong nu vei roi, vong jia du sa kung la mot trong bondi jia tok quat son nguyen quoc, ko the tro ton bondi jia tok, kang din ko at chu bai qua no, koi nu la vong jia hien tai so ra kem ba di jia tok kok, en hung tuk luk kung kong the kin thuang, ma hien tai nu jiat vong ba dao ma noi, doi voi vong jia de kich not din la. Cuc lon. Ta ho dung, la nuoi dung jia trong bondi jia tok, nu hien tai ta jiat vong ba dao ma noi, sai kia vong jia tat nin se kong bo qua, nu vei kong chi ko chung ta tin kan noi him, han nua vong jia kung dung jia kang din kong chet kong got, su tin bao Thursday cho tu na, ta noi la se lam duok, en hung kong the lin lai dung jia. Dung loi nin zem nong. Dmi nuoi fi hu duok. Tai truok kia dung loi doi voi dung jia kong ko how kem gi, en hung hien tai dung vo dike kong ko dung vo non doi voi min rat kong toi, ma dung hu tai kong fi la cha ruat qua min, en hung koi nu la duong duk min. Sinai. Sinai. Bei nuoi den lam nu the now? Ne duok dung loi noi, lu vi kung kong beat noi nu the now, waigi qua nong la. Dung loi mot nuoi kang din la kong the now Thursday thap duok vong jia, muon triat de by diet vong jia ma noi, not din fi loi dung than fan dung loi, noi catch kok fi dem dung jia kio veo, nu dung jia kong dong Thursday, nu vei lam sa ko the doi fo duok vong jia. En hung nu dung jia kong dong Thursday, vei ti kong jong voi luk truok, tuk luk vong jia o trong bon jia tok la ko koi, ma dung jia lai o veo Thursday not 6. Tuk luk sai beat ko the gi. Muon dao jiat nuoi. Dung loi ne vei no ra bon chu. Chuang 324, jia hoa. 1. Muon dao jiat nuoi, nu the now muon dao jiat nuoi? Lu vi long mai nain hang niu emotit chong le con ko nuoing when y doi fo vong jia, kung vong jia ko kuon? Lu vi moi den son when quoc kong lao, rat nyer chien con kong fi qua quen thuok. Hong that, san jia. Lu vi nin zem dung loi noi, nuoi noi la de cho hong that di doi fo vong jia? Du nai sa ko the? San jia kung vong jia tua ho kan ban kong ko sung dot gi. Nuoi quain ta. Ko bien hin thuet sa? Luk nai dung loi koi then bi. Dung loi gi dan, nu min bien ton bo dang vong ba dao, dan chet san thien fong ma noi. Chiang kia de ko the noun hiat, bat quachan jiat san thien fong min that dung la ko the lam duok, tru kai fong en dao lan nua kich fat thuok tin not kich tat sat, bang kong ti kan ban kong kotsai kanong kia. Bat quatsai nai kung kong sa, min kong duok kon ko the de cho nuoi kok di lam, fi beat min la ko dike dung dan, cha kon jia doi boy chian nai ko le rat kem thay hung Thursday. Nu kong ti de cho dong fuang jia zip ma kung duok, cha kon dong fuang bat by kung wen y day. San vu dung, san vo cuc, nuoi la ai? San vu dung ninzem nuoi toi noi, nuoi jiat kak nuoi. Nuoi no noi zong leans at Thursday. Chet cho ta. Nuoi no ra te cuc in han, han nua chiu tri mang. Kong tot, ho vi len cho ta. Non tiaro han. San bo cuc la lan. Con soutsai kien, muon non tiaro ta kong du tu catch, nuoi now non ta chet. Nuoi no ra te dai kai dai hop, de nu tiaro bon te, not gwen not kuok, lin don john dan chet ho vi du a sat veo, trong Luke not boy huyet tin vang cap noi. Luke nai mot nuoi votra dien ha di mao, de ta chan han lai. Mong tuong quan nuoi toi tot, en han lan ho jia. San vu dung fe duok nuoi toi, lap tuc di hai. Mong tuong quan la vo ton how ky quang jia, tat nin ko the non tiaro doi fuang. Nuoi la nuoi now, aro rong damo du ton san nguyen quoc, tap kich hong tu tru din qua ta, con kong mau mau chiu troi. Mong tuong quan truong dao trong te ra koi vo, kai the dot nin tang len. Mong tuong quan, ta kin trong nuoi lam nuoi, kong muon kung nuoi la dike, nuoi tran ra nuoi non wang mai, noira, kong ko ka nong, mong hon ta tuet se kong cho nuoi tu kien duok. Mong tuong quan noi, sai kia dac toi roi. Nuoi no than hin ki dong, hung fia mong hon sung kich qua, tok du cuc en han, de cho nuoi so hai than fuk, nuoi nai 26 cuc ky quang han, na tonem qua han, tuoi kong lon lam, en hung kong gi toi 260 nin la quang han. Not gwen not kuok tam du, mang theo chien luke quang bao, gwen the ba dao quang man. Bon bon bon. Hai nuoi qua me chiu, song song de lui. Hai 6 dien ha, kak nuoi di truok, du mat tuong non tiaro han. Mong hon noi, muon di, kong ko qua dao. Nuoi no het lon mot tiang, hai te nam te, kai the dot nin jia tang mei lon, man mi dan mot gwen ra, mot gwen nai ba dao vo kung, hoatan mot dao gwen ken hung fia mong hon on kich qua. Ba thien gwen, nuoi la nuoi vong jia? Mong tuong quan the lap bap ken hai, sai nai hon ton chin zak la vong jia ba thien gwen. Ko trak gwen the nuoi nai ba dao ma quang man nu the, tra nuoi no la vong jia chi nan, bat qua mong hon kong de trong long, mot chiu nai tai quang hon, en hung nuoi toi tu vidu sa kong san bang min. Ba thien gwen siu nuoi tai tin du ui man, en hung dang teek chin la, nuoi 26 kong du, bang kong ti ta that dung kong fi la doi Thursday qua nuoi. Ret dao don tui. Mong hon kemare truong dao, mot dao dao kai chat dat gwen de quang man kia. Phoc. Nuoi no fun ra mot bung mao, they tin the kong on, boy ret than Louis v fia sao, tok du cuc en han, mong hon muon dui theo, en hung kan ban dui kong kip, bat dac di tho die. Mong tuong quan, tik kok kia dao? San vo cuc tuc john den kong duok, la nai ro rong byam sat roi, han nu the now nan chiu duok, chung kien mong hon toi, kong koi quat. Mat tuong vio nong, lai de cho han che. Mong hon noi, sai gi? Che, nuoi la lam vik nu the now? San vu dung fan no quat. Kung luk du, mot cho trak vien qua vong jia, vong ba huin la tu de qua vong ba dao, 26 kung la vo ton di vien man, han tai kung vong ba dao la vo ton di vien man, en hung suc chien dao muon chen lek mu han nua kong ko chien now Thursday ho. Nuoi now? Von la o trong kai tu luyen, vong ba huin en han chong mo mat, quat na mot tiang. Nuoi jiet nuoi. Jiet ta, kao kai that la lon. Vong ba huin nenzem nuoi toi, nuoi nai ton than du bao fuo ben trong y fuk de han, ton than kong ko lo ra nua diem kai tuc, rat qui di, de cho nuoi ko the nam lay. Loi qua nuoi nu lam. Nuoi no hoatan mot dao bong den, truong dao trong te nu la tame dien zat qua. Ba thien gwen, ba thien tuet dia. Vong ba huin the kong on, en han chong dan ra mot gwen nai hon ton dan trung truong dao qua doi fuang. Chi neong mot tiang, song fuang tung nuoi Louis v fia sao mot biuk. Luke dao that lon, bat qua nu muon jiet ta, van la qua kem. Vong ba dao quat lon, trong on mat lo ra hung fan chi sak, tu kai tien veo vo ton di vien man kan gioi, lin chu about geo gap doi Thursday tik hop, truok mat nuoi nai 26 so voi min chi man kong yu, lin koi de chien y quang di qua vong ba huin. Hu nuoi no hu len mot tiang, truong dao trong te tok duen han han, lan nua hung fia vong ba huyen song kich toi. Dao fap quan nuoi tai loi hai, en hung so ho quan yu, zem ta fa vio nu the now. Vong ba huyen chat quat mot tiang, lan nua dan ra mot gwen nai so voi mot gwen truop kia ui that song han, luk dao quang man, nu la man ho suang nui, ko su the ui chan thien ha. Bon bon bon. Then dao lan nua by dan trung, truong dao trong te nuoi kia lap tuc by dan bay, camo tren tuong, ong vang len. Ha ha, ta noi roi dao fap qua nuoi kong duok, nu nuoi muon dua veo dao fap nai jiat ta ma noi, sai kia that dang teak, dao fap qua nuoi kong toi noi toi chan, kong ko tu catch kia. Vong ba huyen quang tu noi, kong kan dao, ta van ko the jiat nuoi. Nuoi no hulen mot. Tiang. Trong mat nuoi no hien len mot dao han quang, live up bo dao kong kan. Then hin han en han chong di toi ben nuoi vong ba dao, ki quat mot tiang, san kan not chi, san kan fa. Nuoi toi tok du cuc en han, vong ba huyen tai la vo ton how ky, aro rong kong ko kip fan mot gon te nai, lap tuc dan veo mi tom qua han. San kan not chi, nuoi la nuoi tsan jia. Vong ba huyen noi, nuoi beat kung de qua muon, nuoi chet la kong beat noi chien day. Nuoi no koi len noi. Chuang 325, jia hoa. 2, nuoi suang dian vec di. Noizong nuoi no koi nuoi ly kai. Kuk. Luk nai vong ba huyen ho con hai tiang lin kong mot tiang dong. Mot geo sao. Da. Vong ba dao di veo cho o quada de min, chung kien vong ba huyen nu vei, bi bon dem han vin len. Kuk. Lai de cho nuoi kin gak chin la vong ba huyen ho con hai tiang, aro rong mo mat. Da, lai ai dem nuoi dan ton nu vei? Vong ba dao chung kien de min ten lai boi hoi. Kuk. Dai ca, ta. Vong ba huyen jon nan ninzem dai ca qua min. Fei han nu vei, vong ba dao voi hoi, tu de, nuoi truok dung noi chien, en veo dan duok da. Dai ca, veo dung thoi. Vong ba huyen lak dao noi. Sin ko qua ta de tuet, ko the kien tri den hien tai, con me ma ta tu luyen kim quang bat hai tsong kung bi tuc tsong, luk nai moi kien tri toi hien tai. Kong ko chien gi nua, not din ko bien fap ko the, dung roi, ta di tim dung loi, han not din ko bien fap, han nai ca thap ton dan kung ko, kang din ko the jup nuoi. Vong ba dao voi noi. Kong duok, cho du ko, dan duok tran qui nu vei, han kung si kong cho chung ta. Vong ba huyen noi. Dai ca, nuoi he ne ta noi, nuoi no muon jiat ta, han su dung chin la tsan kan not chi, la nuoi tsan jia, kuk. Noizong vong ba huyen lai lan nua han mi. San kan not chi, san thien fong, ta not din si kong the cho nuoi. On mat vong ba dao lo ra han y. A hu, nuoi kong ko vik gi chu? Tai dung jia, dung vo dike noi, kong ko vik gi, vong ba huyen kong gaith wang tun ta, lan nai nu chien nai ton song, nu vei ge dung jia chung ta kong chat son gwen kwak kung kong xa. Dung hu noi, hai vong nu the. Dung vo dike noi. Lan nai fi ton song, sai kia con me ma ko chi loi, kong gi toi han si gi toi bien fap tot nu vei, lai ko vat nu dike dung dan. Ma luk nai dung loi tu tin siu lan nua engen don mot nuoi, sai kia chin la vong ba dao. Dung song tu, lan nai ta den la ko chien ka nuoi. Vong ba dao di veo trong san, lin di tang veo vanda, then sak kung thap fan sot ruat. Dung loi chung kien vong ba dao kung ko chet nguai y muon. Vong jia chu ko chien gi? Dung loi mem koi noi. Ta muon hoi mot chet, dung song tu fai chung ko the dan duok dung koi tu hoi sin, kong, dan duok ko the tri lu trong thuong, tu de ta bite san jiat san kan not chi gay thuong tich, Wuhan. By how tun, tin hung bai geo trande noi ko, ma jung song tuo gay kia cho ta jai dok dan, han nua kan la thap ton jai dok dan, jung song tu nuoi ko the ko duok thap ton dan, nu vei ta gi nuoi ko dan duok ko the tri lu tu de ta? Vong ba dao noira dan duok koi tu hoi sin ta not din la kong ko, v fan dan duok koi fuk Wuhan, ta engwak lai la ko mot qua, bat qua. Nuoi kung beat, lo I dan duok nai qua tranqui, ta kung chi ko mot qua ma thoi. Dung loin gu kai thap fan ko su, en hung trong long ti sui gi, kong gi toi vong ba huen ro rong kong chet, nu the lai de cho dung loin agui y muon roi min vo moi tu dung jia dat duok ten tuc, vong ba huen de by dung hu dan chet, vong ba huen nai ro rong kong chet, dung hu mot vu than kan gioi chow Thursday. Kong ko ka nong nai ca mot nuoi chet hey kong chet kong beat, Hong Kong ko ka nong se so se nu vei. Vong jia ba thien guen kia, kong kot san jiat san kan not chi la tu ha dung loi kong at dm tich lai, nu zara du gi so sut, kong ko ton song, bei kung lin de cho nuoi bon buk, san kan not chi kung ba thien guen nai doi boy dung loi ma noi kong ko ba nu tok dung. En hung du kung la dm tich lai a. Tuksu ko dan duok nu vei? Vong ba dao ken hein en zem dung loi. Dung loi ne gat dao. Dan duok la ko, bat qua. Ta beat ro, dung sung tu, chi kan nuoi kam long cho vien thuok du, mot tsai gia lan gi ta kung ko the tra. Vong ba dao voi noi. De kong 5 an de gia ca. Dung loi lak dao. Trong noi tom gi den the nam wa ko the zao tra chet Thursday tot, bat quan gam lai, ten kia ko lu sap chet, Wuhan by thuong, muon koi fuk, kung kong fi mot chien de dong, don chung tuet sun nok tame hon kia kung kong not den ko the koi fuk. Ta beat ro, dan duok nu vei du la vio kung tranqui, chi kan dung song tu dua ra du kien, mosi ku du kien gi chi kan ta ko the thoa man du ko the. Vong ba dao nin zem dung loi noi, kai that, ta kung kong ro rong lam, dan duok kia den kung ko the fat ra tok dung hei kong, du sa nu len de thuong de qua nong ma noi, dan duok qua ta kung chuachik ko the tau duok hu qua. Dung loi lak dao. Bat kanu the now ta kung fi Thursday mot chet, ta kong the nin tu de ta siu nu vei chet di. Vong ba dao noira nu dung song tu nguen wine wang zut vien thuok du ma noi, vong jia tong nguen y doc suc fu tro dung jia quap late son nguen quok, vong ba dao ta kem nguen lam tui tung di theo dung song tu. Dung loi sui gi that lao koi kung van gat dao, vien thuok nai ta ko the cho nuoi, bat qua hu dung hei kong ta kong beat, mat kok nuoi not den. Phi cho du vat tom yuan, 6 du nu duok lu. Con ko mot at di bao, 6 du vat nu unoi at chi thatch bong ba dao ne vei ko min ko jiat, duok lu engwak lai tot, en hung con muon thuong ko di bao nu unoi at chi thatch kia, sai nai noi dua gi vei, koi no la bap kai sa? Nin zem dung loi dua toi dan duok, bong ba dao kich dong kong thoi. Sai nai qua nin la hao dan. Nin zem tuet sun nok tame hon trong ben ngoc kia. Vong ba dao kong koi con mat toa sang, dien thuok nai tai la dia jai dan duok, en hung fam chat lai kong jong ben thuong. Dung song tu, ta. Ta con ko mot thin ka. Nuoi noid? Dung loi nin zem han, ko la tang nai don chung la vi min trung dok, dung loi du sa kung la dok su, nin zem vong ba dao ham ne tin hung chi so kong on, ge du trung dok kong ko hon ton jai tru. Bat qua la non chan ma thoi, en hung bai geo la ap che kong noi roi, kong beat dung song tu kong ko. Jai dok dan hei kong? On mat vong ba dao lo ra kot vong chi sak, honda cam thay, dok de trong ko the min that loi hai, kan ban ko the no, tru kai ko duok jai dok dan ma lan truok dung loi cho ap che, cho min dot fa vu than kan gioi se ku truck, nu kong, chi ko mot con duong chet. Vong jia chu la vi doc tren nuoi min? Dung loi nin zem han noi chuang 326, jiao dike, dung vei, 26 qua ta hien tai de ap che kong noi doc to roi, ta von cho rang ko the buk ra doc to nai, en hung kong gi toi doc nai siu nin loi hai nu the, ta bi quan bao lao kung kong ko tok dung. Vong ba dao cam then kong thoi, chu doc mi kia doc qua nin quang han, minda o veo bien gioi dot fa roi, en hung kong kong ko the dot fa. Nu ko the dot fa vu then kan gioi ma noi, si doc nai ko lu ko the ap che, en hung vanda la min by doc to nai non chan, 26 kan ban ko tien nu abuk. Jai doc dan ta engwak lai la kan, tamchi ta kan ko me jai doc dan chow cap, bat qua jai doc dan chow cap nai tren du tran qui, ta givong jia chu ko lu aro rong, that nu vei, kung kong kem tu et sun nok tame hon dua cho nuoi kia, cho nen. Ta beat ro, si nai ta beat den. Chi kan dung song tu dua ra du kien, mosi ku du kien gi chi kan ta ko the thoa man du ko the. Dung loi sui gi mot chet noi, chi so si lam cho vong jia chu that ko kana. Dung song tu noi la duok, kotsai gi ko chu. Luke nai dung loi moi noi, vong jia chu de noi nu vei ta kung kong kok kai noi tang. Nu vong jia chu ko the cho ta mot chien Thursday hok la chien nyao ma noi, nu vei jai doc dan kung tu et sun nok tame hon nai koi nu la ta dua cho vong jia chu. Vong ba dao ne vei kong koi ko min ko jiet, chien Thursday nai la kan ban qua vong jia ko the chi mcu mot gok san nguyen kwak, kung dung jia, tru jia. Dong Fong Jia Tok Ben Koi Ben Toa Kung La Boiv Chien Thursday Kung Chien Ngao Nai, Hum Ne Chien Ngao Chien Thursday Qua Vong Jia Tun That Kong It, Quan Trong Not La Su Tu Chien Thursday Qua Min By How Tun Niem Trong, Nu Lai Tongs at Mot. Chien Thursday Ma Noi, Nu Ve Tuk Luke Vong Jia Se Lan Nua Sui Yu. Dung Song Tu, Sinai. Vong Ba Dao Du Du. Nu vong jia chu kem thay ko su ti quain di. Dung loi thay han si dang nai lin kong tien noi ma vong ba dao nai mai noi, lao hu kong fi y tu nai, bat qua. Boi vi chien Thursday kung chien ngao qua vong jia ta kung kong ko ban yu, chien Thursday kung chien ngao nai cucky tranqui, che tok fien toi, vong jia chung ta hien tai de kong ko fluong fap che tau chien ngao kung chien Thursday roi. Chonen chien ngao hok la chien Thursday nguyen ven ta la lei kong dra, bat qua vong jia ta con ko mot chien Thursday, tun chien Thursday kia de by how tun niem trong, en hung la mot cuc fam chien Thursday, truok kai kong ko tun thuang ui luke qua han so voi su tu chien Thursday qua ta con quang dai han by fan. Dung loi ne zong con mat sang goi, chien Thursday tun thuang. Han nua con la chien Thursday cucky quang dai, so voi su tu chien Thursday qua vong ba dao con quang dai han, dung loi nu the now kong tom dong, tun thuan ma thoi, de doi voi dung loi ma noi kan ban kong 5 and gi, muon beat dung loi la ko duok tri lu dike, con ko tri lu tap, min hon ton ko the dem chien Thursday chua tri tot, su tu chien Thursday la tuong duong voi mot vu then. Nu gay du kong fi chong lai chu doc mi, by. Doc thut king kung kia ap che ma noi, tang by kong kong not den, ko the kang din shin la, nu la ma Thursday kok toi doi chien, tru thien vong ho kung fan hoa kong ko chu doc mi, mat kok kan ban kong ai ko the toi dike noi, nu the ko the thay duok chien Thursday nai man mi. Tot, vong jia chu du sang ko I, boi ta ma noi, chien Thursday hon how hey kong. Kan ban kong ko van de gi, ta chi la muon angian q mot chup ma thoi, chi kan vong jia chu dem chien Thursday kia cho ta, nu vei tu et sun nok tame hon ta kong kan vong jia chu tra light si gi, han nua ta kong ko the cho vong jia chu ba vien jai doc dan cap chow, jai doc dan nai la dia jai doc dan, kung la thap ton dan, che con mak du kong the triet de jai tru doc thut qua chu doc mi kia, kung ko. The sui yu doc tin qua han, ap che mot del noi john rat dai, de du vong jia chu dot fa vu than kan gioi, mot kai tien veo vu than kan gioi, song them jai doc dan, ko la lin kong ko bat siu van de giroi dung loi mim koi nin vong ba dao. Nu ko the dat duok chien Thursday nai ma noi, nu vei min that su kim loi lan, mot chien Thursday so voi su tu chien Thursday tsang quang dai han, sai kia qua tuk tuong duong mu han mot vu than kan gioi, han nua con la vu than trung ky quang jia, hi hoa duok roi. Sai jai dok dan kung tuet sun nok tame hon nai min la ko the hoi doi dra, ma chien Thursday kia, hom na min con hoi doi kong duok, kung kong ko catch now che talk, mak du la quang bao chien now kia min kung kong catch now hon. Ton. That su? Tu nin la that, ta con ko the kung kap cho vong jia chu muoi ming hoing gwen dan. Dung loi bo sung noi, hoing gwen dan ti kong kan. Ta ko the lane mot. Qua tuet sun nok tame hon hok la ko the chonyo may ming jai dok dan he kong. Vong ba dao noira tuet sun nok tame hon nai kong ko catch now roi, ta chi ko mot qua, de kong ko, jai dok dan ta toi de kung chi ko the dua ra mot qua, bat qua noi nu vei, vong jia chu fi cho tan yu mot chien ngao, duong nin chien ngao nai dang kap kong kan rat chow. Tun hai kung ko the, v fan huang gwen dan kia la muoi ton dan duok, so voi tru jia luyen che hoi kai dan hu qua la tot nyo lam, kung la tran kui vio kung, bong jia chu that su kong kan? Dung loi koi tum tim nin zem han, tamgi, ta kung kong tin lao jia hoa nuoi nin duok hap dan. Kai that dung loi cho vong jia nu mot at huang gwen dan, kung la ko muc dike, de non len vong jia kung san jia en on. Nuve muon bon han lu den tam thiet mot et, du sa tuk luk vong jia, so voit san jia van la muon yuhan mot et, mak du vong jia ko chien Thursday chien ngao, en hung du sa noi tin chua du, mot san jia voi tu catch hong that san nguyen quoc, han noi tin tam hao, sai gui la lak de gay con han engwa bio, san jia nam gonde tai suong dok roi, en hung tuk luk van la kong. The kin thuong. Chi noi Hong Kong Dai noi, Tran Fap Kia, Lin Kong Jong Ben Thuong, Mak Du La Vu Than Trung Ky Chow Thursdays at Dong, Trong Doi John Non Kung Chua Chek Ko Ka Non Bai Tru, Cho Nen Kan Thiet Tang Len Tuk Luk Vong Jia Mot Chut, Nu Vong Ba Dao Ko The Dot Fa Vu Than Kan Gioi Ma Noi, Ve Ti Kong Kon Gi Tot Han Roi Bui Toi, Dung Loi Nen Zem Hai Kien Chien Ngao Trong Te, Trong Du Mot Kien Goi La Dang Long Chien Thursday. Nu muon hon ton koi fuk ma noi, du. De ko the so voi vu than dai vien man quang jia. Vu than dai vien man, de la sa ma kung bo. Chuang 327, dai chien bat dao. Bat qua dang teek chin la dang long chien Thursday nai hatch tom de hui hai, han nu a tone bo the zak dang long chien Thursday kung rach miup, kong beat by luk luong gi fa hu. Dang long chien Thursday nai the zak quang han vio kung, mak du la vu than dai vien man kung chua chek ko the fa di, ma chua tri dang long chien Thursday kan chin la thien quang thatch tran kui vio kung, ma chua tri dang long chien Thursday kan thien quang thatch kan ban kong fi so luong no, dang long chien Thursday chow chung 10m, hum ne dang long chien Thursday by hui za han fan nua, muon chua tri. Kan thien quang thatch rat nyu, muon nya thien quang thatch nu the gon nu la kong the now. Chonan vong ba dao moi ha fong dem dang long chien Thursday jiao cho dung loi. Han nu a con ko mot chin la, cho du dung loi ko duok de du dang long chien Thursday kung kong ko ka nong chua tri, boiv muon chua tri dang long chien Thursday nai, ti fi tro ton tong su kap lian kai su, ma ot son nguyen quoc tam. Chi la sung vu dai luk de me na nam kong ko zut hien lian kai su tong su kaproi. Chonan vong ba dao kong cho rang dung loi ko the tim duok fong fap chua tri dang long chien Thursday, chonan wa dam dem dang long chien Thursday jiao cho dung loi. Mop sai kok la chien ngao nai so voi dang long chien Thursday ti kem xa, chien ngao nai muon chua tri kung kong ko, bat qua cho du chua tri kung chi ko chien luk vo ton so ky. De doi boi dung loi ma noi ko kung duok ma kong ko kung kong sa. Sai chien ngao nai so voi quang bao chien ngao luk truok con kem, no toi quang bao chien ngao, dung loi lin gi toi min con chiem duok qua quang bao chi tom kia, nu ko the dat duok mot than han ma noi, nu ve min la ko the ton song che tau ra quang bao chien ngao, tuet doi ko duok chien luk vo ton divine man, tam chi ko the dat toi vu than kan gioi. Dung loi zemzet qua chua tri quang bao chien ngao hok la noi mot la nua che tak mot quang bao chien ngao, trong yu not la vu han, kong fi la than han, en hung nu muon dat duok mot than han, kong fi vit ko, duong nin de kung la ko the su dung diem tich lai hoi doi, bat qua nu ve qua kong dang roi, mot than han mak du la vu than not jai kap thap not kung kan 5,000 van diem tich lai, vu than not jai than han hoi doi dra, che tak chien ngao, kong not din ko the. Ton song, tang them kung kan loi john not din, boi ve dung loi kong ko y din mao hin nu ve. Bat qua quang bao chien ngao nai kong the chua tri, en hung mot tsai chien ngao kok lai ko the, sai chien ngao nai goi la vong cuc chien ngao, muon chua tri chien ngao nai kung kong kan than han, chi kan vu han kung ton Thursday ma hach la duok roi. Din, nuoi choi fi chung dung hop chua tri vong cuc chien ngao? Chua tri. Din, chuk mong nuoi choi vong cuc chien ngao chua tri ton song. Dung loi nin chien ngao truok mat, kin gak kong thoi, tuk luk chien ngao nai tuet doi kong chi la vo ton so ky, aro rong dat den vo ton trung ky, noi catch kok chien ngao nai tuong duong voi mot vo ton trung ky vo gia, han nua kong so sen tu, so voi vo ton trung ky vo gia ben thuong con muon lang lu ac lit vi fan. Trong dung gia divine. Vong gia de dong Thursday, chung ta konen kung mot cho dong Thursday he kong? Dung vo non nin zem chung nan noi. Kong, chung ta siu doi. Dung loi lak dao noi. Cho bon han luong by ka thuong noi sao. Dung vei, ngoi Thursday ngo ong dac loi, sai nai moi la tot not, cho loi diem vong jia kung san jia dan cho nuoi chet ta song, chung ta dong Thursday la nua, noi nu vei, Thursday loi moi la not. Dung vo dike ne gat dao. Konen kung dong phuong jia thong bao mot tieng he kong? Luk nai dung hu noi ra, sai nai kung lan and phi, dung jia chung ta kung dong phuong jia von chin la song dong tien loi. Dung vo hoi noi ra nu vei chong phi la de cho dong phuong jia bok chiem tien gi roi ha? Dung vo non ne vei noi. Dong phuong jia la not din phi thong tri, san jia kung vong jia. Engi plan nu vei, han nua tuk luk quang hon, tait san nguyen quoc tai kong bang dung jia ta, en hung mak du la koi kung truok mat kung kong fi de doi fo nu vei, mot kai bon han cho kung ret jiao, luchet dan kuok mot lan ma noi, kung ko the esi tau ton thuong tun kong no cho chung ta. Dung vo dike jai tik noi. Dong phuong jia. Dung la de nuoi noi la su that? Dong phuong bat tu nin zem dung hu noi. Dung vei, la nai chung ta de lam ta chuan bai, chung ta nan duok tin tuc, vong jia kung san jia esi ko mot hoi dai chien, nu chung ta thua ko hoi nai van not san jia kung vong jia ma noi, nu vei ton bot san nguyen quoc, la thien ha qua hai jia chung ta, du la mot ko hoi cuc tot. Dung hu mem koi noi. Tot, nu vei chung ta lin lu mot lan. Dong phuong bat tu noi. Trong Hong Kong. Lao ta tong kong tot roi, vik lan kong tot roi. San jiat san chin con boi vang hap tap di toi dia phuong san thien phuong bi quan. Su tin gi boi vang hap tap nu vei, ta kung noi de qua, nu kong ko chien trong u dac beat git kong duok kwe re ta sa? San thien phuong tuc john noi. Boi diem kung mot phuong yen sun ma Thursday chien dao, san thien phuong le duokich kong it, not la mot qua ma hach vu than kan gioi kia, doi boi han tro jup that lan, and en ko su the dot fa vu than not jai, tien veo vu than cap hai. Mat san chin con dung luk nai toi kwe re han, de cho han nu the now kong kem fei kem tuc. Vik lan kong tot roi, vong jia, nuoi qua vong jia jiat vu dung kung vo cuc san chin con noi. Sai gi? San thien fong chan dong, vi bon dung len, kong dam tin tuong hoi. Nuoi noi tsai gi? Vong jia lan mat nuve, jiat san bu dung kung san bo cuc? Dat su, bon hodu la chet o dui vong jia ba thien guen, han nua mot kich by mat mang, hien tai vong jia chu vong ba dao dang mang nuoi on kich Hong Kong, han nua rat and han se dan veo roy. San chin con noira, lam sa kotha, chong lavong ba dao han dien roy? Han tai sa phi dan Hong Kong? Lam nu ve doi boy han ko cho tot gi? San thien fong chow mai. Dung luk nai, niguai kung trian den mot tiang quat lan. San lao ma nuoi drho ta, chui nai ra de cho ta. San thien fong ne ve noi john, then hin ki dong, lap tuc hien ra o niguai Hong Kong. Vong ba dao, nuoi la ko ygi. Nuoi jiat san jia hong tu ta kong kong du, aro rong kon zong noi vien Hong Kong san jia ta, nu hom ne nuoi kong de cho ta mot jai tik thoa man ma noi, ta lin jiat kak nuoi toi dp lon lua john qua ta. Luk nai trong noi tom san thien fong tai lua john en gut troi, en Hong Kong beat luk nai phi 10 tau, mot kai kung vong jia triat de kai now tro mat ma noi, tai ko the chien tang, en hung san jia tat ni nasi tun that lon. Chuang 328, din dao that tien sach. 1. San lao ma, nuoi con ko mat mui hoi ta la ko ygi. Vong ba dao fan no quat. San lao ma, nuoi nin ta la ai? Luk nai vong ba huin dra, mot chuang dan chet mot Hong Kong ho vi ben nuoi. Vong ba huin, nuoi. San thien fong van chua noi zong lin by vong ba. Huin cat dut. That bat ngo ta con chua ko chet? On mat vong ba huin ban ra han y, hu, san con not chi tai loi hai, en hung nuoi that kong ngo ta tu luyen kim quang bat hai song, lai tu luyen btuc be quiet, nu ve moi kin cho ta may man dao thot mot keep, tang them lin duok qua dung song tu. Joaquin cho ta con song, kong chi ko nu the, 26 qua ta con tien mot biuk, dat den nu a biuk fu than kan gioi. Sai gi? Ta jiat nuoi? Du la mot hil lam, thien di hil lam, ta mot muc o cho sao trong Hong Kong dok long tu luyen, kan ban kong ko ra Hong Kong, lam sa ko the di jiat nuoi? Han nua ta di jiat nuoi lam gi? Lam nu ve doi boy ta kan ban kung kong ko bat wan cho tot gi. San thien fong ne ve moi y tup toi de la mot mu la nam veot san jia. Hu lam, ha, nuoi mot ka hu lam lin muon cho ta bo qua chien nai, nuoi qua nai tho roi, san thien fong nuoi lam ac nu ve, quiet tu et nu the, ta. Dung veo luk nai mot tsai dao lao chow vat len. Chin dung. Ah. Vong jia kak nuoi qua gitam, aro rong jiat san nguen qua kong tai tu ta, jiat, tat ca tuong si ne len, jiat cho ta, jiat, bi tai tu bao Thursday. Hong dat san nguen quat tu. Jiat. Trong nai mat nai tieng jiat rung troi, vo so quandoi hung fia vong jia sung fong lu chat qua. Jiat duok tot. Vong ba huyen thay kong kui quang tu noi. Kong chi muon jiat tai tu bon chung di, con muon jiat hong de qua bon han, san jia chi mcu san nguen quak kung qua lao, la loi diem thay doi tru di roi. Jiat sach bon han. Vong ba huyen dan ra mot guen, lap tuc dan chet may tramban si. Dung loi ra dung jia, dang chuan by di Hong Kong, lai kong gi chung kien mot nuoi. Nuoi nai dung la nuoi o jia tok ti luyen dua dung loi veo cho chet, dung thien loi. Gay du dung loi fi bo dung thien loi, de cho han tro ton mot fi nan, hum ne tuk luk koi fuk kong sai beat lam, bat qua koi kung kong the lam nam nan, tu ne vi sao tin dai bien. La nai o cho nai chung kien han, lai de cho dung loi kin gak kong thoi, tang nai tren ko ban du la o trong na. La nai aro rong hien ra o cho nai, lai mot bo kan then tung li tung ti, sai nai rat hien nin ko chien ano ben trong, vive dung loi lin len lut di theo. Dung loi fat hien dung thien loi tien veo mot hem no, re veo ratnu duong ri, koi kung di toi mot john fong o siu nat, tai de angwak lai la che jia yu kong thoi. Han toi noi nai lam gi? Gat moi nuoi, kang din kobi mat gi kong the choe I beat. Luk nai dung loi kong dam kin thuang, mora chan tukung nan. Sai fong o siu nat nai, hon ton bao lo o truo si. Mati dung loi, trong fong ko mot nuoi, hak wai nan, ton bo bo mat du che lai, chi chua ra mot doi mat nai angwak lai la rat lin dong, hien ni nuoi nai 26 kong thap. Dung loi nem qua mot tsai jiam din thuet. Thien tin vu, 26 vu then cap hai, thien tin lao lao chu. Dung loi thay the kin hai kong thoi, nuoi nai aro rong la thien tin lao lao chu thien tin vu. Qua kin nuoi nagwai yroi zemra thien tin vu nai tuk widen dong Thursday, thien tin lao fi ra ratnu sat Thursday, ca dam du kong ko the lam gi min, doi fo min, du la ko den ma kong ko vi, la nai thien tin vu zemra la doi voi min y quiet jiat roi. Ma dung thien loi that king dung loi ko chet jiat min, kong gi toi thien tin lao sat Thursday nai lai kung han ko quan hi. Luke nai trong noi tom dung loi de vi han din ra tu hin, mot lon lai mot lon muon doi fo min, then dong sat Thursday doi fo min, han fi chet, qua chet at gay nua, min lin fi ly kai, nu kong su ly tot, kong dem ta tca noi hin du bop chet trong nuok, min la kong the now and tom di huin komon day. Dung thien loi chen la mot tsai trong du, vi fan mat kok. Bong jia kung san jia de o ben trong and bai, kong ko tru jia, nu tru jia kong kemphe duok ma noi, sai kia kung chi ko kung mot cho Thursday thap, bat qua dung loi tin tuong, nu nai ca tru jia kung muon Thursday thap ma noi, o trong doi john non la kong the now hon ton, tru kai ha dok, hok la de cho lao to quizet ma. Nuoi de den roi, chung ta cho nuoi de lao, du daccan main ko toi kong? Thien tin vu nin zem dung thien loi noi, de main den, de la du vat nuoi can dung thien loi lay ra mot vat. Thien tin vu mora zem zet, sao du kep lai, gang dao len, nin zem dung thien loi noi, nuoi zak den de la that hay sa? Sai nai kung kong de qua loa, nu zara mot chet sai lam ma noi, se that by trong gang tak, con by contra. Thursday nai contra chi lu si la cucky kung bo day. Yen tom, sai nai la du vat qua dung loi, kong ko sai duok, dung loi de cho ta ton fi nan, ta kung han Thursday kong doi troi chung, ta not din fi lam cho han chet, de cho han van keep bat fuk. Dung thien loi kuan mat van vo, trong min kan rang, hi mat ku han nu lua, ca nuoi ben tom then ku, han doi boy dung loi de han den tan suang tai. Dat su la tot roi. Thien tin vu ne gat dao. Nu tsai nai zak din la du vat qua dung loi ma noi, nu ve ta kobe ta nam chek, nuoi ko the lay toi hi tdch qua dung loi ma noi, nu ve zak zit ton song yesi dat toi thap ton. Mel qua han rat ko lay toi, ta kong ko catch now, han qua quang dai, ta hon ton kong fi la doi Thursday. Dung thien loi on han noi. O nu anam truok jia tok ti luyen, dung loi bat qua la mot fi vat nai ca luyen kai kung kong ko dat toi ma thoi, en hung chi chop mat, 26. Nin tang man, non gun mei thang lin vut qua men, vut qua dung jia mot doi tre tuoi, tam chi de vut qua san wen quoc tre tuoi, tro ton san wen quoc na nam kong ra thien tai, tam. Chio tonbo sung vu dai luk kung la thien tai cucky hin fei. Duok roi, melqua han, tagi bien fap lay toi. Thien tin vu hit mot hoi noi. Bui toi ham ne ta se tim ko hoi di tim dung loi, hai vong ko the lay toi melqua han. Thien tin vu doi boy dung loi la du tra duok rat aro rong, kan gioi qua han tai bat qua la vu de, en hung chien luk lai cucky kung bo, de tung dan chet qua vu than cap chow Thursday. Tam chi ne noi nai ca vu than dai vien man chow Thursday kung by trong te han, tight sai nai ko dao ko truck loi chuang 329, din dao that tien sach. 2. En hung kung du de chung min dung loi kung bo, chon en thien tin vu kung kong ko nam chik di dan chet han, du la em sat kung kong ko ka nong, chon en moi tram phuong non kum yuan mau qua han, sao kai dat duok mau qua han, lin ko the ti trien bifap, sai bifap nai kui dvo kung, cho du kach non dam, ban dam kung ko the fat ra hu qua, han nua mot kai trung chiu, tru kai kang gioi qua han so voi min chao, nu kong kan ban kong ko ka nong hoa jai. Thien tin vu noi, lai de cho dung loi kin so kong thoi, kung lam cho dung loi hu ky kong thoi, den kung la vit sai gi, can dat duok mau qua min, mot sai tue kia, tangam mau qua min den kung ko cho loi gi. Bat qua de noi nu vei ti tuet doi kong the de cho bon han dat duok mau qua min, dung loi la nuoi kanen, han nua thien tin vu nai de noi nu vei roi, kong ko nam chik nu the, kong so not van chi so van not. En hung noi dt phi noi lai, han noi kan tra rat man leet, nu vei nu lay toi kong phi la huyet qua min ti sa? Nu vei kong quan zem bon han lam kai gio gi, lam sai gi, chong phi la kung ko ton song, han nua ka nong tau ngo kan tra cuc lon? Noi nu vei, min lam rh at hi tdch ma Thursday gi du, nu bon Hong Kong ko fat hien ma noi, chong phi la not siu luong tien, de ko the fong gue tun thuong cho min, kung ko the de cho thien tin vu lot veo kan tra. Von dung loi angwak lai la muon truck tip lin dan chet thien tin vu, en Hong Kong beat lam sa hien tai tuk luk qua min con chua du, chan jiat thien tin vu tru kai fong en dao hok la tu lai fi dao zet hien ky nong not kich tat sat, bang kong ti kan ban kong ko ka nong, en hung.